Chapter 1 Talent Ability, Deduction. Douluo Continent, Tiandu Empire, Hutanmar Province, Shiwo City. Early in the morning, in the northeast corner of Shiwo City, in a gorgeous courtyard, a little boy with red hair and black eyes, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, was stretching his muscles. Unlike his peers with rosy faces, the little boy's face was slightly pale, inexplicably giving people the feeling of a sick child. Just then, a girl in a red skirt and also with red hair ran into the courtyard in a hurry. "Xiao Yang, don't practice your shitty punches and kicks, it's useless anyway. Today is the day for you to awaken your martial soul. Hurry up, I'll awaken your martial soul after breakfast." Seeing that her little cousin was still practicing these useless weird punches and kicks, the red-haired girl Huowu said unhappily. "Sister, this is not some bullshit punch, it's called aerobics. Doing it every morning will help improve your spirit." Mu Yang didn't mean to stop exercising. He said without looking back while doing aerobics. Huowu rolled her eyes and said, "Come on, I see you practice every morning, but I haven't seen your strange disease that makes you feel listless all day long get better. On the contrary, after practicing this thing, you are getting more and more listless." As she said that, Huowu didn't care whether Mu Yang was willing or not, and directly forcibly pulled his arm towards the restaurant. Mu Yang's face, who was being dragged away, couldn't help but reveal a helpless look. He, who had not yet awakened his martial soul, was far from being the opponent of this cousin, and had no power to resist at all. "And how many times have I said it? I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Say important things 3 times at a time." The reason why his face, which should have been rosy, looked a little pale, he looked listless on weekdays, and his daily sleep time was much longer than his peers, was because he consumed too much mental energy on weekdays, not because he really had some strange disease. Mu Yang was a time traveler. After taking the college entrance examination in his previous life, he indulged himself and stayed up late with his mobile phone to watch the popular anime called Douluo Continent, which was actually the Love Continent. Perhaps because he did not have the legendary spiritual roots and could not become an immortal cultivator, after watching the first anime, he suddenly blacked out and lost consciousness before he had time to sigh about the fate of the characters in the play. When he regained consciousness, he had returned to the mother's womb. At first, Mu Yang was quite excited. He could read the file and start over. Not to mention, with some foresight in his previous life, he could catch a few rides and live a leisurely and wealthy life in the future. That would definitely be no problem. However, things were a little unexpected. After he was officially born, he found out that he was not reloading the game, but traveling through time, and he also traveled to the Love Continent. Mu Yang could see this from the fact that not long after he was born, he accidentally saw the martial spirit in his father's hand and the yellow, purple and black soul rings on his body. As a traveler, Mu Yang did not find that he had any system or other plug-ins, but a traveler must be different, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of time to travel through time? Perhaps his soul crossed the world barrier, experienced incredible things, and mutated. Not long after he was born, Mu Yang found that he had a wonderful talent. Talent, deduction, consumption of mental power, deduction of all methods. The specific effect depends on the strength of mental power, and the correct knowledge, hearing and seeing are all it can improve the efficiency of deduction. The aerobics he practiced before was one of the results he achieved with his deduction ability. It was precisely because he used his deduction ability too much that Mu Yang looked a little pale. Not only did he look listless, but he also slept much longer than his peers. In the eyes of Huowu and others, this situation was naturally that he had an unknown strange disease. Even if his family hired a healing soul fighter, they couldn't find out what was wrong. Soon, Mu Yang was dragged to the restaurant by Huowu. At this time, there were already 3 people sitting in the restaurant. A red-haired middle-aged beautiful woman, a burly middle-aged man with golden brown hair, and a teenager with the same hair color. Aunt, uncle, brother Wushuan. Walking into the restaurant, Mu Yang greeted the 3 people. "Xiao Yang, come and sit down. After breakfast, I will awaken your martial soul for you." Looking at her nephew's pale face, Mu Zihua felt pity for him. She touched his head and pulled Mu Yang to sit beside her. As soon as Mu Zihua finished speaking, Huowu immediately volunteered to say, "Mom, I will awaken Xiaoang's martial soul. I've been lucky recently. I picked up a gold soul coin in the academy yesterday. Maybe my little red hand can awaken Xiaoang's innate full soul power. Although she is not very old, her soul power cultivation is not low. The soul power cultivation of the second ring Great Soul Master level is definitely enough to awaken a little kid's martial soul. Come on. I saw the gold soul coin first, but you snatched it away. Huo Wushuan on the side rolled his eyes and said. Brother, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Huo Wu raised her eyebrows slightly and said slowly. Huo Wushuan, Xiao Yang, what do you think? Seeing this, Mu Yang's uncle, Huo Lai, the dean of Shuo Academy, smiled and turned to Mu Yang and asked. Since my sister said that I can awaken the innate full soul power, then she must come. Mu Yang nodded, with a confident smile on his face. Hearing this, Huo Wu choked immediately. Oh, I'm exaggerating. I was just talking, but you took it seriously? Can we still have fun? Ahem, well, brother, I really hope you can awaken the innate full soul power, but if not, don't blame me, okay? Clearing her throat, Huo Wu gave Mu Yang a shot of prevention, fearing that the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of soul masters emerging in the mainland soul master world over the past 100 years, and there are only less than 20 records of those who may have awakened the innate full soul power. Although it is not absolutely impossible for her little cousin to have such a chance, the possibility is undoubtedly too low. That will definitely not happen. And I believe you, it is definitely possible. Mu Yang waved his hand and said. This is not because Mu Yang believes that Huo Wu's hands have been blessed and can awaken him to full innate soul power, but because he is sure that no matter who awakens his martial soul, he can awaken full innate soul power. Because long before this, Mu Yang had asked Huo Wu for the meditation method, and then used his innate ability to deduce a foundation-building meditation method that can be practiced without the help of martial soul. And a month ago, he found that his soul power practice encountered an invisible bottleneck and could not break through no matter what. Needless to say, his situation is similar to Tang San in the original work. Because he has not yet awakened his martial soul, and because he lacks the first soul ring, his soul power level is stuck at the limit of a 10th level soul warrior. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Twin Martial Souls. Half an hour later. In the living room, Huo Wu held a blue crystal ball for testing soul power level in her hand, and used 6 black awakening stones to set up a martial soul awakening array on the ground. Come, Xiao Yang, stand in the awakening array. After setting up the martial soul awakening array, Huo Wu called to Mu Yang. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang took a few steps forward and stood in the martial soul awakening array. Hokage, possess. With a low shout, Huo Wu's body flashed with red light, and as the soul power surged, an orange-red flame humanoid phantom suddenly condensed behind her. Then, 200-year soul rings, one bright yellow and one dark yellow, rose from under her feet and moved up and down around her. Then, Huo Wu clapped her hands quickly, and 6 red soul powers were injected into the 6 awakening stones on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of golden light diffused from the 6 awakening stones, forming a light golden light shield that enveloped Mu Yang. As dense golden light spots floated out of the awakening stone and then sank into his body, Mu Yang felt warm all over his body, as if he was trapped in a warm world, so comfortable that he couldn't help but close his eyes. The warm breath continued to penetrate into his body, and soon, Mu Yang clearly noticed that the dormant primordial power in his body had signs of revival. In a blink of an eye, under the traction of this warm energy, Mu Yang felt that something in his body seemed to be broken, and the warm breath in his body began to split. One flowed through the whole body and disappeared, and the other flowed to his right hand. Is it just a single martial soul? After noticing that only the right hand had abnormalities, and the left hand did not appear, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh secretly. If he could awaken the twin martial souls, once he achieved the titled Douluo, as long as he operated well, he could also achieve the 99th level peerless Douluo in the future. He wanted it too, tisk, what a pity. But when he opened his eyes, just as Mu Yang was about to spread out his right hand to show his awakening to his 4 relatives, martial spirit, but saw that Huo Wu and the other 4 were all looking behind him. Not bad, Xiao Yang, your hair color is like my aunt. I have long determined that you can awaken the Hokage martial spirit, and now it seems to be true. Looking at the orange-red flame humanoid phantom martial spirit emerging from behind Mu Yang, Huo Wu, as the guide, nodded with satisfaction. As for boys, they must be combat spirit masters or control spirit masters, otherwise if they inherit the food spirit of her late uncle, how can they protect girls in the future? Hearing the sound, Mu Yang turned his head and looked back, only to see an orange-red phantom with the same face as his own behind him. Suddenly, Mu Yang's eyes widened, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The surprise came too suddenly. Ha 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 ha. After 3 seconds of silence, Mu Yang's loud laughter echoed in the living room. I forgot before that the Hokage spirit inherited from his mother is a kind of beast spirit, and if a spirit master awakens a beast spirit, it will not emerge from the palm like a weapon spirit. Xiao Yang, if you just awaken your spirit, there is no need to be so happy, right? Looking at Mu Yang who was laughing wildly, Huo Wushuan was a little confused. I still remember that when he awakened his spirit, he was not as excited as Mu Yang. What's more, the innate spirit level has not been tested yet. Brother Wushuan, what do you think this is? Stop laughing, Mu Yang spread out his right hand. I saw a faint earthy yellow light flash, and a ginseng spirit with a length of more than 4 inches appeared in Mu Yang's palm, with 3 green leaves on the top and earthy yellow roots on the bottom. Ginseng Martial Soul. Looking at the Hokage Martial Soul behind Mu Yang, and then at the Ginseng Martial Soul floating in his palm, not only Huo Wushuan was stunned, but even Huo Wu also widened her eyes, with a look of disbelief. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that in the past 100 years of the Soul Master world, there seemed to be only one case of a Soul Master who had awakened twin martial souls, which was even rarer than the innate full soul power. Twin martial soul. Unlike the 2 juniors, seeing that Mu Yang had awakened 2 martial souls, Mu Ziu and Huo Lai were not happy but worried. At this moment, the 2 were not as excited as Mu Yang. Because throughout the history of the continental Soul Master world, all the Soul Masters who awakened twin martial souls seemed to be cursed and died without exception. Xiao Yang, let's test the innate soul power level first. Coming back to her senses, Mu Ziu said to Mu Yang. Here, put your hand up quickly. Huo Wu held the soul test crystal ball and handed it to Mu Yang. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang put away the 2 martial spirits, and then stretched out his hand to the soul test crystal ball. As soon as he touched it, Mu Yang felt that the soul test crystal ball seemed to have a huge suction force, and the primitive soul power in his body seemed to have found an outlet and surged out. The next second, a dazzling blue light spread from the soul test crystal ball. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball was shining like a flawless bright gem, with a faint blue halo exposed, which was indescribably moving. Oh my god, is it really full innate soul power? Looking at the soul test crystal ball that was lit up with blue light, Huo Wushuan couldn't help but exclaimed. The specifications of the soul test crystal ball are not fixed. Some can only test the soul power level of low-level soul masters, while others can test the soul power level of high-level soul masters. However, since the test results of the soul power test crystal ball do not display numbers directly, the soul power level of the tester can only be judged by the brightness of the crystal ball. In order to more directly detect the level of innate soul power, the soul power test crystal balls used in the martial soul awakening ceremony are all soul power crystal balls with the lowest measurement specifications. If a soul power test crystal ball of this specification lights up with a trace of blue light, it means that there is innate soul power and the qualifications to become a soul master. If the entire crystal ball lights up, it means that the tester has the highest level of soul power cultivation talent recognized by the soul master world, innate full soul power. Ha 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 ha, innate full soul power. Brother, tell me, how do you thank your sister? Huo Wu, who felt that she was a big red hand, smiled nervously, then patted Mu Yang's shoulder and asked with a smile on her face. How about? I find you a boyfriend with innate full soul power in the future. After thinking about it, Mu Yang said. Huo Wu, What nonsense are you talking about? You're so young and you're thinking about this. Besides, can't your sister find a boyfriend herself? Huo Wu punched Mu Yang in anger. Seeing this, Mu Yang quickly changed his words and said, then I'll get you a 100,000 year 9th soul ring in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Don't waste your growth. A 100,000 year 9th soul ring? You're so good, Mu Yang. If you don't want to thank me, forget it. Why are you opening a short gold coin card? Do you think I'm the same as you, with full innate soul power? Huo Wu rolled her eyes again. Not to mention whether her little cousin can get her a 100,000 year soul ring in the future, it's basically impossible for her to cultivate to a 90th level quasi-titled Douluo. Who dares to say that he has the talent to become a titled Douluo if he is not full innate soul power or innate level 9 soul power? Looking at the entire continent, Huo Wu can be considered a genius. It is true that she is a soul master, but to achieve the 9-ring title Douluo, with her innate 7th level soul power, it is undoubtedly still a little short, and the hope is slim, but it can only be said that it is not absolutely impossible. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang raised his head. Have you ever heard that if one person achieves enlightenment, the whole family will be promoted? Douluo continent is not without the opportunity to change one's fate, and with her identity and background, it is not impossible to get it. Hearing this, Huo Wu was stunned for a moment, then her face became furious, and she grabbed Mu Yang's hair with her teeth and claws. You said I was a chicken and dog, right? Fine, fine, I want to see who is the chicken and dog today. Okay, let's play with the parrots. After stopping the two people's fight, Mu Zihu said, Xiao Yang, I am really happy that you can awaken the innate full soul power. In the future, as long as you add the right soul ring, you will surely become the titled Douluo crown respected by tens of thousands of people on the continent. In this way, I will not be ashamed to face your deceased parents in the future. But you must remember that you can only add soul rings to one martial soul in the future, and never to the other martial soul. You must know that you are not the only one in the history of the continent who awakened twin martial souls, but they all died when they added soul rings to the second martial soul. Xiao Yang, now tell me which martial soul you are going to practice. Auntie suggests that you cultivate the Hokage spirit. Although being the first food-type title Douluo on the continent is a great honor and is enough to be recorded in history, the Spirit Master world is based on strength. No matter how high the honor is, it is not as good as having strong strength. Of course, this is just Auntie's suggestion. It is up to you to decide how to choose. Then can't you cultivate two spirits? Mu Yang asked. It's not that Mu Yang doesn't understand this, but no one has mentioned the twin spirits to him before, so he can't help but know. Seeing that Mu Yang has not given up the idea of cultivating two spirits, Mu Zihu was about to persuade him again, and Huo Lai next to him said, Xiao Yang, twin spirit masters can theoretically cultivate two spirits, but this theory has not been verified, and no one is sure whether it is really feasible. Our Shuo Academy has a long history of establishment. It has always been a high-level spirit master academy ranked among the top in the Tiandu Empire. Many scholars who study spirits and spirit beasts have been born there, and twin spirits are a special case, and scholars have also proposed a theory. That is, after the twin martial soul master has cultivated into a 9-ring titled Douluo, he can then add soul rings to the second martial soul. As we all know, the stronger the soul master's physique, the stronger his ability to withstand soul rings. The titled Douluo's ability to withstand soul rings far exceeds that of low-level soul masters, and soul bones can also help improve the soul master's ability to withstand soul rings. Theoretically, if 600,000-year soul bones can be refined, perhaps the twin martial soul master can add 900,000-year soul rings to his second martial soul. Unfortunately, twin martial souls are rare, high-quality soul bones are hard to find, and 100,000-year soul rings are also hard to find, so this theory has not been truly verified. Speaking of this, Huo Lai shook his head. If there is really someone in the world who can verify this theory, how strong would he be? A full set of 100,000-year soul bones, 100,000-year soul rings, as long as the legendary god does not appear, even if the soul power cannot be cultivated to the 99th level peerless Douluo, no one on the continent can be his opponent, right? No, it has been verified, but the soul ring configuration is a bit worse. Mu Yang thought to himself. Under the circumstances that most people in the world do not know, the current Wuhan Hall Pope Bibi Dong has successfully verified the most correct way to cultivate twin martial souls. It's a pity that Bibi Dong does not have the fate of the protagonist, and the second martial soul cannot be all 100,000-year soul rings. Even so, it does not affect the fact that Bibi Dong at this point in time has become one of the strongest people on the continent. I'll just be a food-type soul master first. Long before this, Mu Yang had planned his future cultivation path. If it was only the Hokage spirit that was awakened, then needless to say, he would just be a strong attack or control spirit master. If he could awaken the food-type ginseng spirit, then no matter whether it was a twin spirit or not, he would first be a food-type spirit master. However, the difference between the two is that if he simply awakened the food spirit, he would leave a spirit ring position for the mirror shadow beast, so as to try his ginseng spirit, whether it could create spirit food that could temporarily replicate other spirit masters' spirits like Oscar's sausage spirit in the original book. As for the problem of having a strong physique to cultivate the twin spirits to perfection, this can be completely solved by creating a unique body refining technique with the ability of deduction, and then refining high-year spirit bones. Now that the road to heaven has been paved, the next thing to do is to grow slowly and not waste time. A better tomorrow is waving to him. Cultivate the ginseng spirit first? That's fine. After thinking for a while, Mu Ziyu nodded, and then reminded, but Xiao Yang, even if you can become a food type titled Douluo in the future, you must do your best with the second martial soul. You don't have to pursue 9 soul rings. With the help of the soul food you made yourself, even if the Naruto martial soul only has 4 or 5 high-year soul rings, its strength will definitely exceed that of the titled Douluo of the same level. The continent is destined to be uneasy in the future, and it will be enough to cope with the turbulent situation. Mom? What's uneasy? Is the Empire going to fight Xingluo again? Huo Wu asked puzzledly. You are all still children, don't ask too much about these things, remember today just practice hard afterwards. Mu Ziyu reached out and nodded at Huo Wu's head, without saying much. We are not children anymore. Huo Wu pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Huo Wuxuan beside him also nodded, obviously agreeing with his sister's words. He had already passed his 12th birthday and was no longer a child. Okay, you are no longer children. Now Mom will give you 2 a task. Mu Ziyu smiled and didn't care. She continued, Xiao Yang has just awakened his martial soul. Although he has studied meditation before, he has never tried formal practice. You can help him get familiar with it. Xiao Yang, you should first get familiar with meditation with Xiao Wu and Wuxuan. Tomorrow morning, your uncle will take you to the Soul Beast Forest to attach soul rings. Yes. Mu Yang nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Extreme Flame Meditation. 4. Half an hour later, after confirming that Mu Yang could practice meditation smoothly, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan left. Next, it's time to verify the greatest achievement of being a sick child in the past few years. In the bedroom, Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Since he realized that he had the innate ability of deduction, Mu Yang has used this ability a lot in the past. Even if we don't count the infant period, several years have passed now. The achievements over the years are naturally not just the fitness exercises with little effect and the foundation-building meditation method that can be practiced without awakening the martial soul. The two only consumed a small part of Mu Yang's energy. More importantly, it is a book called Extreme Flame Meditation. Idea is a soul power training method. Compared with ordinary meditation methods, in addition to limiting the practice to soul masters with fire attribute martial souls, Extreme Flame Meditation method has many advantages. The soul power quality, total soul power recovery speed, etc. far surpass those of soul masters of the same level, and that's just the most basic. The most important thing is that as the soul master continues to practice, his own fire attribute martial soul can gradually purify the attributes of the martial soul with the help of the pure fire element power absorbed from the outside world, and finally transform into the ultimate fire martial soul. Although Mu Yang himself has not started practicing this practice method, no one has confirmed whether Extreme Flame Meditation method can really cultivate the ultimate fire, but since the method has been deduced, the martial soul attribute will be transformed into the ultimate fire. It must be feasible. Because as long as Mu Yang determined the ideas and requirements at the beginning of the creation of the law, and activated his innate ability, after the deduction, there are only two situations for the information fed back to him. One is that the theory is insufficient, it is not feasible, and it is impossible to deduce. The second is that the theory is sufficient, it is feasible, but it takes a certain amount of time to deduce. Different cultivation methods and secret methods have different effects and different levels of mystery, so the time required for deduction is naturally different, but one thing is certain, that is, the cultivation method or secret method deduced in the end must have the conditions set at the beginning of the deduction. Effect. That is to say, as long as Mu Yang can provide feasible ideas and continue to consume mental energy to deduce, all the wonderful ideas can be realized in the end. Then, Mu Yang closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and the soul power in his body operated according to the specific route of the Extreme Flame Meditation method. Soon, under Mu Yang's perception, countless tiny red light spots appeared in the dark world around him. And these countless tiny red light spots are the fire element particles floating in the outside world. With the operation of the extreme flame meditation method, Mu Yang clearly saw that there were constantly fire element particles rushing into his body, and then transformed into his own soul power accumulation. It's just that because a single fire element particle is too small, this swarming scene looks spectacular, but the increase in his own soul power accumulation is actually insignificant. Practice, the key is perseverance, and you can't become a fat man in one breath. 3 hours later, a feeling of mental fatigue came, and Mu Yang stopped practicing the extreme flame meditation method. Meditation practice requires energy consumption. Before the mental power reaches a certain level, the soul master cannot practice for a long time, otherwise it will not only be counterproductive, but also easily hurt the soul, which is absolutely unacceptable. It is true that he looks like a sick child on the surface, but he can't really become a sick child. Pa! Suddenly, Mu Yang slapped his forehead fiercely. I almost forgot that I haven't checked the inheritance left by my parents. Recalling the inheritance, Mu Yang got up and came to the bedside table and opened a secret compartment in the cabinet. In this small compartment, there was a silver bracelet inlaid with a white jade. This silver bracelet is not a simple decoration. It emits subtle special soul power fluctuations. It is a precious soul guide. Of course, it is not an offensive and defensive soul guide, but a more common storage soul guide. He took out the soul guide storage bracelet and injected soul power into it to recognize the master. In an instant, Mu Yang noticed the storage space inside. The storage space was a cube, more than 2 meters long, wide and high. The volume was not large, estimated to be only 10 cubic meters. But in the storage space, there were a lot of golden little cuties piled up, filling up almost half of the space, and among these people there is also an exquisite jade box on top of the gold soul coins. About 5 cubic gold soul coins. How much is this? It should be several million, right? After a rough calculation in his mind, Mu Yang found that he, who inherited his parents' inheritance at a young age, has become a first-generation rich. For a rich man like Ning Fengzi, millions of gold soul coins are naturally nothing, but for ordinary people or ordinary soul masters, millions of gold soul coins are definitely a huge sum of money. You know, the purchasing power of gold soul coins is not low. The normal living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 on the mainland for several months are just 1 gold soul coin. However, money is something outside of the body. It is difficult to buy real good things with gold soul coins, so he doesn't take it too seriously. Anyway, if you really need this thing, as long as your fist is big enough, there are many places on the mainland to borrow money by showing your face. Well, he promised to return the borrowed money to the creditor, but it is only limited to returning it to the creditor who is very likely to be gone. Ignoring these gold soul coins, Mu Yang focused his attention on the exquisite jade box. Sensing the soul power fluctuations coming from the jade box, Mu Yang suddenly understood something in his heart and took it out from the soul guide storage bracelet to open it. As expected, the jade box contained a left arm soul bone with fire attribute soul power fluctuations, red all over, and of decent quality. Not to mention, as a Douluo, this is the first time he has seen a soul bone. I don't know what year it is. After looking at this fire attribute left arm soul bone, Mu Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself because he couldn't estimate its approximate age. However, it is certain that even if this soul bone is 10,000 years old, it belongs to a 10,000 year soul bone, and the specific age will not be too high, perhaps not even 50,000 years. If it is not a 100,000 year soul bone, then this unfilial son can only disappoint his parents' kindness. With a wonderful innate ability of deduction and twin martial souls, he has a promising future. Ordinary soul bones are not in his eyes. After all, the soul bones of the 6 parts of the limbs, torso, and head are different from the external soul bones that can increase the age as the soul master level increases. Under normal circumstances, the soul bones cannot be increased in age. And without special means, the soul bones that have been refined cannot be taken down again. Signed. End of this chapter. 5 Chapter 5 Prelude to Soul Hunting. 5. Putting away this soul bone that he will probably not use in the future, Mu Yang fell into deep thought. There is a saying that one person's enlightenment brings prosperity to all his family members. Although this saying sounds a bit unpleasant to his cousin Huo Wu, Mu Yang really thinks so. Although my aunt Mu Ziyu and the other 4 are not his blood relatives, they are also his closest relatives besides his parents. In addition, his parents passed away early, and he was raised for many years. His aunt Muziu and uncle Huolai undoubtedly played the role of his parents. Perhaps he could not treat them well without reservation, but if he could help, he would definitely help. The four of them practiced ordinary meditation methods, and they all had fire-attributed martial souls. Mu Yang did not intend to keep the deduced extreme flame meditation method secret. As the dean of the Blazing Fire Academy, his uncle Huolai's soul power had already advanced to the 8th ring soul Douluo. Otherwise, if his level was less than the 8th ring, he would not be qualified to be the dean of the Element Academy. If he had the help of the extreme flame meditation method, he would most likely become the titled Douluo respected by tens of thousands of people on the continent within 10 years. By then, he, who had not yet fully grown up, would have a big backer. Besides, the Soul Beast Forest was not a good place. Having a titled Douluo to lead him in soul hunting would not only be safer, but would also be a great help when he needed to hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the future. The only problem is, what kind of explanation should he give to them for this extreme flame meditation method, or how should he give it to them? He couldn't say that he created it himself, could he? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Mu Yang planned to record the extreme flame meditation method first, and then find a good time to give it to them later. Of course, if he couldn't find it, then Huo Wu would pick it up. Since the big red hands of his cousin Huo Wu could awaken his incredible innate full soul power and twin martial souls, then it's not incomprehensible to pick up a mysterious meditation method, right? The next morning, Mu Yang got ready and got on the carriage with Huolai, leaving Shuo City and heading towards the Sunset Forest more than 200 miles away in the north. In the territory of the Tiandu Empire, there are 3 very large primitive soul beast forests, not counting the 2 major seas in the east and west. One is the Xingda Great Forest, located in the east of the southern part of the empire, which stretches between the empire and the Xingluo Empire. The second is the Far Northland, which is located in the north of the empire and is covered with ice and snow all year round. The third is the Sunset Forest, which is located in the north-central part of the empire, 100 miles east of the imperial capital Tiandu City. Although the scale of the Sunset Forest is not as large as the Stardo Great Forest and the Far Northland, it also covers a large area. The southeastern part borders the Hutanmar province where the Blazing City is located. In addition, the Blazing City is located in the northwest corner of the Hutanmar province. Most of the soul masters who need to add soul rings to advance in the surrounding areas will give priority to hunting souls in the Sunset Forest, which is rich in soul beast species. Of course, those who dare to go to the Sunset Forest to hunt souls are basically led by high-level soul masters. If it is just a soul hunting team with a low overall level, it will generally only go to the soul hunting forest in the Empire, which is more than 400 miles south of the Blazing City, to avoid bad luck and encounter soul beasts with good years and cultivation from Anfel. Xiao Yang, what effect do you want the first soul skill of your ginseng martial soul to have? In the carriage, Huolai asked Mu Yang. As the dean of Blazing Fire Academy, Huolai is not a well-known scholar, but his knowledge of martial souls and soul beasts is definitely beyond most soul masters in the soul master world. He did not ask Mu Yang what kind of soul beast soul ring he was going to attach to advance, but directly asked Mu Yang what kind of soul skill he wanted. With his knowledge, as long as Mu Yang proposed the type of soul skill he wanted, he could immediately determine what kind of soul ring to attach. Of course, under normal circumstances, the age of a soul master's first soul ring is at most about 400 years, and it is impossible to form a soul skill that is too outrageous. Soul skills that can heal injuries or restore soul power. Without hesitation, Mu Yang said directly. As a food-type soul master, it is necessary to create soul power food that can heal injuries. And soul power food that can restore soul power will help improve his innate ability, the efficiency of deduction. Because the soul power food whose main function is to restore soul power often also has the effect of restoring mental power, just like the soul power food that heals injuries usually has the effect of restoring physical strength. Food-type soul masters make soul power restoring food, which can restore more soul power than the soul consumes after eating. Does this not conform to the law of conservation of energy? On the surface, it seems contradictory, but it is not. The energy source contained in the soul skills activated by a soul master is divided into 2 parts. One part is the soul power consumed by the soul master himself when activating the soul skills, and the other part is the external energy of heaven and earth that is pried when the soul skills are activated. Moreover, for food-type soul masters, among all the energy contained in soul power food, the proportion of energy of heaven and earth that is pride when the soul skills are activated is greater than that of soul skills of other types of soul masters. Otherwise, Oscar's diamond sausage in the original book, which can restore half of the soul power, physical strength and mental strength, and can fully restore more than half of the soul power under the blessing of the martial soul true body, the firm golden fly state, cannot be produced. Healing injuries or restoring soul power. Hearing this, Huo Lai raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. Low-year soul rings basically cannot form soul skills with too strong effects, so it is not bad to leave them for food soul skills that heal injuries or restore soul power. After all, even if the soul ring is a little low-year, the effects of these two types of soul power food will not be too bad, but if it is replaced with soul power food that can increase the percentage attribute after eating, the actual effect will be somewhat unsatisfactory. After a pause, Huo Lai continued, Xiao Yang, for soul skills that heal injuries, it is best to choose ginseng soul beasts or earth dragon soul beasts of the right year, and for soul skills that restore soul power, it is best to choose cool flowers. Needless to say, the ginseng soul beast is of the same species as Mu Yang's ginseng martial soul. In Douluo continent, ordinary plants can become soul beasts, and ginseng is naturally okay. And compared to most soul beasts, this kind of tonic food type soul beast also has a considerable value and is very popular among wealthy nobles. The earth dragon soul beast is not a soul beast with dragon blood. In Mu Yang's previous life, this thing was called an earthworm. Among soul beasts under 1,000 years old, the earth dragon soul beast has the best vitality, regardless of size, and is relatively easy to find in the forest. As for the cool flower, it is an auxiliary flower type plant soul beast with a natural soul skill to restore soul power. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Sunset Forest. The carriage was not very fast. It was not until noon that the two arrived at the soul hunting town, more than 20 miles outside the Sunset Forest. After finding a restaurant in the soul hunting town and having a simple lunch, Huo Lai took Mu Yang on his way. From a distance, Mu Yang could vaguely feel the fresh breeze blowing over him. The fragrance of the plant was refreshing and indescribably comfortable. Looking out, it is a green ocean. Even at the edge of the outer area, there are towering trees everywhere. The shadows of the trees are so thick that it is difficult to see the real scene. As one of the three major wild soul beasts, Sunset Forest is the place that soul masters of low level in the northern part of the continent most want to come to, because every time they come here, it means that their soul power level has been advanced. Of course, there are many soul masters who come to Sunset Forest to hunt souls every year, but this is also the burial place of many soul masters. It can only be said that the forest is dangerous and soul hunting requires caution. Xiao Yang, there are soul beasts in the forest from time to time, and you may face danger at any time. You must be careful, okay? Before entering the forest, Huo Lai did not forget to remind Mu Yang. With him leading Mu Yang to hunt souls, and the danger level of Sunset Forest is not as high as that of Xingde Forest, there is no need to worry about the sneak attack of powerful soul beasts. But for a preparatory soul master like Mu Yang who has not yet advanced to the first ring, even if it is just a seemingly insignificant little poisonous insect, it is possible that it can bring a fatal threat. Yet, Mu Yang nodded seriously. In his previous life, Mu Yang, who was familiar with novels, had seen many supporting characters or strong people who were originally destiny in my hands but capsized in the gutter due to negligence. Soon after entering the forest, Mu Yang heard a slight rustling sound from the distance in front of him. Turning his head, Mu Yang felt cold all over the next second. The hair stood up and goosebumps appeared. I saw a black-scaled snake with a body length of 4 or 5 meters, swimming by the bushes not far away. Although this black-scaled snake was not very old, not even 100 years old, it could not pose any threat to Mu Yang who was protected by Huo Lai, but the visual impact of the wriggling fine black snake scales was much greater than the illustrations in the books. Mu Yang, who was afraid of snakes in his previous life, was a little scared from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yang, are you afraid of snakes? Seeing Mu Yang's fear of snakes, Huo Lai couldn't help laughing. Hearing this, Mu Yang rolled his eyes. If you are not used to seeing such a big spicy strip on weekdays, how many people are not afraid? How about I help you overcome it? Glancing at the black-scaled snake that was about to disappear from sight, Huo Lai said teasingly. No, it's just that I'm not used to seeing it for the first time. Mu Yang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. How dare you scare a kid like me with a snake? Ha ha. Huo Lai laughed again. After skipping this episode, the two continued to move forward in the forest. Perhaps they were lucky. As the sky gradually darkened, just as they were preparing to find a place to set up a tent for camping, Yinyang saw a seemingly inconspicuous green plant growing beside a low bush with moist soil and few towering trees. The plant was not big, about 1.5 meters long, with 6 branches on the 4-sided above-ground stem, with inverted soft hairs on the upper part, and the opposite green leaves on the stem were ovate lanceolate. In the front part of each branch of the plant, there were also a large number of blue flowers in full bloom. Suddenly, a breeze blew on his face, and Yinyang felt a faint floral fragrance with a cool feeling coming into his nose, as if even his spirit had become better. "Uncle, a cool flower that is over 400 years old." Pointing to the cool flower not far ahead, Yinyang said to Huolai. Yinyang didn't need to say much, Huolai had already discovered it when he smelled the faint cool flower fragrance. At this time, Huolai frowned slightly, wondering whether Yinyang could really bear the cool flower soul ring that was over 400 years old. Under normal circumstances, it is true that the best age for a soul master's first soul ring is around 400 years old, but people are different. A strong and physically fit prospective soul master can naturally follow this routine, but the problem is that Yinyang is not like that. On weekdays, his complexion looks a little pale, and he sleeps for more than 10 hours a day and looks empty from staying up too late. This really makes it difficult for Huolai to have full confidence that Yinyang can attach a first soul ring that is over 400 years old. "Xiao Yang, are you confident?" After thinking for a long time, Huolai turned to Yinyang and asked. Fortunately, the soul ring energy of plant-type soul beasts is not very violent, especially the soul ring energy of plant-type soul beasts such as King Lianghua that do not have the ability to attack. It can be regarded as the most gentle. Compared with other soul beast soul rings of the same age, it has lower requirements on the physical fitness of soul masters. Otherwise, for the sake of safety, Huolai would not allow Yinyang to use this King Lianghua plant that is more than 400 years old as his first soul ring beast. Of course. I just look listless on the surface, but it does not mean that my body is weak. Yinyang said without hesitation. Yinyang may not be able to compare with older soul masters of the same level, but compared with the innate full soul power genius who has not yet officially advanced to the first ring, his physical fitness can definitely be regarded as a leader. You know, he has been practicing fitness gymnastics for more than a year, and it is not in vain. The arms under the sleeves are not without strong muscles. Huolai raised his eyebrows and looked up and down at Yinyang, who was much more energetic today than before. Well, knowing that he would go out to hunt souls today, Yinyang did not use his mental power to use his deduction ability yesterday, so his spirit and energy naturally seemed to be much better. Okay. After looking at it for a while, Huolai nodded, took out a kerosene barrel from the storage soul guide, opened the barrel lid, turned his hand and threw it towards the cool flower not far away. Suddenly, the cool flower, which was not a big plant, was covered with kerosene. Then, Huolai took out another fire starter, opened the plug and blew it, a small flame appeared, and threw it to the cool flower covered with kerosene. Raging! The kerosene ignited immediately, and the small flame spread rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the cool flower was bathed in the blazing flames. Soul beasts can explode soul rings after death, but only the soul master who gave the soul beast the last blow is qualified to absorb and refine this soul ring. However, this premises that the soul master has launched an attack tainted with his own soul power in the process of hunting soul beasts. If there is no soul master's soul power in the whole killing process, then no matter who it is, as long as the soul power level is 10, they can have the qualification to absorb and refine this soul ring. This is just like the soul masters of later generations who kill soul beasts with fixed soul guides that can be activated without consuming their own soul power, and the soul rings that burst out can be absorbed normally by other soul masters. End of this chapter. 7 Chapter 7 The Essence of the 8 Wastelands, The Soul Returns. 7. After a while, under the high temperature, the cool flower that was killed by the poisonous hand was charred. In a blink of an eye, countless golden light spots spread out in the raging flames, and gradually condensed into a bright yellow soul ring. It should be said that plant-type soul beasts of young age should be one of the easiest soul beasts to hunt. If the soul master awakens a plant-type martial soul, even if there is no one to lead the soul hunting team, using tricks to get the best ratio of the first soul ring is not without a chance. After a long time, the kerosene burned out and the blazing flames gradually died down. "Xiao Yang, release your martial soul to pull the soul ring." Huo Lai said to Mu Yang. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang raised his right hand, and the soul power in his body was gathered in his palm. With a faint earthy yellow halo, a ginseng martial soul with a length of more than 4 inches and 3 green leaves on the top emerged from his palm. Raising his hand, under the traction of the faint earthy yellow light, the 100-year-old cool flower soul ring slowly flew towards Mu Yang. As the soul ring approached, Mu Yang felt a strong pressure coming, and even the bones of his whole body made a slight sound under this pressure. Soon, the bright yellow soul ring came above Mu Yang's head. Without giving him any chance to react, the soul ring suddenly shrank and condensed into the size of a bracelet, and fell directly on the ginseng martial soul in the palm of his right hand. Instantly, Mu Yang felt as if his right hand had invaded the vast ocean with surging waves. A mighty energy, with the ginseng martial spirit as the medium, rushed into his body frantically, as if he would be blown up in the next second. Xiao Yang, no matter how the soul ring energy impacts your body, remember to stay awake. Huo Lai on the side solemnly warned. However, Mu Yang didn't care about Huo Lai's warning at this time. All his attention was on the mighty soul ring energy pouring into his body like a vast ocean. At the moment when the soul ring energy entered his body, Mu Yang subconsciously operated the extreme flame meditation method to speed up the refining of the mighty energy pouring into his body from the soul ring. Although the extreme flame meditation method can only absorb the external fire element particles during meditation, it is not limited to the energy that has already poured into the body. Instead, it will convert the non-attribute energy or other attribute energy that has poured into the body into fire attribute soul power. Fortunately, his ginseng martial soul is a martial soul without elemental attribute division, and it is not an ice or water element martial soul that is in conflict with the fire element. Otherwise, this single fire element extreme flame meditation method is really not suitable for him to practice. With the operation of the extreme flame meditation method, the soul ring energy that poured into the body began to be quickly converted into its own soul power accumulation. At the same time, what Mu Yang did not see was that the ginseng martial soul in his palm began to change. The ginseng body, which was originally earthy yellow, became slightly larger and fuller, and the 3 emerald green leaves on the top not only became more green, but also had some more lines. The color looked the same as the many blue flowers blooming in the cool flower. Boom! The surging soul ring energy surged, as if there was a crisp cracking sound. Mu Yang only felt that the soul power in his body, which was originally only a winding stream, instantly turned into a stream, gurgling and flowing all over his body, which was indescribably comfortable. At this moment, along with the addition of the soul ring, the soul power level limit caused by the lack of soul rings was finally broken. Time passed slowly, and when Mu Yang slowly opened his eyes, the ginseng martial soul had returned to his body, and the sunset forest had already ushered in the night with stars and the moon in the sky. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful soul power in his body, Mu Yang had a faint smile on his lips. Not bad, you have grown taller, and I think your strange problem of physical weakness will not appear in the future. Huo Lai, who had been guarding by his side, nodded with satisfaction, fiddling with the bonfire in front of him and looking at Mu Yang, who had grown a little taller after the addition of the soul ring, and nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, Mu Yang, who had just stood up, froze, and then his face turned pale. Physical weakness? Dear uncle, I am not weak. Not at all. However, Mu Yang could foresee that as long as he did not stop using his innate ability of deduction, the negative image of physical weakness would probably accompany him for the rest of his life. When he becomes a 9-ring titled Douluo in the future, he will not be given the name of empty Douluo, right? Mu Yang, I'll beat you out of your dog's brain. Rolling his eyes, Mu Yang took out a soul power test crystal ball from the storage soul guide bracelet on his left wrist. Seeing this, Huo Lai smiled and said, "Okay, no need to test, your soul power level has reached level 12, release your first soul skill for me to see." With Huo Lai's strength, he naturally saw through Mu Yang's insignificant soul power level at a glance. After a pause, Mu Yang put away the soul power test crystal ball, and the soul power in his hand flashed, the ginseng martial soul appeared, and a bright yellow soul ring bloomed. Essence of the 8 Desolate Worlds, Resurrection. After silently feeling the effect of the first soul skill, Mu Yang whispered a spell, and as the soul power in his body surged, a 3-inch long ginseng suddenly condensed with the shining soul ring and a blue light. Compared to the ginseng martial soul, the soul power food created by the first soul skill, the soul returning ginseng, is blue all over, with no stems and leaves, only a full ginseng body and dense ginseng whiskers, and there is a big difference in color and appearance. As expected, Mu Yang obtained the soul skill he wanted. The effect of the first soul skill, the soul returning ginseng, is to restore soul power and mental power. As for the soul skill spell, food type soul masters need to chant it when making soul power food, and even many auxiliary type soul masters need to chant it when using soul skills. However, the soul spell is not absolutely necessary. If the soul master himself has a sufficient level of control over his own soul power, he can also recite it silently or not. Of course, his soul spell is a proper soul spell. It doesn't matter if you recite it when making soul food. As for making people feel disgusted. Listening to the soul spells that Mu Yang was chanting, Huo Lai couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Restoring soul ginseng can restore soul power and mental power. As he said, Mu Yang handed the soul ginseng he made to Huo Lai. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Huo Lai reached out to take the soul ginseng handed by Mu Yang, put it in his mouth and chewed it like a carrot, and did not immediately activate the soul power to refine it. Not bad. After a careful experience, Huo Lai nodded. Although for him, an 8-ring soul Douluo, the soul ginseng currently made by Mu Yang has no effect, but if the soul power level is the same, or almost the same, the recovery effect must be very considerable. End of this chapter. 8 Chapter 8 Surprise. 8. Okay, Xiao Yang, it's late now. Eat something and go to sleep. We'll go back tomorrow. Huo Lai said to Mu Yang after glancing at the night sky. His nephew has been weak since he was young and his spirits are not good. He sat in a carriage for half a day in the morning and walked in the forest with him for half a day in the afternoon. Now it's late at night. Don't tire him out. Afterwards, Mu Yang ate some dried meat prepared before setting out for soul hunting with water, and then he turned and walked into the tent next to him to rest. As for keeping watch, even if Mu Yang took the initiative to ask to keep watch, Huo Lai would not agree. Just kidding, a little karami of the first ring of food system, if he was asked to keep watch, he might be taken away by a passing soul beast. The next morning, after the soul hunting was over, Huo Lai took Mu Yang back to Shiwo City. A wood dash. However, less than half an hour after the two set off, they heard a wolf howl coming from far ahead. Even though Mu Yang was weak, he could sense the violent soul power fluctuations coming from the front. It was obvious that there was a wolf pack fighting in front, but Mu Yang had no idea whether the other party was another soul beast or a human soul master. Let's go and take a look. Without much hesitation, Huo Lai picked up Mu Yang from his side, tucked him under his armpit, tapped his feet, and rushed forward quickly. There were only wolf howls and no other beast roars. The wolf pack's opponent was most likely not the soul beast in the forest, but the soul master who came to hunt souls. Since it was a human soul master, and was in the direction where the two of them were going, and his own strength was enough to travel across the entire sunset forest, Huo Lai naturally didn't mind going to see what was going on. If a human soul master was in danger, he could help. However, perhaps because 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, one side was trapped in a situation of being besieged by wolves. Before Huoli and Mu Yang arrived, the fighting in front of them subsided. A moment later, when Huoli and Mu Yang arrived, what caught their eyes was a group of 12 fire wolf soul beasts with a length of 2 or 3 meters, gnawing on the bodies of 2 soul masters. The 2 bodies were bloody and their faces could not be seen clearly, but from their clothes, it could be seen that the 2 were a man and a woman. Seeing this bloody scene, Mu Yang suddenly felt uncomfortable. Humph, how dare the beast be so presumptuous? With a frown and a sharp shout, he put down Mu Yang who was under his armpit, and Huoli's unicorn fire dragon martial spirit possessed him. The surging fire soul power surged, and the soul ring flashed. Dozens of hot fireballs suddenly condensed, and then accurately fell on the fire wolf pack whose individual ages ranged from 700 or 800 years to 1,000 or 2,000 years. Boom 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 dash. A series of violent explosions sounded, and all 12 fire wolves took to the earth plane and ascended to the sky on the spot. From the perspective of soul masters, although soul beasts are renewable resources, the regeneration time is undoubtedly very long, and high-level soul beasts even take tens of thousands of years. In order to maintain sustainable development, many soul masters will not kill soul beasts at will, and will let them go if they can, unless they are really blind. But soul beasts that kill and eat people, it doesn't matter if you don't see them, since you see them, you must not let them go. After killing the fire wolf pack in seconds, Huo Lai glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground not far away and shook his head. After thinking about it, the red soul power in Huo Lai's hand surged out, and hit the ground next to him repeatedly, and a deep pit gradually took shape. At this time, Mu Yang saw that the female corpse not far away was wearing a necklace soul guide on her neck. The storage soul guide is here. Suddenly, Mu Yang thought of a solution to a problem that had troubled him for a long time. He immediately resisted the discomfort in his heart and walked forward to pull off the soul guide storage necklace worn on the neck of the female corpse. After glancing at his uncle who didn't notice him, Mu Yang quietly injected a wisp of soul power into the storage necklace whose owner was dead and ownerless, completing the recognition of the owner. Then, with the speed of his hand that was the 6th anniversary of his singleness in this life, he quickly took out a few pages of paper full of handwriting from his soul guide storage bracelet and put them into the storage necklace he had just received. After completing this wave of operations, he once again removed the recognition of the soul guide storage necklace, and walked to Huo Lai, who had already blasted a deep pit. Those two people have a storage soul guide device. As he said, Mu Yang handed the soul guide storage necklace in his hand to Huo Lai. How should extreme flame meditation method be reasonably given to Huo Wu and the others? After thinking about it, Mu Yang found that he could not think of a reasonable excuse, nor could he find any good opportunities. But if you don't consider the rationality, but completely remove yourself from this matter, if all of them are removed, then whether it is reasonable or not is not important. As for what will happen when Huo Lai checks the soul guide storage necklace and finds the extreme flame meditation method inside, it has nothing to do with Mu Yang. Anyway, the dead will not speak. As long as he doesn't say it, who can know that he secretly put the extreme flame meditation method in? Seeing the soul guide storage necklace handed over by Mu Yang, Huo Lai raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at the soul guide storage bracelet on Mu Yang's left wrist, then nodded and put it in his pocket. He can see that the bracelet on Mu Yang's wrist is a storage soul guide. Since Mu Yang already has it, there is no need to get a second one. Besides, he avenged the two people and collected their bodies, so that they would not fall into the belly of the soul beast after death. Then this soul guide storage necklace and the legacy inside should be regarded as his due reward. Of course, Huo Lai also knew that these two people couldn't even beat a group of 1,000-year-old fire wolves. Their strength was not very good. There was probably nothing good in their storage soul guides. It was even very likely that they were not as valuable as the soul guide storage necklace itself. However, what Huo Lai didn't know at this time was that this soul guide storage necklace was indeed ordinary, but after someone's little trick, it could bring him a huge surprise. Afterwards, after burying the bodies of the two, Huo Lai took Mu Yang back on the journey. When Mu Yang returned to his home in Shuo City and washed off the dust that fell on his body during the soul hunting, it was already time for dinner. In the restaurant, Mu Yang, Mu Ziu, and Huo Lai were eating dinner. As for Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, they went to Shuo Academy as early as after Mu Yang awakened his martial soul. There is a mimicry training field suitable for fire attribute soul masters in Shuo Academy. In addition, Shuo Academy is located outside Shuo City. Although the distance is not too far, under normal circumstances, the two live in the academy. It's not just Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, Huo Lai, the dean of Shuo Academy, is also like this. Mu Ziu, one of the vice deans of the academy, often returns home to cook for Mu Yang. Fortunately, the Huo family is well off and has many servants in the mansion. Otherwise, if the elders are often away from home, Mu Yang, who is still young, may not even have a meal. End of this chapter. 9 Chapter 9 Prelude to the Academy. 9. Xiao Yang, now you have awakened your martial soul and become a soul master. How about I arrange for you to go to the Soul Master Academy tomorrow? Mu Ziu asked Mu Yang. Although it is already the middle of July and it is not the start of the school year, that is only for ordinary people. As the vice dean of Shuo Academy, it is very simple to open some small back doors for her nephew. Moreover, even if Mu Yang and she had no nephew-aunt relationship, no matter whether it was the beginning of the school year or how old he was, no Soul Master Academy would refuse him admission based on his innate full soul power talent. You know, unless the martial soul has defects or dies prematurely during the growth process, the innate full soul power will surely become a titled Douluo. And there has been no exception from ancient times to the present. Mu Yang nodded, okay, but I want to go to Blazing Fire Academy, where there is a mimicry training field. The construction of a mimicry training field requires a lot of money, and it also requires manpower and material resources to maintain it in the later stage. Except for the Advanced Soul Master Academy, No junior or intermediate Soul Master Academy on the mainland is so arrogant as to build a mimicry training field for students. And the mimicry training field can speed up the soul power training speed, so Mu Yang will naturally not leave the favorable conditions unused. When Mu Ziyu heard that Mu Yang was going to Blazing Fire Academy, she was stunned. Xiao Yang, there are no people of your age in Blazing Academy. If you go there, it will be difficult to find good friends. Mu Ziyu said after a moment of contemplation. As Mu Yang's aunt, Mu Ziyu does not want her nephew to have no childhood, otherwise Mu Yang will regret it in the future. Even though she is the mother of 2 boys and girls, she dreams of reliving the good childhood. No, as a soul master, we should focus on cultivation. By the way, aunt, please find me a teacher who can teach me martial souls and soul beasts, and I won't go to class. It is true that he is going to Blazing Academy, but Mu Yang is not going to be a good student. First, because of his young age, his progress in this aspect of knowledge is not as good as that of students in advanced academies. Second, finding a private teacher to teach him will definitely save a lot of study time. After all, private teachers teach one-on-one, and you can ask questions immediately if you don't understand something. If you have already mastered something, you can start learning the next knowledge point directly, without having to wait until the next class like in normal school. Soul masters of our generation should focus on cultivation. Hearing this, Mu Ziyu and Huo Lai looked at each other. It's not strange for an adult soul master to say this, but it's undoubtedly full of disobedience when it comes from a little kid who has just awakened his martial soul. Are you sure? No regrets? Mu Ziyu asked again. Are you sure? No regrets? Mu Yang nodded seriously. Childhood? He had experienced it in his previous life. In this life, his dream is to ascend to the throne of God and become the high and mighty God. Except for Qian Rongxiu, who is unreasonable and has an innate 20-level soul power, I, Mu Yang, have the best cultivation talent in the continent. In addition, I have been practicing harder than you since I was a child. If I can't become a god, who else can become a god? However, the road to God is long and difficult, so first a small goal, to achieve the 9-ring titled Douluo. Okay, you will go to the academy with us tomorrow morning. Seeing Mu Yang's firm attitude, Mu Ziyu didn't say anything else and agreed. It's a good thing that the child is willing to practice, which is better than being lazy all day and wasting his excellent practice talent. At night, in the bedroom. After making up for today's meditation practice, Mu Yang ate a few soul-returning ginsengs and replenished his mental power. After his mental power was restored, Mu Yang had an idea and began to practice the extreme flame meditation method again. It's a pity that as soon as he started practicing, Mu Yang noticed that the mental fatigue emerged again. Tisk, it turns out that you can't cheat. Mu Yang muttered to himself with regret. But it's true. If simply replenishing mental power can keep the soul master in a state of meditation practice, then there will be many young strong men on the continent. Then, Mu Yang activated his innate ability, deduction, and began to deduce the mental training method that had already set the tone. The way of cultivation is nothing more than cultivating essence, qi, and spirit. The meditation method corresponding to qi has already been developed, and the physical training method and mental training method corresponding to essence and spirit must naturally be deduced. And now that he has the first soul skill with the effect of restoring mental power, the soul returning ginseng in hand, it will definitely not take several years to deduce the physical training method and mental training method like deducing the extreme flame meditation method. Among the physical training methods and mental training methods, Mu Yang gave priority to deducing the mental training method. After all, before he cultivated his soul power to level 20 and attached the second soul ring, his physique that far exceeded that of the soul master of the same level could not bring him much help. But if it were mental power, it would be different. Because of his innate ability, the efficiency of deduction is closely related to the strength of his own mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the efficiency of deduction. At the same time, in another bedroom, Huo Lai suddenly remembered the storage soul guide that he accidentally obtained in the Sunset Forest today. Immediately, Huo Lai found the storage soul guide necklace. After injecting soul power to recognize the master, Huo Lai saw that the internal space of this storage soul guide was not large, only about 1 cubic meter. There were not many things inside, except for some clothes and food supplies. There were only a small amount of gold soul coins, and a few pages of paper with handwriting. Out of curiosity, Huo Lai took out these pages of paper. The next moment, the 5 big words Extreme Flame Meditation Method marked in the middle of the first page of the paper came into Huo Lai's eyes. Extreme Flame Meditation Method. Seeing this, Huo Lai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Meditation method is meditation method, what does it mean to have the word extreme flame? It looks like a special meditation method suitable for fire attribute soul masters to practice. However, soon, Huo Lai, who continued to read patiently, began to look solemn. This extreme flame meditation method seems to be interesting. Only refine the fire element particles in the outside world, purify the properties of the fire martial soul, and transform it into the ultimate fire? The ultimate fire is another new term, but if it is understood literally, it should be much stronger than ordinary fire. What are you looking at so seriously? Seeing Huo Lai concentrating on the paper in his hand, Mu Ziyu asked curiously. Interesting. Huo Lai replied without raising his head. Hearing this, Mu Ziyu was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes fell on the page Huo Lai was flipping through. End of this chapter. 10 Chapter 10 Martial Soul Disease. 10. I see that what is recorded above are all soul power circulation routes. Is this some kind of self-created soul skill? After looking at it for a while, Mu Ziyu asked. No, it is a special meditation method, but whether it is feasible or not needs to be verified. But if the above record is true, then this meditation method is quite extraordinary. Shaking his head, Huo Lai said with a serious face. Just this extreme flame meditation method can purify the flame of the fire attribute martial soul, which is very remarkable. What is the difference between ordinary fire-type flying soul beasts and the king of birds, the fire phoenix? The most significant difference is that the flame formed by ordinary fire-type flying soul beasts is not as good as the fire of the phoenix. And this extreme flame meditation method can not only purify the flame of the fire-type martial soul, but also improve the quality of the soul power in the soul master after practicing. And the improvement of soul power quality can help soul masters break through bottlenecks. They are both hammer-type martial soul masters. When their innate soul power levels are the same, one is an ordinary hammer martial soul and the other is a clear sky hammer martial soul. If nothing unexpected happens, even if the soul power level is considered alone, the latter can achieve higher achievements than the former. There is no other reason, it is because the clear sky hammer martial soul is the world's #1 weapon martial soul. The quality of the soul power awakened by this martial soul master is far better than that of an ordinary hammer martial soul master. As soon as Huo Lai finished speaking, Mu Ziyu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. If her husband could say such words, then this special meditation method might not be simple. Where did you get this meditation method? Curiosity made Mu Ziyu ask again. Today, when Xiao Yang and I left the Sunset Forest, we met 2 soul masters who were in distress. We found it in their storage soul guides. Suddenly, Mu Ziyu was shocked. A titled Douluo fell in the Sunset Forest. Sun Forest. That's not the case. Since he wasn't a titled Douluo, how could the deceased storage soul guide have a special meditation method that even you are amazed by? Mu Ziyu was even more puzzled. You may not believe it, but the original owner of this special meditation method died under the claws of a group of fire wolf soul beasts that were only about 1,000 years old. Huo Lai choked and said a fact that sounded very outrageous. Mu Ziyu. At this moment, Mu Ziyu had to wonder if her husband's eyesight had already started to blur before he entered old age. He lost his life in front of a group of soul beasts that were only about 1,000 years old. His strength was only 3 or 4 rings at most. How could such a small Karami have any useful information in his pocket? Unfortunately, Mu Ziyu was wrong. The one who took out the useful information of extreme flame meditation method was not a 3 or 4 ring soul master who sounded outrageous, but an even more outrageous one, whose soul power level was far from the 3 or 4 rings, and who had just become a 1-ring soul master. The next morning, Mu Yang, with faint dark circles under his eyes, got up sickly again. Originally, Mu Yang thought that with the soul-returning ginseng that can restore soul power and mental power, he could use his innate ability to perform deductions infinitely like a perpetual motion machine, but he didn't expect that he was still thinking too well. Using the deduction ability to exhaust mental power, and then eating the soul-returning ginseng to recover, it's okay a few times, but once it happens too many times, it will also appear like excessive meditation. Mental fatigue. However, it is different from the previous situation. Before, he looked sick because of excessive mental power consumption. Now, even if his mental power is basically at its peak, he still looks very weak, giving people the feeling that this is no longer a matter of good or bad complexion, but that his temperament is like this. It's over, how can I find a wife in the future? Standing in front of the floor-length mirror, looking at himself in the mirror who seems to be weak to the bone, Mu Yang couldn't help feeling sad for a while. Xiao Yang, your strange disease has recurred? In the restaurant, Huo Lai was shocked to see Mu Yang walking in with a weak look, and the symptoms seemed to be much worse than before. 2 years ago, he had invited an 8-ring healing soul Douluo to see Mu Yang, but the conclusion was that Mu Yang did not have any congenital disease, and his body was very healthy, and his functions in all aspects were even better than most of his peers. Originally, Huo Lai thought that this strange symptom, whose root could not be found, would disappear directly after Mu Yang attached the first soul ring and became a formal soul master, and his body functions in all aspects increased greatly. However, he never expected that the symptoms not only did not disappear, but instead became more severe. Huo Lai couldn't understand why he was so weak if he wasn't sick. If Mu Yang was a passionate teenager, it would be fine. After all, he had a girlfriend or did a lot of manual work, so this situation could happen. But Mu Yang is just a child who has just awakened his martial spirit, and his body is not yet mature. Even if he wants to do this, he is powerless. As soon as Huo Lai finished speaking, without waiting for Mu Yang to reply, Mu Ziyu, with a frown on her face, grabbed Mu Yang's arm and carefully examined his physical condition. But as usual, after a thorough investigation, Mu Ziyu still couldn't find the root cause. Xiao Yang, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Letting go of Mu Yang's arm, Mu Ziyu asked with a worried look on her face. It's okay, you two don't have to worry, I'm in good health. Mu Yang waved his hand indifferently. It's just a temporary sequelae caused by overuse of deduction ability. It's not that it can't be recovered. There's no need to worry too much. Just get used to it. Hearing this, the couple looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. It's because you are healthy, but you look weak to the bone that makes us worried. Otherwise, if we know what's wrong, there is no disease in the world that can't be cured at the physical level. For example, the cancer that Mu Yang had in his previous life could be cured in minutes in Douluo continent. Just find a food-type soul master and eat soul food that can clear abnormal conditions. Ziyu, do you think Xiao Yang has a martial soul disease because he awakened his twin martial souls? Symptoms, so he seems very weak? Huo Lai asked Mu Ziyu in a voice transmission. This guess is not without basis. He had heard in the past that in the mainland soul master world, there are very few soul masters with mutated martial souls who suffer from martial soul diseases. And mutated martial soul masters have the possibility of illness, so twin martial soul masters may also have this possibility. After all, compared with normal soul masters, no matter whether they are mutated martial soul masters or twin martial soul masters, they are all relatively special. And the examples of twin martial souls are too rare. Perhaps the twin martial soul masters in the history of the soul master world have all died without making great achievements. The existence of martial soul diseases is also one of the major reasons. End of this chapter. 11 Chapter 11 Blazing Academy. 11. As for Mu Yang getting sick before awakening his martial soul? Well, maybe it was because Mu Yang was destined to awaken his twin martial souls. He had already shown signs of illness at the martial soul level before he officially awakened his martial soul. Now that his martial soul has officially awakened, his illness has worsened. How about buying some nourishing foods for Xiao Yang from time to time in the future? After thinking about it, Mu Zi replied. I think it's okay. Glancing at Mu Yang who was eating breakfast, Huo Lai nodded inconspicuously. By the way, that whale glue is good. Huo Lai added again. Whale glue. Isn't that what? Give it to Xiao Yang? Mu Ziyu's face turned unhappy. How could a child eat such a thing? What are you thinking? Using whale glue to replenish the body will not leave any sequelae, and Xiao Yang just looks very weak. Huo Lai rolled his eyes and explained. At this moment, Mu Yang didn't know that his uncle and aunt were discussing buying whale glue to replenish his body. But if he knew, Mu Yang would definitely not refuse. Because whale glue is a good treasure, an aphrodisiac is only the surface effect of this thing. For soul masters, its biggest effect is to improve physical fitness after taking it, and the older the whale glue is, the better the effect. It's a pity that the soul masters in the mainland soul master world these days don't understand the real effect of this treasure. They just regard it as aphrodisiac. As for nourishing the body, That's just a byproduct. In addition, whale glue can only be produced by whale sea soul beasts, and it is very popular among wealthy and decadent nobles, resulting in a high price. However, the effect of taking a small amount of whale glue to improve physical fitness is not obvious. Not to mention that it is expensive. If you take too much, you may not be able to buy it. This is why no one knows the real effect of whale glue. After breakfast, Huo Lai and Mu Zihu took Mu Yang on a carriage and headed to Shuo Academy outside the city. More than 10 miles east of Shuo City, there is a mountain with sparse vegetation. At the foot of this mountain, there stands a building with a main color of red. It is one of the famous elemental academies in the Soul Master world, Shuo Advanced Soul Master Academy. The carriage has not officially arrived at Shuo Academy. It is still 2 or 3 miles away. Mu Yang faintly sensed the burning breath in the air. However, for Mu Yang, who has the Naruto martial spirit, the faint burning feeling in the air is not only not uncomfortable, but very comfortable. Continue to run along the wide road, and soon, the carriage stopped. After getting off the carriage, what caught Mu Yang's eyes was the magnificent gate of Shuo Academy. As one of the famous elemental academies in the Soul Master world, Shuo Academy is not as poor as Shrek Academy. Whether it is the overall strength of the students or the teaching staff, it can rank among the top of all the advanced Soul Master academies in the Tiandu Empire. On both sides of the red jade archway, which is more than 30 meters wide and about 15 meters high, there is a red jade pillar of the same material with a diameter of more than 1 meter. On the 2 thick red jade pillars, there are all kinds of fire-type martial spirits, including birds, beasts, tools, etc. However, the most eye-catching one is the lifelike fire dragon carved on the top of the left jade pillar, the fire dragon, and the king of birds carved on the top of the right jade pillar, the fire phoenix, which is about to spread its wings and fly high. The best fire-type martial spirits on the continent are the fire dragon and the fire phoenix. As for other existing fire-type martial spirits, although there are many top-quality martial spirits, they are undoubtedly much worse than the two. For example, the one-horned fire tyrannosaur awakened by Huo Lai and Huo Wushuan is also one of the top fire-type beast martial spirits, but the one-horned fire tyrannosaur is only a subspecies of the fire dragon, and cannot be regarded as a pure fire dragon martial spirit. In the middle of the huge red jade archway, there are 4 golden characters covered with flame patterns, Blazing Fire Academy. Looking through the gate of the academy, there is a wide square inside. In the middle of the square, there stands a huge flag about 50 meters high, with red as the base and golden flames as the pattern, symbolizing the blazing and everlasting flames of Blazing Fire Academy. After entering Blazing Fire Academy, Mu Yang felt that he had entered a world full of fiery red. The various tower-like buildings in the academy, the floor tiles on the road, the school uniforms worn by the passing students, and even the flowers, plants, and roadside trees planted on both sides of the road are all red. Other academies are doing greening, but Blazing Fire Academy is doing cremation. All the flowers, plants, and trees at the entrance are emitting fire soul power fluctuations of varying strengths. Obviously, these plants are not ordinary things, but fire attribute plant soul beasts. Xiao Yang, after joining the academy, don't be idle and destroy these flowers and plants, otherwise they will teach you a lesson. Seeing Mu Yang looking at the flowers and plants on the roadside, Mu Zihu said with a smile. Children, sometimes they have a strong desire to destroy. If they are given a thin stick, they may be able to chop down all the flowers and plants within a radius of hundreds of meters. Will they actively attack the students? I think many plants have been cultivated for hundreds of years. Mu Yang asked. No, unlike the wild soul beasts in the soul beast forest, all the fire plants in the academy are planted by the predecessors of the academy. They are very gentle. As long as no one deliberately destroys them, they will not actively attack. Huo Lai explained. Shuo Academy planted fire plants and soul beasts on campus, not just for the sake of beauty. There are many fire plants. Soul beasts, in addition to being beautiful, can also form a mimicry training ground suitable for fire-type martial soul masters to practice, and the latter is the reason why Blazing Academy plants many fire-type plant soul beasts. Of course, the most important mimicry training ground of Blazing Academy is not the fire plant garden composed of many fire-type plant soul beasts, but the lava mimicry training ground located in the sparsely vegetated mountain behind the academy. The mountain behind Blazing Academy is a large extinct volcano. Although there has been no volcanic eruption for thousands of years, the magma inside the volcano has not been completely extinguished. In the academy, there is a passage leading to the inside of the volcano, directly to the belly of the mountain. In the hollowed-out, inverted cone-shaped belly of the mountain, soul masters can see the hot magma rolling at the bottom with their naked eyes. It can be said to be one of the most suitable mimicry training grounds for fire-type soul masters on the continent. However, because the bottom of the lava-simulated training field is magma, the surrounding environment is full of high temperature, which is not something that soul masters below the third ring can bear for a long time, even fire soul masters below the third ring. Therefore, Shuo Academy has a clear rule that only students with soul power levels of 3 rings and above are qualified to enter the lava-simulated training field to practice, so as to avoid life-threatening situations due to insufficient strength. End of this chapter. 12 Chapter 12 The Value of a True Genius. 12. Half an hour later, when Mu Yang walked out of the spire-shaped administrative building of the academy with a top of more than 30 meters, he had completed the admission procedures. So far, Mu Yang, who has just passed the age of 6, has become the youngest student in the history of Shuo Academy. Although Shuo Academy has recruited talented students with innate full soul power since its establishment, and there are even more than one, these innate full soul power students are not the descendants of the Academy's senior family members, and their age of admission is much older than Mu Yang. However, if nothing unexpected happens, Mu Yang's identity as a student of Shuo Academy will accompany him for many years. After all, even after 10 years, he is only 16 or 17 years old, still younger than most students in the academy. After leaving the academy's administrative building, Mu Zihu said, "Xiao Yang, wait here first. Auntie has something to do today. I'll ask someone to call Wushuan and Xiaohu, and let them take you to familiarize yourself with the academy later." "Well, Auntie, you go about your business." Mu Yang nodded. His uncle Huo Lai is the dean of the academy. He went to work as soon as he entered the academy. And his aunt Mu Zihu is also one of the vice deans of the academy. On weekdays, she not only has to practice, but also has to deal with the affairs of the academy, or lead students to go out to hunt souls, etc., unlike him, who is a big idler. Soon, 2 figures of a young man and a girl came from a distance. They were Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. "Hey? Xiao Yang, why are you here too?" Seeing Mu Yang's figure, Huo Wushuan couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Brother, I'm already a student of Blazing Fire Academy, why can't I be in the academy?" Mu Yang said as a matter of course. "Puff, Mom, you and Dad opened too much of a backdoor, didn't you? Letting a kid who just awakened his martial spirit join the Advanced Soul Master Academy, aren't you afraid that other academies will laugh at us?" Huo Wu couldn't help laughing, and then said to Mu Zihu with a teasing look. "A joke? Silly girl, you probably don't know the value of a true genius, they can't even envy you enough. Where do you get the confidence to laugh at us? And let alone our Blazing Fire Academy, if Emperor Shuiye knew about Xiao Yang's talent, Tiando Royal Academy would definitely open its doors to Xiao Yang." Mu Zihu nodded Huo Wu's head unhappily. "Just kidding, this is innate full soul power. Moreover, although there are risks, the upper limit of achievement is undoubtedly higher with the innate full soul power plus twin martial souls. As long as he does not die midway, he will surely become a 9-ring titled Douluo. Even if it is not the Tiandu Royal Academy that opens its doors, even if it is the position of the Imperial Consort, as long as Mu Yang is willing, Emperor Shuiye will be willing to give it. Anyway, the Imperial Princess will recruit a consort sooner or later, so why not recruit a future consort who can be regarded as the foundation of the country for the empire? Brother, your sister wants to hug her thighs, is it too late now?" Huo Wu put her arm around Mu Yang's neck and asked with her head in her arms. "Is this your way of hugging thighs?" Mu Yang, who was being hugged by the neck, rolled his eyes. "Haha, we are siblings, don't care about these details." Huo Wu said nonchalantly. "You can only bully me in these few years." Mu Yang muttered. In the eyes of Mu Yang, as a younger brother, the saying "beat your younger brother as early as possible" is definitely wrong. There is a saying that there must be a cause for every effect. If the older sister has not bullied her younger brother since childhood, how can the younger brother bully her in return when he grows up? "Hey? What did you say?" Hearing the murmur, Huo Wu looked at Mu Yang with a bad face. "I said I was wrong, sorry." Mu Yang chose to be a soft persimmon without hesitation. Not bad, sister is optimistic about you." Seeing that Mu Yang was so sensible, Huo Wu nodded with satisfaction. She has a brother who spoils her at home, and a little cousin who can let her bully, Tut, it's so happy. Okay, Washuan, Xiaohu, you two take Xiao Yang to get familiar with the academy. Xiao Yang will also live in the academy in the future. Mu Ziyu said to Hua Washuan and Hua Wu. Mom, don't worry, Xiao Yang leave it to us. With a big wave of her hand, Hua Wu patted her chest and promised. Whether it is to continue the tradition or have a special hobby, the architectural style of Shiwo Academy is all red tower shaped, even the dormitory building is no exception. Unlike the Junior Soul Master Academy, as a Senior Soul Master Academy, the students of Shiwo Academy are not too young. In addition, the academy does not prohibit students from dating, and needs to leave students a certain amount of privacy. In addition, the academy is rich, although the students do not have the preferential treatment of single-family villas as dormitories, they live in single rooms. However, as a relative household, Mu Yang does not need to live in the same dormitory building with ordinary students, but lives in the exclusive dormitory building of the Academy Dean Huo Lai. This tower is not big. Even if the spire on the top is counted, it is only more than 20 meters. Apart from the spire, the interior is divided into 2 floors, 1 main floor and 3 third floors. It happens that the second floor has 4 rooms, and Mu Yang lives in the second bedroom. After placing the luggage in the Soul Guide storage bracelet and making the bed, Hua Washuan and Hua Wu took Mu Yang to visit Shiwo Academy. Shiwo Academy covers a large area. Even if the extinct volcano behind the academy is excluded, the main campus, which is oval in shape, covers an area of at least more than 2,000 acres. But in such a large academy, there are only 500 to 600 students and teachers. If it is just an ordinary academy, the campus naturally does not need to be built so large, but if it is a Soul Master Academy, and a high-level Soul Master Academy, then it is very necessary. Because buildings such as the Mimic Training Field and the numerous Fighting Spirit Training Fields all require a large area. At noon, in the Academy cafeteria. Come on, Xiao Yang, you are so weak, eat more. As a good brother, Hua Washuan saw that more than half of the plate in front of Mu Yang was filled with vegetarian dishes, so he picked up a big chicken leg for him. In Hua Washuan's opinion, his little cousin was weak because he must have eaten less and his nutrition was not enough. Otherwise, if he ate meat and fish every day, he would be very healthy. Brother, I am not weak. Seeing this, Mu Yang said helplessly. Hee. Hua Washuan smiled and said nothing. Just your pale face, and your lack of energy all day long. If you are not weak, I, Hua Washuan, will write my name backwards from now on. Of course, this is my little cousin, I have to give him some face, just know it yourself, no need to yell. Yes, brother is right, come, Xiao Yang, I'll give you my favorite spicy rabbit head. The elder brother has expressed his opinion, so the elder sister cannot fall behind. Hua Wu also added a spicy and delicious spicy rabbit head to Mu Yang's plate. Thanks to my friend Desuda for voting for the first monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 202206061636325572, Desuda, 201706171839522243, 202004031841178993, Shendao Dizun, Chenlian Chi Zhu Souths Jane, Shendai Yuan Yi, 2023060200341486, 202004031803000250 for their recommendation votes. Also, please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. 13 Chapter 13 Fireworks. 13. Spicy rabbit head? Hearing this, Mu Yang was stunned. Eat it, it's delicious. Hua Wu chewed the rabbit head with relish, speaking incoherently. Looking at the delicious spicy rabbit head on his plate, Mu Yang couldn't help but think of a rabbit with the same nickname as his cousin. The names all have the word Wu in them, and in the mouths of Huo Lai, Mu Ziyu and Hua Washuan, Hua Wu is Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu loves spicy rabbit heads the most, while the other Xiao Wu is terrified of rabbits and can't stand anyone eating rabbits. Xiao Wu, rabbits are so cute, how can you eat rabbits? Hua Wu, cute rabbits must be braised and spicy. This little butterfly is very honest and didn't flap his wings. Except for giving the deduced extreme flame meditation method to his uncle Huo Lai without leaving any trace, he should not have caused much impact on other characters on the mainland, at least so far. If we follow the trajectory of the original work, Xiao Wu has already enrolled in Nodding College and was noticed by a titled Douluo. As a transformed soul beast of 10,000 years, he planned to leave it to his eldest son as soul rings and soul bones. A soul ring and soul bone of 100,000 years, any soul master would be jealous. Isn't that how Tang's 9th soul ring of 100,000 years came from? However, Mu Yang thought that it would be best for him to ruin Tang Hao's wishful thinking in the future, and it was also very necessary to intercept Tang San and explode Xiao Wu. In the original work, 3 gods were born in the mainland soul master world, the angel god Jianrongxiu, the sea god Tang San, and the Rakshasa Bibidong, the god. From Mu Yang's own and Blazing Academy's perspective, Bibidong, Jianrongxiu, and her daughter, or Tang San, are not the same kind of people. If Mu Yang least wants one of the 3 to not be able to ascend to the throne of God, it is definitely Tang San. It's not that his 3 views follow his 5 senses, but simply from the perspective of his own interests. If the original ending is rewritten, what will happen to Bibidong and Jianrongxiu, who are still gods? Mu Yang eyes. It's hard to say, but he has heard about what the future sea god Tang San will be like in the original novel. Douluo continent has become Tang family continent, Douluo god realm has become Tang family god realm. How can he play? Although it is reasonable for Tang San to do so, after all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. If it were him, this Douluo continent and this Douluo god realm would all have to follow his surname Mu. Mu Yang, who does not want the continent to become Tang family continent and the god realm to become Tang family god realm, naturally does not want Tang San to be able to make a comeback like in the original novel. Blasting Xiao Wu and intercepting the 100,000 year soul ring and soul bone of this stupid rabbit can form a very effective blow to Tang San's growth path. Without Xiao Wu's sacrifice, there would naturally be no Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python sacrifices in the future. Without the continuous sacrifices of the 100,000 year soul beasts, even if Tang San still started the Sea God Divine test as in the original work, I'm afraid that Jianrongxiu and Bibidong would have ascended to the throne of God before he advanced to the 9-ring titled Douluo. Well, Jianrongxiu might not be the case. If her Tiandu lurking plan had not failed, with the newly acquired Tiandu Empire as a burden, the time for ascending to the angel god would definitely be much later than in the original work. But Bibidong should not be affected much. After all, this widow had already started the Rakshasa Divine test a long time ago. Of course, if Tang San could be directly exploded, it would seem better? Well, you can try it, but the person who does it must not be himself or the people he cares about, so as not to be smashed into a pancake by a hammer king with a big hammer. In the original novel, Tang Hao seemed to have left Tang San, but Tang Hao also appeared at critical moments more than once. It is possible that he said he was leaving, but in fact he was guarding in secret. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? After a full meal, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu took Mu Yang to the core of the Fire Plant Garden simulated training field after leaving the academy cafeteria. The scope of the Fire Plant Garden simulated training field almost covers the entire Blazing Fire Academy, but not all areas of this simulated training field have the same training bonus effect. For example, the edge of the academy has almost the same bonus effect as no bonus. Following Huo Wu and the others, along the path paved with red pebbles, Mu Yang came to a paradise for fire-type plant soul beasts. At the first moment, Mu Yang's sight was attracted by a tall plant in the center of the botanical garden with countless silver flowers blooming and fiery red branches and leaves. A breeze blew, and a faint exotic flower fragrance came into his nose, and Mu Yang felt that his whole body was refreshed. Seeing Mu Yang's reaction, Huo Wu's face showed a look of as expected, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and then introduced, Xiao Yang, this fire tree and silver flower is not simple, it is the treasure of our Shuo Academy. Treasure of the Academy? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Huo Wu nodded, yes, it is the treasure of the Academy. I heard from my father that this fire tree and silver flower existed as early as the beginning of the establishment of the Academy. After thousands of years of cultivation in the Academy, after consuming a lot of resources, it is now more than 50,000 years old. Since it is the treasure of the Academy, and the Academy is willing to spend a lot of resources to cultivate it, is there anything special about this fire tree and silver flower? I haven't heard of this kind of plant-type soul beast. Mu Yang asked puzzled. Of course. As far as I know, there seems to be no other fire tree and silver flower on the continent except the one in the Academy. It should be a mutation of some fire attribute plant soul beast. As for why the Academy is willing to spend resources to cultivate it. As she spoke, Huo Wu deliberately dragged out the syllables, ready to whet Mu Yang's appetite. Seeing this, Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Whetting people's appetites is the most annoying thing. Huo Wu smiled, and then said proudly, "Did you see the countless silver flowers blooming in the fire tree and silver flower? The faint fragrance emitted by these flowers has a certain effect of nourishing the spirit, which can extend the daily meditation practice time of the soul master. And the fallen petals are also treasures. After drying, they can also be used to make tea, which can also have the effect of nourishing the spirit. Although the effect is not too obvious, and it is not very useful for higher-level soul masters, but for the students of the academy, the effect is very impressive over time. Nourish the spirit." Mu Yang's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards the fire tree and silver flower was filled with inexplicable colors. The reason why he looked weak to the core was because of the excessive consumption of mental and soul power. If there was a sufficient supply of silver flowers, wouldn't he be able to take off the hat of weakness? End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Roll hard. However, the silver flowers with the effect of nourishing the spirit belong to the public property of Blazing Academy. Without a legitimate and reasonable reason, it seems that it is not good to let his uncle and aunt open a back door for him. And if he exposes his deduction talent ability in order to obtain silver flowers, Mu Yang always feels that it is not worth it. Because this fire tree and silver flower can stay safely in Blazing Academy, its actual value must not be too high. At least its effect on high-level soul masters is not obvious, otherwise it would have been snatched away by other forces on the mainland. Although Blazing Academy is not a small force in the mainland, it is still not as good as the two empires, the Spirit Hall and the three sects on the mainland. It is even inferior to the Elephant Armor sect, which is a second-rate force in the Spirit Master world. After all, the Elephant Armor sect is not only one of the 7 major sects on the mainland, but also has an Elephant Armor Academy under its command, which is as famous as Blazing Academy. Let's go, brother, sister will take you to experience it. By the way, you must work hard to practice in the future. Sister is still waiting to hug her thighs. Speaking, Huo Wu pulled Mu Yang towards the fire tree and silver flower in the botanical garden. Mu Yang, Huo Washuan, The next morning, in the bedroom, Mu Yang, sitting cross-legged on the bed, was activating his innate ability and deducing the spiritual power method. Considering the problem of soul power recovery, Mu Yang changed his daily deduction plan. The original deduction plan of replenishing spiritual power through the soul returning ginseng at night and continuously until approaching the limit of his own soul was changed to a one-time deduction plan of once in the morning and once in the evening with less intensity. This is like climbing a 1,000-meter peak, one time non-stop until the top, which is definitely more challenging than climbing 500 meters first, resting for most of the day, and then climbing the remaining 500 meters. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded, and then Mu Zihu's voice came from outside the door, "Xiao Yang, are you awake?" "Awake." Mu Yang replied after interrupting the deduction. With a click, Mu Zihu pushed open the door and walked in. "Xiao Yang, change your clothes. The tutor that my aunt arranged will be here later. Don't be rude." Seeing that Mu Yang was still in pajamas, Mu Zihu said. "Tutor? Okay." Mu Yang nodded. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yang, who was waiting in the living room on the first floor, saw a young woman wearing glasses walk in. "Dean Zihu." As soon as she entered the door, the young woman saluted Mu Zihu. "Well, for ordinary teachers in the academy, the vice dean is also the dean. Teacher Xu Ping, this is my nephew Mu Yang, Xiao Yang. From now on, Teacher Xu Ping will be responsible for teaching you to understand the knowledge of martial spirits and soul beasts." Mu Zihu introduced the two. "Hello, Teacher Xu." Mu Yang greeted politely. "Hello, little friend Mu Yang, Dean Zihu, except for the first class every morning, I have free time. I wonder when I will come to teach Xiao Yang in the future." Xu Ping nodded with a smile and asked Mu Zihu. Hearing this, Mu Zihu did not answer directly, but turned to Mu Yang and asked, "Xiao Yang, what do you think?" "Teacher Xu Ping, you can come after class in the morning. As for the afternoon, I have to meditate and practice in the afternoon, so you can come after 3 o'clock." After thinking for a while, Mu Yang said. "The courses in Shuo Academy are not heavy. There are only 2 classes in the morning every day, from 8 am to 9:30 am, and from 10 am to 11:30 pm. The tutor Xu Ping came after class at 9:30 am, so he could get up early to deduce. The Jian meditation method is a fire attribute meditation method. Putting the practice time in the afternoon when the sun is the biggest and the temperature is the highest in the day may be a little more efficient than practicing in the morning or evening. After the meditation practice is over, it is just right to study in the afternoon until dinner time in the evening. After dinner after that, he deduced again, then went to sleep and entered the next day. Well, the time traveler Mu Yang, who had just turned 6, set himself a blessing plan that was even more ruthless than 996. However, Mu Yang believed that his efforts were worth it, all for a better tomorrow. Those who can endure hardships are not necessarily superior people, but superior people can endure hardships, at least they have endured hardships before. He has good talent, opened a little cheat, and became the king of roles. If even he can't succeed, who can succeed? Mu Yang, roll hard. It seems that Xiao Yang is quite studious. Dean Ziu, what do you think? After praising Mu Yang, Xu Ping turned to look at Mu Ziu. As for the long teaching time? The tutoring fee Mu Ziu gave her was not fixed, but calculated according to the length of time. The longer the teaching time, the more golden little cuties there would be. That's it. Teacher Xu Ping, from tomorrow on, Xiao Yang will be in your care. Mu Ziu directly set the rules. Dean Ziu is too polite. It is my honor to teach Tian Jiao to grow. This is not a polite remark, but Xu Ping really feels this way in her heart. Before coming, she had a general understanding of Mu Yang's situation. With his innate full soul power, he is destined to become the titled Douluo, His Majesty, admired by tens of thousands of people on the continent. She can become the knowledge teacher of the future His Majesty, plus there is a lot of tutoring fees. This deal is not too cost-effective. In the evening, after having a sumptuous dinner in the college cafeteria, Mu Yang returned to his residence with Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. Seeing his aunt Mu Zihu sitting in the living room, Mu Yang went up to say hello, said good night, and then prepared to go back to his room to continue his great cause of creating the law. Xiao Yang, don't rush upstairs to rest. Mu Zihu stopped Mu Yang. Aunt, what's the matter? Mu Yang looked at Mu Zihu. You are so weak, your aunt bought you something to nourish your body. As she spoke, Mu Zihu picked up the jade box on the coffee table in front of her. To nourish your body. Suddenly, Mu Yang's face turned pale. He only looked weak on the surface, but he was not really weak. There was no need to take supplements. And even if he wanted to nourish himself, ordinary supplements would be useless. He must take supplements that have the effect of nourishing the spirit, otherwise he would still be weak. Seeing that Mu Yang embarrassment, Mu Zihu smiled, didn't care, and opened the jade box in his hand. Looking around, Mu Yang saw that the jade box contained a slightly transparent golden solid. It looks very much like a piece of yellow laundry soap. Mom, what did you buy for Xiao Yang to replenish his body? Glancing at the unknown object in the jade box, Huo Wushuan asked curiously. This is whale glue. Mu Zihu said. Whale glue. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face was slightly stunned, and then he focused his attention on the jade box in Mu Zihu's hand again. If he remembered correctly, taking whale glue seemed to improve physical fitness. End of this chapter. 15 Chapter 15 Whale Glue Transmission, Part 1. 15. Xiao Yang, do you know what whale glue is? Seeing that Mu Yang seemed to know what whale glue was, Mu Zihu's face suddenly became not very good. Damn, her nephew is only 6 years old. Who told him that? I don't know, but I heard that fish can make glue, so I guess whale glue should be made from the body of a whale sea soul beast, right? Mu Yang quickly denied it without changing his expression. He, Mu Yang, is pure and innocent, how could he know that whale glue is a famous aphrodisiac? It doesn't exist. Well, this piece of whale glue is golden in color, but not too dark. It seems that the whale sea soul beast that produced whale glue did not reach the age of 10,000 years, otherwise it should be dark yellow. Hearing this, Mu Zihu's expression eased a little, and she said, whale glue is a special substance produced only in the brain of a whale sea soul beast, and it is not the same as fish glue. Mu Yang's expression was restrained, thinking to himself, if I don't say that, doesn't it mean that I am dirty? Mu Zihu took the whale glue out of the jade box. As the soul power surged around her, a ball of orange gold flame rose from her hand and began to roast the whale glue. At normal temperature, whale glue is in a hard solid state. If you want to take it, you need to roast it at high temperature to soften it, otherwise it will be difficult to eat. And ordinary flames will not work, otherwise the temperature is too low and it is not enough to soften the whale glue. But this is not difficult for Muziu. As a 7-ring soul saint of the fire system, let alone roasting whale glue, even if the whale soul beast that produced this whale glue comes, Muziu can directly burn it into ashes. Soon, under the roasting of the orange gold flame, this originally hard 1,000-year-old whale glue quickly softened and turned into a golden colloid. At the same time, a strange fragrance emanated from the softened whale glue. The fragrance was very strong, but it condensed and did not disperse. It did not drift too far, making Mu Yang and Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu next to him drool. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Muziu retracted the flame in her hand, and then with a turn of soul power, the softened whale glue was separated into more than 100 marble-sized balls, which fell back into the jade box. It smells so good. After swallowing her saliva, Huo Wu looked at her mother with envy. Seeing Huo Wu's envy, Muziu rolled her eyes unhappily. There is no share for you, you are not weak, this is for Xiao Yang to replenish his body. How can you, a little girl, eat this stuff? Mu Yang, How can I not mention weakness? Pointing to the many whale glue balls in the jade box, Muziu handed one to Mu Yang and said, Xiao Yang, you can't take too much whale glue, otherwise you will be weak and unable to be replenished. Auntie will bake one for you every night. Yet. Taking a whale glue ball, Mu Yang nodded and stuffed it into his mouth while it was hot. As soon as the whale glue entered his mouth, Mu Yang couldn't help but frown. This thing smelled fragrant, but it was a little fishy and slippery after entering his mouth. It always felt weird. Fortunately, after a while, the fishy smell disappeared, replaced by a strong fragrance. Then, Mu Yang felt a hot current surging from his abdomen and began to flow quickly to his limbs. This hot and comfortable feeling was like entering a sauna and doing a full set of health care. It was particularly comfortable. Mu Yang couldn't help but let out a comfortable muffled hum, and a faint fragrance came out from his mouth and nose. Really, fragrant. But soon, the heat in the body began to subside and turned into an inexplicable feeling of heat. And unlike the previous hot and comfortable feeling, this feeling of heat did not make Mu Yang feel any comfort. In fact, if he was not too young and his body was not fully developed, he would have made a fool of himself at this moment. Fortunately, the amount of whale glue he took was not much. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, it did not have much impact. As for the improvement of whale glue on physical fitness, this is not a deep blue point addition. There is a certain period of subtle process, and the amount is not large, so the improvement effect is not obvious. After a while, realizing that he could still bear it, Mu Yang looked at Muziu again. You are still a child, you can't eat too much. Shaking her head, Muziu put the jade box containing whale glue in her hand into the storage soul guide. Tisk. Mu Yang smacked his lips with a look of regret. There is no doubt that whale glue is a good thing. But Muziu is right. This thing really can't be eaten too much, otherwise he won't be able to sleep tonight. Well, after a few days, when I take more whale glue and can feel that my physical fitness has improved significantly, I will tell my aunt the real effect of whale glue, so that the little ant who is greedy like a kitten will be able to eat it. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, who are like dogs, can also add spirit rings whose age exceeds the normal optimal ratio limit in the future. Although whale glue is expensive, it is not a problem for the Huo family to provide 3 young people with whale glue regularly. 2 days later. In the lava mimicry training field in the belly of the mountain behind Blazing Academy. In a stone room, Huo Lai opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. How is it? Seeing Huo Lai quit the meditation practice, Muziu beside him hurriedly asked. What a great extreme flame meditation method! The previous trip to the Sunset Forest was definitely the greatest opportunity I have encountered in my life. Ziu, maybe in the future Blazing Academy will be able to have another Douluo? No, it must be more than one Douluo. After carefully experiencing the slight changes in the soul power in his body, Huo Lai said to Muziu with excitement. Although the extreme flame meditation method that Mu Yang secretly gave him was very detailed, and all the details of cultivation were recorded, due to the complicated circulation of the soul power in his body, it was not until now that Huo Lai mastered the extreme flame meditation method. But it was only the first time that Huo Lai practiced meditation, and he realized the extraordinariness of the extreme flame meditation method. Its actual effect far exceeded his previous expectations. It seems that the realm of the 9-ring titled Douluo is not as difficult as he had imagined before. And this is for him, a middle-aged man who has long missed the golden cultivation age. If he passes it on to the 3 younger generations in his family who also have fire-type martial souls, not to mention Yang, who is born with full soul power and will surely become a titled Douluo in the future, maybe his children will also be able to get a glimpse of the realm of titled Douluo in the future. Hearing this, Muziu raised her eyebrows slightly. Is this extreme flame meditation method really so amazing? Although her husband's cultivation talent is not bad, with the soul power of up to the 8th level of innateness, even if he just practices step by step, he may not be able to achieve the title of Douluo in the future. But Muziu knows that her husband is not a person who likes to brag. If he is not more than 80% sure, he will not say such a thing. Obviously, this extreme flame meditation method obtained by chance gave Huo Lai enough confidence. Of course. To put it bluntly, this extreme flame meditation method is definitely a supreme treasure for fire attribute martial soul masters. Huo Lai praised without hesitation. This extreme flame meditation method is naturally excellent, but Huo Lai still can't figure it out. Such a magical secret book is really owned by 2 soul masters who died under the claws of a group of 1,000-year-old fire wolf soul beasts? Well, this question is no longer important. Anyway, the extreme flame meditation method in hand is not a fake. Besides, the person is dead, and this problem has become an unsolved mystery. There is no point in worrying about it. Afterwards, Huo Lai, who had mastered the extreme flame meditation method and confirmed its effectiveness, began to instruct Muziu in cultivation. End of this chapter. 16 Chapter 16 Whale Glue Teaching Method, Part 2. 16. Compared to Huo Lai, Muziu was a level lower, and her mental power was much weaker, and her perception was not as sharp. In addition, the specific soul power operation route of the extreme flame meditation method was somewhat complicated. Even with someone's guidance, it took a week to master the extreme flame meditation method. Early in the morning of that day, Huo Lai and Muziu called Yang and the other 2 to the underground quiet room. Afterwards, Huo Lai's soul power surged around him, and he laid a soul power barrier in the quiet room, isolating the inside and the outside to prevent the wall from being heard. Dad, Mom, why are you so mysterious? Did something big happen? Seeing his father so cautious, Huo Washuan asked puzzledly. Yes, but it's a good thing. As he said that, Huo Lai couldn't help but look at Yang. If his nephew just needed to add a soul ring to advance, he would definitely have missed the miraculous extreme flame meditation method. Hey? Uncle, Aunt, how do you know I have a good thing to tell you? At this moment, Yang had already guessed what the good thing Muziu was talking about. If nothing unexpected happened, the couple should have learned the extreme flame meditation method that he secretly gave them these days, and now they are ready to teach them, but Yang interrupted the topic. For the past 10 days, Muziu would roast a whale glue for him to take every night. Although the amount was not large, Yang also clearly noticed that his physical fitness had improved. Now it was time to talk to the 2 of them about this matter with reason and evidence. For high-level soul masters, improving physical fitness is not of much help. Anyway, the soul ring age is high in the later stage, and no one is short of the soul ring age limit of hundreds or thousands of years. But for low-level soul masters, even if the soul ring age limit is increased by 100 years, let alone hundreds or thousands of years, it can bring about a significant change. Similar to the snowball effect, once the soul ring has an initial advantage compared to other soul masters, this advantage will become more and more obvious in the later stages. Generally speaking, soul masters need to cultivate to the 90th level quasi-title Douluo before they can attach a 100,000-year soul ring. However, after having the initial advantage, as the advantage continues to expand, perhaps they can attach a 100,000-year soul ring after cultivating to the 80th level quasi-soul Douluo, and this is without considering soul bones. As for geniuses, they always have to start from a young age and win at the starting line. Although his eldest cousin Huo Washuan and eldest cousin Huo Wu are not too young, they are also it's not too late. Xiao Yang, do you have something good to tell us? Huo Lai was stunned and asked in surprise. Is it because of my physical weakness? Muziu asked with a little excitement. And, I told you I'm not weak. Haven't I been taking whale glue every day recently? I accidentally discovered the real effect of whale glue. Yang pretended to be surprised and denied the fact that he was weak again. Hey? The real effect of whale glue? In addition to nourishing the body, what other effects can whale glue have? Muziu frowned slightly, a little confused. It's to nourish the body. Since it's to nourish the body, isn't it equivalent to improving physical fitness? I've become much stronger recently. Mu Yang said as a matter of course. In fact, there are people on the mainland who have taken whale glue many times, but those who take it only regard whale glue as a thing to add excitement, and because it is expensive, they don't eat too much each time. Moreover, after eating, it will be accompanied by intense exercise. Excessive exercise will lead to physical weakness. With the increase and decrease, no one has discovered the true value of whale glue. Brother, you are very weak. This should be the whale glue that makes up for your weak part. This is why you have the illusion that your physical fitness has been significantly improved, right? As soon as Mu Yang finished speaking, Huo Wu took over the topic. Sister, I said I am not really weak. My physical fitness is not worse than that of soul masters of the same level, otherwise I would not have been able to attach the first soul ring for more than 400 years. Taking whale glue regularly can definitely improve physical fitness. Besides, if it can't really improve physical fitness, but just make up for the weak part, then I won't look the same as before, right? Mu Yang pointed to his still slightly pale face. Hearing this, the eyes of the four people fell on Mu Yang's face. Well, the face of this little carrot head still looks the same as before, except that the four big words "I am very weak" are engraved on his forehead. Is it really effective? Huo Lai frowned and asked uncertainly. Unlike Huo Wu, Huo Lai knew Mu Yang's physical condition. In his opinion, the reason why Mu Yang looked weak was not because of physical problems, but because he suffered from an unknown martial spirit disease. If the physical quality has been significantly improved, it is probably as Mu Yang said, that this whale glue can improve physical quality after taking it. Won't we know if we let my cousins try it later? Mu Yang pointed at Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu. Huo Lai and Mu Ziyou looked at each other and nodded. Whether it works or not, we will know if we try it. Anyway, the cost of the experiment is not high, and there will be no sequelae. If it really works, it will be a big profit. As high-level soul masters, and as senior executives of the Blazing Academy, their vision and cognition are far beyond that of ordinary soul masters. The couple undoubtedly know the importance of a strong soul master's physique. Putting this topic aside for the time being, Huo Lai's face became serious, and his eyes swept over the three people one by one, saying, "Today I will teach you a special meditation method. This method is far more effective than ordinary meditation methods. You must practice it well. But you must remember that this method must not be passed on to others, and don't tell anyone in advance, so as not to cause trouble." Special meditation method. Huo Wu raised her eyebrows and asked, "Dad, what is special about this special meditation method? Is there a special name?" "Don't ask too much, just practice hard after learning it." Without waiting for Huo Lai to answer, Mu Ziyou interrupted Huo Wu's curious baby's idea of continuing to ask. The origin of extreme flame meditation method is a bit problematic. Huo Lai and Mu Ziyou discussed it and decided not to tell Mu Yang and the other two the name and origin of this meditation method, so as to avoid being found by the unknown forces where the original owner was, or the real owner, if the news is leaked in the future. It's like accidentally obtaining the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's unique dragon transformation secret technique, and practicing it secretly without using it in public. But once the news leaks, unless the fist is stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will definitely kill you to prevent the family's unique inheritance secret technique from being exposed to the outside world. Besides, not knowing the name and origin will not affect the actual practice effect of the extreme flame meditation method. End of this chapter. 17 Chapter 17 Monopoly Plan. 17. 1 week later. 5 figures were sitting in the dean's office at Blazing Academy. In addition to Huo Lai and Mu Ziyou, there was also a middle-aged beautiful woman and 2 middle-aged men, one strong and one thin. "Ziyou, Brother Lai called everyone here today. Is there something important?" Glancing at Huo Lai, who was sitting in the first seat, the middle-aged beautiful woman Yan Ruhuo asked Mu Ziyou. "Yes, but it's a good thing. If it's handled well, in the next few decades, the strength of our students in Shuo Academy will be the strongest among the 5 elemental academies, and it is not impossible to even compete for the first place among all the academies on the continent." Mu Ziyou said with a smile. "Compete for the first place? Ziyou, is it as outrageous as you said?" The burly middle-aged man Yan Zhenming asked with surprise. Although the strength of Shuo Academy is not bad, referring to the results of the previous year's All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, Shuo Academy is generally weaker than Leiting Academy and Shenfeng Academy, and is not much different from Tianshui Academy. Among the 5 elemental academies, the only one that Shuo Academy can win is the group of stupid big guys in Xiangjia Academy. How can our own Shuo Academy, which can't even be the boss of the 5 elemental academies, compete with Tiandu, compared with or even surpassing the Royal Academy, Xingluo Royal Academy, and the strongest Wuhan Academy? You know, the Wuhan Academy affiliated to the Wuhan Hall has students at the level of 5 Ring Soul King participating in the Soul Master competition almost every year, but for the Blazing Fire Academy, the last time there were students at the level of 5 Ring Soul King participating was 30 years ago, and it was a Soul Master competition with an age limit. Well, the person in question is also present at this moment, and it is Huo Lai who is sitting at the top. In the next few decades? Ziu, is the method you said today still effective? Qi Chenjun, who is slightly thin, heard one of the key points and asked curiously. Brother Lai, you tell me. Mu Ziu smiled and turned to Huo Lai. Hearing the voice, Huo Lai looked around at the 3 people and said with a serious face, everyone present is a senior member of the academy. What I am going to say next must not be spread before the plan is finalized. Yanru Huo, Martial Soul, Hellfire Vine, 7-Ring Control System Soul Saint, one of the Vice Presidents of Shuo Academy. Yan Zhenming, Martial Soul, Fiery Flag, 7-Ring Strong Attack System Weapon Soul Saint, one of the Vice Presidents of Shuo Academy. Qi Chenjun, Martial Soul, Red Flame Bird, 7-Ring Strong Attack System War Soul Saint, one of the Vice Presidents of Shuo Academy. The 3 of them, together with Mu Ziu, who is also the Vice President of the Academy, and Huo Lai, the Dean, are the current senior members of Shuo Academy. Seeing Huo Lai's serious face, Yanru Huo and the other 2 nodded solemnly. What Huo Lai said was obviously related to the Academy. As senior members of the Academy, the 3 of them would definitely not harm the interests of the Academy. What's more, as senior members, they are naturally vested interests when the Academy benefits. Recently, by chance, I have made a major discovery. This discovery will shock the entire Soul Master world. The value of the item will not be less than that of ordinary soul bones. Ruhuo, you are in charge of the college's finances. How much money can the college use now? As he spoke, Huo Lai's eyes fell on Yan Ruhuo. There are still more than 5 million gold soul coins, but if necessary, with the reputation of our Shuo College, we can borrow from the Empire or Kaibao Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention more, it should not be a problem to borrow 10 or 20 million. After thinking for a while, Yan Ruhuo replied. Shuo College is not as poor as Shrek College. As one of the elemental colleges with a good reputation in the entire continent, it can receive financial subsidies from the official Tiandu Empire every year. After all, it is impossible for all the students who graduated from Shuo College to work in the college in the future. Most of them will join the Tiandu Empire. And the Tiandu Empire's funding of Shuo College is, to a certain extent, equivalent to training soul masters for the Empire. In addition, Shuo City is not the fief of a certain noble. Although it belongs to the Tiandu Empire in terms of administrative division, all taxes of Shuo City and its subordinate villages and towns do not need to be submitted to the treasury of the Tiandu Empire, but belong to the exclusive teaching funds of Shuo Academy, and the Tiandu Empire does not take a penny. Besides, if you need money, you can borrow it. With the reputation of Shuo Academy for thousands of years, no creditor will worry that Shuo Academy will be a deadbeat. I think both the Shuya Emperor and the spendthrift Ning Grand Master will be generous. Brother Lai, what is so precious? Qi Chenjun asked Huo Lai. At this moment, Qi Chenjun roughly guessed what was going on. This must be that Huo Lai accidentally discovered some treasure that can play a good role in Soul Masters, and he was going to let the Academy buy it vigorously before the news was leaked to complete the market monopoly. As for whether to keep it for internal use in his own academy or resell it at a high price to earn high profits, that is something to consider after the monopoly plan is completed. It's not to mention that Huo Lai really thought so after verifying that whale glue really has the effect of improving the physical fitness of soul masters in Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu these days. It would be a bit too petty to cover up this accidental discovery and spend his own money to secretly buy whale glue for his 3 juniors to take. With the improvement of physical fitness, the upper limit of the soul ring age will be increased, so the age of the soul rings added by Mu Yang and the other 2 in the future will definitely exceed the limit of the usual optimal ratio. At that time, soul masters with a little knowledge will be able to judge the approximate age of the soul rings by the color of the soul rings of the 3 people. It can be said that the soul ring age exceeds the limit, unless it is not shown in front of others, it will definitely not be concealed. For outsiders, Huolai can naturally choose not to explain. If the other party is an existence that Shuo Academy cannot afford to offend, he can also push it to the soul bone. But for colleagues in the academy who know the ins and outs, it is not easy to hide it, and it may not be hidden. What's more, as the dean of the academy, he can't be without any pattern. As more people know about it, and more students in the academy have soul rings that exceed the age limit, the actual effect of whale glue will definitely be revealed. Since this news will be exposed sooner or later, it is better to turn the passive into active, bring Blazing Academy to go all in, and monopolize all the whale glue available on the market. First, it is to take advantage of the fact that the news has not been leaked and the price of whale glue is still low to stock up a lot, so as to avoid being unable to buy it even if you have money in the future. Second, if there is excess whale glue, he and Blazing Academy can be the dealer and reap a lot of leaks. After all, whale glue can improve the physical fitness of soul masters, and the effect will not conflict with soul bones. Once the news leaks, the forces on the mainland that are not short of money will certainly buy it up in large quantities, and the price of whale glue will definitely rise. End of this chapter. 18 Chapter 18 It's too small, the pattern is still too small. 18. It is said that money is something outside of the body, and this is not without reason. But for Shuo Academy, gold soul coins are indispensable. The maintenance of the mimic training field, the salary of the academy teachers, the loss of the fighting spirit training field, etc. No dean of any soul master academy will dislike that the teaching funds of his own academy are too much. In addition, if Shuo Academy has a large amount of whale glue, and other academies have little, using whale glue as a reward for outstanding students will surely attract more talented students to enroll in Shuo Academy, thereby improving the overall strength of the academy. Well, if you don't want to be the dean of the strongest academy on the mainland, you are not a good dean. This treasure is whale glue. Huolai didn't hide it anymore and gave the answer directly. Whale glue. As soon as these words came out, Yan Ruhuo, Qi Chenjun and Yan Zhenming all widened their eyes, looking incredulous. All of them had eaten meat before, and they were not novices, so they naturally knew what whale glue was. But whale glue, isn't it just for fun? How come its value is not lower than that of ordinary soul bones? I didn't expect it at first. You have all seen my nephew Mu Yang. This kid looks very weak all day long, so Ziyu and I discussed buying him some whale glue to replenish his body. Unexpectedly, after taking it for more than 10 days, this kid told us that his physical fitness has improved. With a skeptical attitude, I asked Washuan and Xiaohu to try taking it for a few days, and found that it was true, and their physical fitness had improved significantly. Perhaps for high-level soul masters, this improvement effect is not too obvious, but for low-level soul masters, it is definitely very considerable. Just imagine, if the outside world knew whale glue can allow soul masters to attach a first soul ring of 500 or 600 years, a second soul ring of 1,000 years, a third soul ring of 3,000 or 4,000 years, and a fourth soul ring of 8,000 or 9,000 years. This thing must be very popular among soul masters. How much will the price rise by then? And even if we don't consider buying low and selling high to make huge profits, the academy will keep it for its own use as a reward for outstanding students. Then in the future, when talented soul masters on the continent choose a soul master academy, they will definitely give priority to our Blazing Fire Academy. After verifying the effect of whale glue, even Huolai, the dean of Blazing Fire Academy, was shocked. For individuals, except for the lack of soul bone skills, the effect of whale glue is not much worse than that of ordinary soul bones. And the price of soul bones, well, those who understand it understand it. Even the most useless 100-year soul bones are not something that whale glue can touch. Although except for soul masters who are professional soul hunters, most soul masters who are lucky enough to get soul bones generally do not choose to sell soul bones for money. However, few soul masters on the mainland would spend money to buy soul bones, unless their families were really rich and had too many gold soul coins to spend. Brother Lai, whale glue can only be made from the bodies of whale-like sea soul beasts. The amount of whale glue on the market is scarce and it is quite popular among the nobles. If we really want to buy it in large quantities, we may not get much. It is better to do both. After a while, after digesting the news that taking whale glue can improve the physical fitness of soul masters, Yan Ruhuo, who came back to his senses, said to Huo Lai. Ruhuo, do you mean that our academy's masters will form a group to go to the sea to hunt whale-like sea soul beasts? Qi Chenjun said, touching his chin. Before Yan Ruhuo could answer, Yan Zhenming shook his head and said, it's not appropriate. All of our academy's soul masters are fire-type soul masters. If we go to the sea to hunt souls, our strength will be greatly reduced. In addition, the sea soul beasts occupy the sea, and the fire-type 6-ring soul emperors are probably not able to defeat the sea soul beasts that have just entered the 10,000 years. Moreover, most whale-type sea soul beasts are not easy to mess with. If we act alone, not only will our efficiency be low, but the risks are also not small. At this time, Yan Ruhuo's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said, I didn't say that we should act alone. Let's bring Tian Shui Academy with us. Water and ice soul masters are more powerful than us. This group of people who play with fire are more suitable for hunting souls in the sea. In recent years, the Spirit Hall has become more and more powerful, and even the Haoshan sect has been forced to close the mountain and hide from the world. I think this continent will be in chaos sooner or later. Ziyu, doesn't your nephew have innate full soul power and twin spirits? He is destined to be one of the few strong men on the continent in the future. I think we should swallow up Tian Shui College. When the two colleges merge, if the continent is really in chaos, it will also make others dare not act rashly. And I have thought of a name, it is called Binghuo College. Huo Lai and the other four. This woman has a big appetite. It must be said that Yan Ruhuo's idea almost shocked Huo Lai and the other four. Small, his pattern is still small. Huo Lai feels that compared with Yan Ruhuo, his pattern as the dean is still small. I just wanted to pull the college together to stock up on goods, or cut a wave of leaks, but I never expected that Yan Ruhuo would start to think about merging Tian Shui College, which is also an elemental college. However, Huo Lai admitted that he was tempted. As I said, if you don't want to be the dean of the strongest academy on the continent, then you are not a good dean. Ahem, let's put aside the matter of Ice and Fire Academy for now and talk about it later. Speaking of whale glue, on the one hand, we will send people to secretly purchase whale glue on the market, and on the other hand, we will post a reward for recovering the bodies of whale sea soul beasts in coastal cities, and let those sea soul masters help us hunt. After all, the sea is dangerous, if something unexpected happens no one wants to see it outside. Clearing his throat, Huo Lai set the tone. Gold soul coins are external things. Huo Lai doesn't want his own academy's masters to risk their lives to do things that can be done with gold soul coins. Anyway, the purpose of Blazing Fire Academy is just to obtain whale glue. As for how the whale glue came, it doesn't matter. And Huo Lai admits that as a fire spirit master, he has an inexplicable fear of the sea. But this can't be blamed on him, but countless lessons in history tell future spirit masters that the vast ocean is a forbidden place for land spirit masters, especially for fire spirit masters who don't have the ability to fly. For example, if he, an 8-ringed soul Douluo, is facing an 8-year-old soul master, he will be afraid of the sea. If it is an ordinary land soul beast under 10,000 years old, he can defeat it alone. But if it is a sea soul beast, and the battlefield is in the sea, it is uncertain whether he can defeat the 50,000-year sea soul beast. It is precisely because the sea soul beasts occupying the sea are a little bit stronger than the land soul beasts, which leads to the situation that there are many 100,000-year sea soul beasts in the vast ocean, but no 90-level quasi-titled Douluo dares to attack the 100,000-year sea soul beasts on the mainland. If you don't have the strength of a 97-level titled Douluo or above, and dare to explode the soul ring and soul bone of a 100,000-year sea soul beast, you can only be regarded as sending your head. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Taiyin Refining Spirit. More than 10 days later. 2 days later, Huo Wushuan also mastered the extreme flame meditation method after Huo Wu. After seeing that his elder cousin and elder cousin had learned it one after another, Mu Yang pretended to learn the extreme flame meditation method the next night. So far, the matter of secretly passing the extreme flame meditation method to his 4 relatives has finally been settled. At the same time, Mu Yang also whitewashed the extreme flame meditation method he practiced, and he can practice it openly in front of his aunt and 4 others in the future. On the other side, in Tiandu City, in a luxurious prince's mansion. What did you say? Whale glue can't be bought. In the luxurious hall, the imperial prince Shuexing asked the housekeeper of the palace with a surprised look on his face. Your Highness, I have run through all the major chambers of commerce in Tiandu City, and whale glue is out of stock. After asking around, I learned that someone has been buying it recently, as if to monopolize whale glue. Wipe the sweat off his forehead without leaving a trace, the middle-aged housekeeper answered truthfully. Does Kaibao Chamber of Commerce have no whale glue anymore? Xuexing asked again without giving up. When people reach middle age, or even middle-aged people who are about to enter old age, there are some things that are really beyond their ability. If there is whale glue to help, it would be fine, and Xuexing can also transform into a vigorous and passionate young man, but if there is no whale glue to help, then he can only be an old dried carrot. The middle-aged housekeeper shook his head. Damn, which bastard ruined my mood? Xuexing cursed bitterly. You know, there is a pair of delicate cat-eared twin girls waiting for him to favor tonight. If he had known this, he should not have invited so many guests to a party last night, which led to the depletion of the whale glue stock in the house. This is like LSP who is used to taking small pills, and you suddenly don't let him take them, which is totally uncomfortable. Do you know which force did this? While cursing, Xuexing asked the butler. Hearing this, the middle-aged butler shook his head again. Because of the limited efficacy and the high price, everyone who buys whale glue can be said to be either rich or noble, and they are all big customers. The major chambers of commerce will not leak secrets at will, not to mention that he, the butler of the prince's mansion, cannot truly represent his royal highness. Another thing is that even if it is the chamber of commerce itself, it may not be able to recognize the origin of the buyer. After all, customers do not need to reveal their identities when buying things, as long as they pay the money. Coincidentally, it is not only Xuexing who knows that someone secretly buys a large amount of whale glue and is suspected of forming a monopoly. Every year, for the prosperity of the whale glue market, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, who contributed his own huge strength, also received the news reported by the president of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce under the sect. In theory, the whale glue-related industry is just an inconspicuous side business. Although the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce under the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect also purchases and sells this stuff, due to the limitations of the industry, it is not worthy of the attention of a big figure like the Ning sect leader. But there is no way, who let the Ning sect leader like this? Although Ning Fengzi looks young, he is actually over 50 years old. Without whale glue to cheer him up, how can he, the Ning sect leader, often save the young ladies who are still alive in the Tiandu auction house? Sect leader, the president asked his subordinates to ask you if it is necessary to investigate the origins of the people who bought the goods. A disciple of Kaibao Liulai sect who worked in Kaibao Chamber of Commerce asked Ning Fengzi. No need, it's just a little whale glue, let it go. Ning Fengzi waved his hand. Grand Sect Master Ning is not Xuexing, he is a person who is good at long-term thinking. Even if all the whale glue on the market is sold out, his personal inventory is enough for him to spend for several years. In this case, whether someone buys it or not, it doesn't matter to him. Besides, there are unknown local tyrants taking care of the business of Kaibao Chamber of Commerce. As the helmsman behind the Chamber of Commerce, he should be happy. As for other people who need whale glue? This is related. What does Ning Fengzi have to do? Anyway, as long as I have something to eat, it's fine. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The moon is at its zenith, and Mu Yang sits cross-legged on the cushion on the balcony with his eyes closed, quietly practicing the method of spiritual power cultivation, turning the moonlight in the night sky into his own spiritual power. As early as half a year ago, Mu Yang had deduced the method of spiritual power cultivation through continuous hard work and deduction of his innate ability. The method of spiritual power cultivation, Taiyin refining the spirit, attracting and absorbing the moonlight under the night sky, lighting up the Taiyin star in the sea of consciousness, and turning it into one's own spiritual power. Unlike the extreme flame meditation method which is directly linked to the soul power level, Taiyin refining the spirit is divided into 5 realms, from low to high: fantasy moon, half moon, full moon, bright moon, and Taiyin. Lighting up a vague illusory full moon in the sea of consciousness is the entry to the first realm of fantasy moon. When the illusory full moon is clear and about to enter the solidification stage, it is the first realm of the illusory moon, and the mental power corresponds to the 30th level soul master. When the illusory full moon in the sea of consciousness gradually solidifies and turns into a real half moon, it is the second realm of the half moon, and the mental power corresponds to the 60th level soul master. The real half moon turns into a real full moon, which is the third realm of the full moon, and the mental power corresponds to the 90th level soul master. The materialized full moon continues to be tempered, and the bright moonlight blooms to the extreme, which is the fourth realm of the brilliant moon, and the mental power faces the bottleneck of the 100th level. The brilliant moon that blooms the bright moonlight is transformed into the eternal Taiyin star that emits the light of the moon, which is the fifth realm of the moon. There is no doubt that the final fifth realm of the moon is the target of the mental power level of the 100th level and above. And after practicing the moon refining spirit to the fifth realm of the moon, the light of the moon in the sea of consciousness of the cultivator will not be extinguished, and the soul will be immortal. As for the higher level, after deducing the fifth level of Taiyin, Mu Yang did not continue to deduce Taiyin refining spirit. After all, the level above 100 is still very far away from him, and it is meaningless to spend a lot of time to deduce it for the time being. Perhaps it is because Mu Yang's own soul power is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if he only practiced Taiyin refining spirit for half a year, he still practiced to the perfection of the first level of Huanyu, and his mental power is not weaker than that of ordinary 30-level soul masters. However, Taiyin refining spirit has a shortcoming, or limitation. When it is not night, this mental power training technique cannot be practiced normally. Even if the technique is used, it can only be used to restore mental power. At the same time, the practice efficiency of Taiyin refining spirit is also affected by different dates and different weather. For example, on rainy days, when the moon in the night sky is covered by dark clouds, or when the date is at the beginning and end of the month, the moon in the night sky is not as big as in the middle of the moon, the practice efficiency will also decline to a certain extent. If the influence of weather factors is excluded, the efficiency of cultivation during the full moon in the middle of the month is almost double that of the new moon at the beginning of the month and the waning moon at the end of the month. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Return to the Sunset Forest. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the difficulty of deducing the spiritual power cultivation method Taiyin refining God is much greater than that of extreme flame meditation method. The reason why it only takes about a year and a half to deduce Taiyin refining God, while the less difficult extreme flame meditation method takes several years, is because his spiritual power has become stronger than before the awakening of the martial soul, and the deduction efficiency of his innate ability has been greatly improved. Of course, the most important thing is that he has the first soul skill that can restore spiritual power, the soul returning ginseng, and the reward of the Blazing Fire Academy to outstanding students, the treasure of the Academy, the silver flower with the effect of nourishing the spirit that blooms from the fire tree and silver flower, which has greatly increased Mu Yang's daily deduction time. After a long time, tonight's practice came to an end, and Mu Yang prepared to go back to his room to sleep. In the past, as the king of the role, Mu Yang would definitely not be able to sleep at this moment. He would have to deduce another wave of bodybuilding exercises that have not yet been completed. After all, meditation and mental training exercises are already available. If you want to have no shortcomings in the three aspects of essence, qi, and spirit, you must also have bodybuilding exercises. But he can't continue to stay up tonight. He still has things to do after dawn, so he has to rest well. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the balcony of the next room. The next second, Huo Wu, wearing pajamas, climbed over the balcony railing and jumped to Mu Yang's side. Good for you, Mu Yang, you don't sleep in the middle of the night. No wonder you can't change your physical weakness. Seeing that Mu Yang, who was weak to the bone, stayed up late again, Huo Wu said with a bad face. Yeah, I'll go to bed now. After being labeled as physically weak for many years, Mu Yang has gotten used to it, and he didn't mean to refute it. He nodded directly. Go, you still have to go soul hunting tomorrow morning. Seeing Mu Yang so honest, Huo Wu, as a sister who cares about her brother's physical and mental health, nodded and immediately pushed him back to the room to sleep. Yes, that's right. After advancing to the first ring soul master, he has practiced for more than 2 years. Now Mu Yang's soul power level has reached the 20th level quasi-great soul master, and he can add soul rings to advance again. The next morning, after breakfast, Mu Yang followed Huo Lai to the gate of Shuo Academy. At this time, at the gate of the academy, there was already a slender boy with short reddish-brown hair waiting. Dean. Seeing Huo Lai coming with Mu Yang, the short-haired boy came forward to say hello, and then smiled and stretched out his right hand to Mu Yang. Junior Mu Yang, my name is Huoyun. As the student with the strongest cultivation talent and the youngest age in the academy, Huoyun, the short-haired boy, naturally recognized Mu Yang, but they had no friendship in the past. Already. Hello, Senior Huoyun. Although he didn't know the short-haired boy in front of him, Mu Yang smiled and extended his hand in return. Xiao Yang, Huoyun's soul power level has also been cultivated to level 30. It's just right for us to go to Sunset Forest to hunt souls together. And if nothing goes wrong, you should be teammates in the next Soul Master competition. Huo Lai said. Hearing this, Mu Yang suddenly understood something. When he told him about Huoyun, he couldn't remember who this person was. There was no way. There were too many people with the surname Huo in Shiwo Academy, and most of them had reddish hair color, and there were many people with the same name. In addition, he usually stayed at home, so how could he know who this was? But if it was Huoyun, a member of the Shiwo Academy in the Soul Master competition in the original book, Mu Yang still had a little impression of him. If I remember correctly, Huoyun's martial soul seemed to be a fire-type bird of the agility attack system? And his soul power level was also over 40 during the Soul Master competition? Of course, the soul power level in the original Soul Master competition cannot represent everything. After all, the ages of the participating students are different. The oldest of them is in their 20s, while the youngest is only 14 or 15 years old. There is a huge gap in the gold content of the two, and they cannot be confused. Well, the most fucked up one is Feng Xiaotian. It's okay to be a dog to lick his cousin, anyway, he finally got it, so he is a war wolf. The biggest problem is that he doesn't practice soul power at a young age, but is keen on tinkering with his own soul skills. As a result, he has a good innate full soul power, but only a soul power of level 44 at the age of 24, which is really a loss of face for the innate full soul power. Otherwise, if Feng Xiaotian had focused on practicing soul power, let alone a 5-ring Soul King, he might be able to participate in the Soul Master competition at the level of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. 2 days later, the inner area of the Sunset Forest. Bang! A dull roar was heard, and a fire sparrow soul beast in midair was possessed by the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, and Huo Lai, who was flying in the air, slapped it hard. Even if it was just an ordinary dragon claw attack, not a strong attack soul skill, this fire sparrow soul beast, which was more than 2,000 years old, still couldn't bear it and fell directly from mid-air. After all, he was a master of the 8-ring soul Douluo level, and it was definitely a piece of cake for him to control a 1,000-year-old soul beast. With a boom, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the fire sparrow soul beast that fell to the ground was injured and fainted. Glancing at the fire sparrow soul beast that was already seriously injured and fainted, Huo Lai turned his head to look at Huoyun beside him, waved his hand, and said, "Go." 2 years ago, Huo Lai would not hunt soul beasts that were more than 2,000 years old for students. Because the spirit ring of more than 2,000 years has exceeded the best ratio of the 3rd spirit ring of ordinary spirit masters, the 30-level quasi-spirit master cannot attach it, and as the 4th spirit ring of the 4-ring spirit master, the age of more than 2,000 years is too low. But now is different from the past. Since the Monopoly plan was basically completed successfully, although most of the students in Blazing Fire Academy are still the same as before, there are several outstanding students with good talents who have received special training from the Academy. And the so-called special training is to give whale glue to outstanding students with excellent talents to improve their physical fitness and attach spirit rings with an age exceeding the best ratio limit. It just so happens that Huoyun is one of the students who have received special training from the Academy, and his physical fitness is enough to withstand the 3rd spirit ring of more than 2,000 years. That is, Huoyun joined Blazing Fire Academy after he advanced to the 2nd ring Great Spirit Master, and the 1st and 2nd spirit rings have already been attached. Otherwise, if he took the whale glue given by the Academy before attaching the 1st spirit ring, under the snowball effect, the attachment limit of the 3rd spirit ring would definitely exceed 3,000 years. "Thank you, Dean." He bowed his hands and thanked Huo Lai. The red soul power around Huoyun was shining. The fire crane martial spirit was attached to him. 200-year soul rings bloomed. The 10 fingers of his hands turned into sharp red crane claws and stabbed into the soft jaw of the fire sparrow soul beast. Puff! The sound of breaking into the flesh was heard. A bright red blood flower bloomed, and the sharp crane claws went straight into the brain. Soon, countless golden light spots spread out, and a purple 1,000-year soul ring gradually condensed from the body of the fire sparrow soul beast. Thanks to my friends Library Elf and 202011051024170331 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends 2022030822273990, 202206061636325272, Kunyoshura, and my wife Yukinashita Yukino AA for their recommendation tickets. Please add to collection, please recommend, please vote for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Uninvited Guests. After a while, seeing that Hwoyun, who had attached the Fire Sparrow soul ring, showed no signs of being unable to bear it, Hwali finally put down his worries. Although it was known that taking whale glue could improve the physical fitness of soul masters, whale glue was relatively rare, and Blazing Fire Academy was not generous enough to give it to any student. This time, Hwoyun attached a third soul ring that was more than 2,000 years old. This was the first time that a soul master who took whale glue attached an ultralimit soul ring. It was still in the theoretical stage, and before it was actually verified, Hwali was a little worried. But now he was completely relieved. Although the third soul ring that Hwoyun was currently attaching was only about 600 or 700 years older than the normal optimal ratio limit, the excess was not too large, but it also proved that the effect of whale glue was real. After all, Hwoyun did not if he did not take whale glue to refine any soul bone, the upper limit of his third soul ring age would be at most 1,400 years. Time passed slowly, and a few hours later, the soul power aura emanating from Hwoyun surged, and he successfully refined the Fire Sparrow soul ring that was more than 2,000 years old, and his soul power level officially advanced to the third ring soul master. Dean, I succeeded. As soon as he woke up, he could not take the time to experience the changes after the soul power was advanced. Looking at the purple third soul ring that bloomed on his body, which was a few points darker than the other three ring students in the academy, Hwoyun could not contain his joy and said to Hwali with excitement. Touching his chin, Hwali nodded with satisfaction, not bad. If you continue to take the third soul ring that is more than 2,000 years old, although the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years old will not work, the fourth soul ring of 9,000 years old should still be no problem. As he said, Hwali could not help but glance at Yang beside him. This eldest nephew of his family not only has a good talent for cultivation, but also has strong luck. When I brought this kid to the Sunset Forest to hunt souls, I accidentally got a mysterious extreme flame meditation method, which gave him the opportunity to become a 9-ring titled Douluo in the future. I bought some whale glue for this kid to replenish his body. Although his body still looked the same after eating it, he discovered the true function of whale glue, which was outrageous. I always feel that this kid has taken all the good things in the world. Suddenly, the subtle sounds of insects and birds that came into my ears stopped abruptly, and there was silence in the forest. A sense of depression arose spontaneously, as if some peerless monster suddenly appeared. Then, a low voice came into the ears of Yang and the other two, the fourth soul ring of 9,000 years should not be a problem? Can you tell me in detail? Suddenly, the three were startled and turned their heads to look at the sound. They saw two figures, one old and one young, appearing in the forest not far away. The old man was wearing a grey robe, with a slender figure, looking like a javelin. His hair and beard were all dark green, and his eyes were more like emeralds shining. Beside the old man was a young girl, who looked very heroic, with short dark purple hair. She was not very beautiful, but with a pair of green eyes, she gave people a kind of enchanting charm. This is Dugo, no, Grandpa Zionko? Although he had never seen Dugo, Yang could be sure that this old man with dark green hair and beard and deep aura must be Dugo, the guest of the Tiandu royal family. Of course, compared with Dugo's strength as a titled Douluo, Yang was more concerned about his other identity, Grandpa Zionko. Dugo, pick whatever you want. Huolai of Blazing Fire Academy, meet His Majesty the Green Phosphorus. Sure enough, just when Yang secretly confirmed the identity of the old man, Huolai respectfully bowed to Dugo. Dugo is a famous titled Douluo in the Soul Master world, and he is also a guest of the imperial family of the empire. Huolai will naturally recognize him. Then, Yang and Huoyun also bowed to Dugo. This bow was because Dugo was one of the few titled Douluo masters in the mainland Soul Master world, and it was a sign of the weak respecting the strong. Blazing Fire Academy. Dugo raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't care too much. For ordinary Soul Masters, Blazing Fire Academy is famous enough and strong enough, but for titled Douluo, well, it's just Blazing Fire Academy, even though Dugo's strength is not strong among titled Douluo. Yang, it's not that it's not strong, but it's at the bottom. Of course, Blazing Fire Academy still has its foundation. Although there is only one 8-ring soul Douluo in Blazing Fire Academy, this is only the current senior management of the academy. Senior management such as the former dean and vice dean of the academy are not dead, but they are retired because of their age. However, he didn't want to kill Huo Lai, he just asked a question, and Shiwo Academy would not fight with him for this. So, if the reason you said you could attach the 9,000-year-old fourth soul ring is not because of the soul bone refining, and this method has no side effects, I owe you a favor. After thinking for a while, Dugo said to Huo Lai. My granddaughter Dugoyan just broke through level 30 yesterday, and she hasn't had time to attach the third soul ring yet. If Huo Lai's method is really effective, Dugo is willing to owe a favor for his granddaughter to have a brighter future. Hearing this, Huo Lai hesitated. It's not that Huo Lai is not going to agree, but he can't agree too quickly, to give Dugo a feeling of my method is very valuable, if it's really impossible to refuse, I will never tell you. Dugo is both good and evil. Now that he has asked, and this place is a perfect place for killing people like the Sunset Forest, Huo Lai cannot refuse. What's more, after Huoyun returns to the academy, unless he does not use his martial soul in the future, the configuration of the soul ring with an excessive age limit will definitely not be concealed, and the actual effect of the whale glue will be leaked, which is only a matter of time. In this case, it is okay to tell Dugo now. And the impact of Dugo, an outsider, knowing this matter on the Blazing Fire Academy is just to advance the original plan. Seeing Huo Lai hesitate, Dugo is not angry but happy. Because Dugo knows that Huo Lai will not and dare not refuse him in this situation. And Huo Lai hesitated, which means that in addition to refining soul bones, there is really a way to attach the fourth soul ring of 9,000 years, and it has no side effects, otherwise he would definitely say it directly. Pretending to hesitate for a moment, Huo Lai gritted his teeth and said, this method really has no side effects. I can tell your majesty, but I hope your majesty will keep it secret for a while after learning about it. No problem. If anyone asks, I will definitely keep it secret. Dugo agreed without hesitation. He only has one granddaughter, Dugoyan, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't tell others. And he can hear that Blazing Academy doesn't seem to plan to keep this method secret for a long time. Maybe it will be announced later, otherwise Huo Lai wouldn't just say keep it secret for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. A favor of a titled Douluo. Did Dugo lose out? In order to know a piece of news that will be known sooner or later, he did a favor? No, Dugo will not lose out. After all, if he hadn't met Huo Lai today, his granddaughter Dugoyan would have advanced to the three-ring soul master and missed the third soul ring with an excessive age limit. Another thing is that since he has already made a promise, there is no reason to take it back. As a titled Douluo, Dugo has to save face. It's just a favor he owes someone, it's not worth it for him to turn his face and deny it. Your Majesty, taking whale glue can improve the physical fitness of soul masters. The older the whale glue, the better the effect. With improved physical fitness, you can naturally attach soul rings with a higher age of less than 10,000 years. Huo Lai did not hide anything and told the actual effect of whale glue. Whale glue. Dugo raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Isn't this thing a fun thing? How can it improve physical fitness? After thinking about it, Dugo flashed and appeared beside Huoyun, grabbing his arm and exploring. Huoyun was almost scared when he saw Dugo suddenly appear beside him, but fortunately he realized that Dugo would not hurt him, so he did not resist. After a while, Dugo put down Huoyun's arm and nodded secretly. Huo Lai was right. He did not find any signs of soul bone refining in Huoyun. Huoyun, who had not refined soul bones, could attach soul rings of excessive age. It was true that taking whale glue could improve the physical fitness of soul masters. However, Dugo was not completely relieved because of the safety of his precious granddaughter. He flashed to Mu Yang's side again and grabbed his arm to examine it carefully. Hey? You are only 8 years old. Dugo said in surprise after noticing Mu Yang's bone age. As a titled Douluo, Dugo saw through Mu Yang's soul power level of a 20th level quasi-great soul master at a glance. Children who are 6 years old can awaken their martial souls. In other words, this red-haired kid in front of him has only practiced for more than 2 years and can become a second-ring great soul master? Another innate full soul power appeared on the continent. Boy, what martial soul did you awaken? Dugo asked Mu Yang. Full innate soul power, a perfect title, worthy of his special look as a titled Douluo. Senior, I awakened a food-type martial soul. As he spoke, the soul power in Mu Yang's hand glowed, and a 4-inch-long earthy yellow ginseng quietly emerged. Food-type martial soul? Tisk, what a pity. Dugo shook his head with a little regret. A future food-type titled Douluo is indeed valuable, but in Dugo's opinion, compared with a high-level combat type titled Douluo, there is undoubtedly a lot of difference. After all, there is not much difference between a level 91 food type titled Douluo and a level 95 or above food type titled Douluo. At most, the level is higher, the soul power in the body is more durable, and more soul food can be produced at one time. But if it is a titled Douluo of the combat system, the gap between level 91 and level 95 and above is very large. To some extent, a food-type soul master who has awakened his innate full soul power is suspected of wasting his own cultivation talent. Mu Yang, What a pity. What do you mean? Are you looking down on food-type soul masters? When I become a titled Douluo one day in the future, I, Mu Yang, will use the food-type martial soul to challenge the mysterious Nang Huan Shou ammonia glass. Of course, Mu Yang only thought about this in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, lest he be taught a lesson. Although Dugo felt a little sorry for Mu Yang, this investigation also further confirmed the role of whale glue. Although Mu Yang looked a little pale and looked like his body was hollowed out, his physical fitness was far above that of an ordinary level 20 soul master, and was not far behind that of a level 30 soul master, enough to withstand the second soul ring of more than 1,000 years old. Then, Dugo turned to look at Huo Lai and said, "My promise is valid. If you have any problems in the future, just come to Dugo Mansion in Tiandu City to find me." "Your Majesty, you are welcome." Huo Lai cupped his hands. Yan, let's go. We won't hunt souls today." Nodding slightly, Dugo turned around and left with his granddaughter Dugoyan. Soul hunting can be put aside for the time being. After his precious granddaughter eats whale glue and her physical fitness is greatly improved, she can attach a higher year soul ring. Anyway, even if there is a lack of soul rings, the soul master's meditation practice will not be in vain. The soul power cultivated will be hidden in the body. After the soul ring is attached and advanced, this part of the soul power accumulated in the body will appear. What's more, the energy contained in the high year soul ring is higher than that of the low year soul ring. The more soul rings there are, the greater the increase in soul power after advancement. Delaying for a while will not have a negative impact on soul power cultivation. After Dugo left, Huo Lai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no danger, otherwise it would be difficult to settle today. But then again, it seems that I didn't lose anything in this transaction. Since the whale glue matter will be revealed sooner or later, the Academy has already made a plan. Although it is a little earlier than the plan, it will not have much impact. On the contrary, I have gained a favor from Dugo, which may be useful one day. Although Dugo's strength is not the best among the titled Douluo on the mainland, he is still a titled Douluo level strongman. Even if his strength is weak, it is not something that ordinary 8-ring soul Douluo can touch. In the future, whether it is inviting Dugo to lead the soul hunting team or facing any crisis, Dugo can be asked to help. Huo Lai was not the only one who felt this way. Mu Yang felt the same way, and even felt that he had made a fortune. As a time traveler, the many immortal herbs in the yinyang eyes of ice and fire must not be missed. In the past, Mu Yang was still worried about how to get these immortal herbs from Dugo, but now, it seems that it is enough to use favors to pay off debts. Anyway, Dugo didn't know the true value of immortal herbs. I think Dugo would be very willing to use the favors he owed to exchange for a few of the countless rare and precious herbs in his medicine garden. Well, in order to prevent the pain of conscience, after the immortal herbs are obtained in the future, I will tell Dugo how to relieve the toxins stored in the body by using soul bones. When I figure out the secret method of soul core in the future, I will also pass it on to Dugo, as a return for the friendship of giving many immortal herbs. There is just a small problem. Like Dugo, he is illiterate in immortal herbs. Even if the immortal herbs are placed in front of him, he may not be able to recognize them except for a few with very obvious characteristics. Looking for Tang San to obtain knowledge about immortal herbs? Tisk, forget about Tang Fozu. Compared to Tang Fozu, Mu Yang felt that it was more reliable to find the elder of the Spirit Hall, Ju Douluo Yu Guan, who also knew immortal herbs. Of course, Yu Guan was also the second choice. The most suitable one was Yang Wudi of the Po Yi clan. Knowledge of immortal herbs was not the foundation of the Po Yi clan. It was something outside the body. With the face of Blazing Fire Academy and enough reward, this matter was not hopeless. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 The Essence of the Eight Wastelands, Replenishing Blood. The next day, afternoon. In a dark forest with slightly moist soil in the sunset forest, Mu Yang sat cross-legged on the ground to refine the soul ring. Not far away, lying on the edge was a body of a more than 5-meter-long earth dragon soul beast, wrapped in brown wrinkled skin, and more than 1,000 years old. After a long time, when Mu Yang refined the 1,000-year-old earth dragon soul ring and slowly opened his eyes to wake up, his soul power level had officially advanced to the second ring Great Soul Master. It was a pity that although the age of the second soul ring was beyond the limit, it was not too high after all. In addition, after practicing the extreme flame meditation method, each level increase required more soul power accumulation than ordinary soul masters of the same level. His soul power level only reached the middle of the 21st level Great Soul Master, and did not reach the 22nd level directly. However, it was a very rare case that he could cultivate to the 21st level Great Soul Master shortly after turning 8 years old. In the vast history of the Soul Master world, in this era, compared with the same age, except for the possible cheaters who refined the soul bones in advance, perhaps only Qian Rongxiu, who had an innate 20th level soul power, could surpass him in terms of level. Looking down at the ginseng martial soul in his hand, Mu Yang found that after the second soul ring was attached, some brown lines appeared on the plump earthy yellow ginseng body of the ginseng martial soul. The number of originally fine ginseng whiskers decreased a little, but the remaining whiskers became a little thicker. With the improvement of the Soul Master's soul power level and the addition of soul rings, the martial soul is not static, but will gradually evolve. However, his soul power level is still low at present, and the 2 soul rings that have been attached are not old. Compared with the beginning of awakening, his ginseng martial soul has not changed too much. Essence of the Eight Desolate World, Replenish Blood. Reciting the soul spell, Mu Yang's 1,000-year-old second soul ring flashed around him, and as the soul power surged, a red light appeared in his hand, and a 3-inch-long blood-colored ginseng that looked the same as the first soul skill, soul returning ginseng, except for the different color, suddenly condensed. Second soul skill, blood replenishing ginseng, which can quickly heal injuries and restore physical strength after consumption. Compared with Oscar's first soul skill in the original book, the recovery sausage, Mu Yang's soul restoring ginseng and blood replenishing ginseng seem to be inferior. After all, Oscar's recovery sausage, in addition to not being able to restore mental power, also has the effects of the 2 soul power foods, soul restoring ginseng and blood replenishing ginseng. But in fact, the specific effects of soul power food cannot be judged by the surface. Because when the martial souls are almost the same and the soul skills remain unchanged, the wider the range of soul power food, the actual effect of a single effect must be relatively weakened. It's like being proficient in one thing instead of knowing everything. Then, Mu Yang stuffed the blood replenishing ginseng into his mouth. Well, when attaching the soul ring earlier, I just missed the lunch time, so I ate a ginseng to fill my stomach. Don't think that his 2 soul power ginsengs can only restore soul power and mental power, as well as heal injuries and restore physical strength, and have no other effects. But in fact, all soul power foods that can be eaten have a certain effect of filling the stomach. The reason why the stomach is hungry is that the body needs to replenish energy. Soul food containing energy can naturally be used as a substitute for meals, and the effect is better than ordinary meals, but the main function of most soul food is not simply to replenish energy and fill the stomach. 1,000-year second soul ring, not bad. Looking at the purple 1,000-year second soul ring blooming on Mu Yang's body, Huo Lai nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Huo Lai is more and more confident that Mu Yang will be able to cultivate the twin martial souls to perfection in the future. After all, the reason why the twin martial soul master exploded and died is that the body is not enough to bear the double number of soul rings, just like the ordinary soul master will explode and die if the soul ring with excessive age is added. But since Mu Yang can add a soul ring with excessive age by taking whale glue, it means that the unverified theory about twin martial souls is correct. As long as the physical fitness is strong enough and enough 100,000-year soul beasts can be found, after the twin martial soul master advances to the 9-ring titled Douluo, he can add 900,000-year soul rings to his second martial soul, thus becoming the invincible strongest in the world. As for the bottleneck? Just kidding, the huge energy contained in the 100,000-year soul ring is definitely enough for a titled Douluo with a soul power level of level 98 to forcibly break through the bottleneck and be promoted to level 99 Peerless Douluo. After becoming a 9-ring titled Douluo, every time you add soul rings when you encounter a bottleneck. For the twin martial soul master, the realm of peerless Douluo is a smooth road. By then, with a full set of 100,000-year soul bones, 9 red soul ring configuration, and a soul power level of level 99 peerless realm, the sky invincible and land invincible, which were once known as the 2 peaks of the soul master world, are no longer truly invincible. The legendary god is not revealed, and he is absolutely invincible in the world. Afterwards, after the soul hunting was over, Huo Lai took Mu Yang and Huo Yun to leave the Sunset Forest. That night, after returning to the academy, Huo Lai immediately called several academy executives together. Seeing that everyone was present, Huo Lai said directly, "Everyone, the plan must be advanced. Brother Lai, is there any accident?" Yan Ruhuo frowned and asked. "Well, today in the Sunset Forest, I was hunting souls and met Dugo, the poisoned Douluo who was hunting souls with his granddaughter. He also discovered the clue that the soul ring was overaged. I had no choice but to tell him the effect of whale glue, but it was not a loss. Dugo owed me a favor. However, although Dugo promised to keep it secret for me, the confidentiality time will definitely not be long. After his granddaughter Dugoyan attaches the soul ring with an overaged soul ring, the effect of whale glue will inevitably leak out, so the academy must start the original plan as soon as possible." Huo Lai said with a serious face. If he were just an individual, knowing that the effect of whale glue would soon be exposed, he might be a saint and directly announce the actual effect of whale glue to the outside world. But he is the dean of Shuo Academy. He can't just consider himself, but also the Shuo Academy behind him. Since he is the dean, he must seek benefits for the academy. How to say it, who to say it to, how to say it, there are many tricks in it. As long as it is well operated, Shuo Academy can get huge returns. For some forces, Shuo Academy can choose to mark the price and secretly sell the effect of whale glue as intelligence. And for some forces, it is free. But free, that may often be more expensive. I have told you such important news, which is absolutely good. Although I didn't say it actively, if you don't want to show some kindness, how can you do it? If the kindness is small, it is not in line with your status. Thanks to my friend Xue Bingxiao for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 201706170839522243, 2022060616363252, Kunyu Zai Oluo, Chu Baixiu, 202011051024170031, and Hongmeng Lord for their recommendations. Also, please add to collections, recommendations, and monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Big Plans. Since the subsequent plans had already been set, the high-level meeting of Blazing Academy ended in a short time. Afterwards, Huo Lai began to write letters to various forces on the mainland. For different forces, the contents of the letters are naturally different, and can be roughly divided into 4 types. The first type is to the Tiandu Empire and the Kaibao Liulai sect. The letter bluntly states the effects of whale glue, and there is no intention to ask for compensation in the words, just to keep the 2 forces secret for the time being. The Tiandu Empire would give funding to the Blazing Academy every year. Huo Lai knew that even if the Blazing Academy did not take the initiative to ask, Emperor Shuye would definitely express his opinion. Perhaps this Tiandu Emperor had many shortcomings, but he would never be confused in terms of human relations. As for the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Grand Master Ning was very generous, and Huo Lai did not know how to start the conversation. Talk about money? It was a bit vulgar, and it was not easy to start the conversation. If you said it too low, people would look down on you, and if you said it too high, people would have a bad impression. But apart from talking about money, it seemed that the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had nothing worth seeking from the Blazing Academy. So, the 5 senior academy leaders discussed and decided not to put forward any conditions directly, and let the 7 Treasures Glazed sect decide for themselves. If Grand Master Ning was not afraid of being looked down upon if they can't afford it, then it doesn't matter if Blazing Academy gets a free ride. The second type of letter is sent to the Spirit Hall, Xingluo Empire, Holy Dragon Sect and other forces that can rank among the top in the mainland Soul Master world. The letter did not specifically say what the matter was, but only stated that Blazing Academy had made a major discovery that could bring great changes to Soul Masters. If you are interested, you can send a representative to bring 500 to 10 million gold soul coins to Blazing Academy, and Blazing Academy swears on its reputation as one of the elemental academies that it will never cheat. Well, this wave is simply to get the wool. For the rich, such as the Spirit Hall and Xingluo Empire, you have to bring 10 million gold soul coins, while for the second-rate forces like the Holy Dragon Sect, 5 million gold soul coins are enough. Of course, Huo Lai also knows that all the forces that receive the letter will be interested. After all, the signboard of Blazing Academy is here. But being interested is being interested, and there will definitely not be many who will really pay for it. For example, the Holy Dragon Sect, a second-rate force on the mainland, is one of the lackeys of the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall paid for it, then the Holy Dragon Sect naturally does not need to pay, and can directly ask the Spirit Hall for it, or the two sides can trade internally. After all, intelligence information is different from physical objects, and there is no cost to copy it. The third and fourth types are Tianshui and Shenfeng colleges, as well as Thunder and Xiangjia colleges, which are elemental colleges like Shiwo College. Although Shiwo, Tianshui, Shenfeng, Thunder, and Xiangjia are all elemental colleges, they are not subordinate to each other. In addition to playing their own games, they are also divided into 3 formations, just like 4 people in a dormitory, but the number of chat groups can reach double digits. Xiangjia College was founded by Xiangjia Sect, one of the lower 4 of the 7 major sects on the mainland, and most of the college's senior executives are from Xiangjia Sect, and even the outstanding students are basically members of the younger generation of Xiangjia Sect. The Elephant Armor Sect is one of the loyal lackeys of the Spirit Hall. Although they are all elemental academies, the other 4 elemental academies can't get along with the Elephant Armor Academy. Some people even exclude the Elephant Armor Academy and call it the 4 elemental academies. Similar to the relationship between the Elephant Armor Academy and the Elephant Armor Sect, the composition of the Thunder Academy is not simple. It was founded by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 major sects on the continent. And the 3 major academies of Blazing Fire, Tianshui, and Shenfeng have no other composition. This leads to the fact that if there is a division of intimacy between the 5 elemental academies, then the relationship between Blazing Fire, Tianshui, and Shenfeng is close, and the relationship between the 3 academies and the Thunder Academy is friendly. Then, although the relationship between the 4 academies including the Thunder Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy has not risen to the point of hatred, it can be regarded as zero favorability, and they are very familiar strangers. It is precisely because of the close and distant relationship that Huo Lai expressed 2 attitudes in the letter he wrote to the 4 academies. The letter to Leiting and Xiangjia Academy was that in a month, Shiwo Academy would open its doors to welcome guests and hold a meeting among the 5 elemental academies. The 2 academies were invited to appoint senior executives as representatives and bring outstanding students from the academy to participate. In addition to the meeting, please bring your wallet. Shiwo Academy has a major discovery and wants to share it with other academies. Huo Lai did not hide the letter to Tianshui and Shenfeng Academy. He directly mentioned the effects of whale glue and invited the 2 academies to participate in the meeting. It's not that Huo Lai is generous, but that he is ambitious. Just like Yan Ruhuo said at the beginning, this continent will be in chaos sooner or later. If the strong join forces and their strength is further improved, it will definitely make the enemy afraid to act rashly. And Huo Lai is very optimistic about his nephew. When Mu Yang, who has full innate soul power and twin martial spirits, grows up, he will also reach retirement age. At that time, let Mu Yang officially take the position, integrate the 3 academies with absolute strength, and establish the strongest Soul Master Academy on the continent. At that time, as one of the promoters of this matter, he, Huo Lai, will surely be remembered in history. As for Tianshui and Shenfeng's reluctance, just kidding, do you understand the value of invincible in the world? How could Tianshui Academy and Shenfeng Academy, which can barely be regarded as second-rate forces on the continent, disagree with such a thick thigh? It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, which does not work in the Soul Master world where strength is respected. A chicken is a chicken and a phoenix is a phoenix. Even if it is just a hair of a phoenix, it is still not something a chicken can touch. For example, the Xiangjia sect and the Shenglong sect are still dogs for the Wuhan Hall. What's more, Shiwo does not want Tianshui and Shenfeng to be dogs for him, but everyone will become a part of the new academy together. Well, there will be more or less leaks to be cut later, which can be used to expand the academy in the future, or simply find a suitable place to build a new academy. 5 days later. It was early morning, and the bright moonlight outside the window shone into the bedroom. Mu Yang, who had transformed into the King of Scrolls, had not fallen asleep yet. He was emitting a faint mental fluctuation, sitting cross-legged on the bed to deduce his innate ability. After a long time, just when his mental power was consumed by more than half again, the mental fluctuations emanating from Mu Yang gradually subsided, and he completed the deduction of a new secret method. Opening his eyes, Mu Yang's expression condensed, and he activated the deduction of the body refining method that he had temporarily put aside in the past few days, and also worked overtime to deduce the secret method. Suddenly, a red soul light appeared around Mu Yang, and in a blink of an eye, a layer of red transparent soul film that looked as thin as a cicada's wing condensed from his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. The house is haunted. Afterwards, Mu Yang began to carefully test the defensive strength of this layer of soul film on his body. Yes, even if it is just about defense strength, this soul light body protection secret method should be enough to rival the second ring defensive soul skill. After a long experiment, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Defense secret method, soul light body protection, is specially prepared by Mu Yang for a certain part of the subsequent Immortal Grass plan. However, the main function of this secret method is not to resist attack damage, but to isolate the inside and outside, and it has strong anti-toxic and corrosion resistance. During the previous trip to the Sunset Forest, Dugo owed his uncle a favor because of exploring the secret of adding a super limit soul ring. In Mu Yang's view, it was intentional. Dugo did not know the true value of the immortal herbs. As long as he could persuade Huo Lai and use this favor in exchange for the many immortal herbs in the yinyang eyes of ice and fire, Dugo would definitely not refuse. Even the hospitable Dugo waved his hand and picked the herbs at will, and the favor was still valid. Dugo, just a few herbs, there are plenty in the herb garden, is this Douluo's favor so cheap? However, although Mu Yang knew that the yinyang eyes of ice and fire bred many immortal herbs, he was undoubtedly a novice in this regard. In addition, the yinyang eyes of ice and fire grew countless exotic flowers and herbs. How to find them accurately and pick them without damaging their medicinal properties was a problem that bothered him at the moment. Fortunately, in addition to Tang San, there were also many soul masters in the mainland soul master world who knew a lot about immortal herbs, including Yu Guan and Yang Wudi. Without much thought, Mu Yang set his sights on Yang Wudi of the Po Yi clan. After all, compared with Yu Guan, the chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Yang Wudi and the Po Yi clan were not as strong and easier to deal with. But Yang Wudi would definitely not pass on the relevant knowledge of immortal herbs to him for no reason, and the Po Yi clan was not just a bunch of cats and dogs. They could not be controlled just by the name of the Blazing Academy. Thus, Mu Yang planned to make a fair deal with Yang Wudi. The bargaining chips he prepared were the actual effects of whale glue and the special secret method he had deduced, soul light body protection. Since the Haoshan sect was forced to close the mountain and hide from the world by the Spirit Hall, the 4 single attribute families, including the Po Yi clan, which were originally affiliated with the Haoshan sect, had a hard time. Fortunately, the Po Yi clan was good at refining medicine. With this skill, the Po Yi clan's daily life was considered to be okay, at least money was not a problem. However, since it was refining medicine, it was inevitable to come into contact with toxic herbs. Even if the protective measures were done in place, there would always be omissions. Ordinary toxic herbs were okay, even if there was a small mistake, they could be saved in time, but if it was a highly toxic herb, it might be a disaster. In view of this, Mu Yang was anxious and specifically deduced this soul light body protection secret method that could isolate the inside and the outside. Although even if the soul light body protection secret method is practiced, it cannot guarantee that the soul master can be immune to the erosion of toxins when refining all highly toxic herbs, but it is applicable in most cases. With these 2 bargaining chips in hand, Mu Yang is 80% sure that Yang Wudi is willing to give him the relevant knowledge of immortal herbs. After all, for the Po Yi clan, the knowledge of immortal herbs is not the foundation of their existence, and there is no actual loss in giving it to Mu Yang. The reason why Mu Yang rushed to deduce the soul light body protection secret method is that he knows that since Huoyun attached the soul ring with an excessive age limit, the effect of whale glue will be leaked in a short time. If he finds Yang Wudi to trade too late, he will lose 1 bargaining chip in his hand. Then the question is, how should I bring this up? The secret method has been deduced, and the transaction can be said to be everything is ready, only the east wind is missing, but Mu Yang is in distress again. After lying on the bed and thinking hard for a long time, Mu Yang finally thought of 2 words, brain-filling. Some things don't need to be explained too clearly. It's enough to bring up a topic, say what you want to do, what your purpose is, and what conditions you have. As for the rest, there will be a smart person to fill in the blanks for you. At that time, he only needs to say yes, 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 you are right. The next day, before dawn, Mu Yang got up early after staying up all night. After recording the Soul Light Body Protection secret method deduced last night, Mu Yang called Huo Lai, Mu Ziu, Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu to his bedroom. Seeing Mu Yang closing the door and pulling the window, with a mysterious look, Huo Lai and the other four couldn't help showing curiosity on their faces. Xiao Yang, what's the matter with you? Mu Ziu couldn't help asking. I'm afraid you won't believe it, but my room was haunted last night. After closing the curtains, Mu Yang began his performance. Yeah, your house is haunted, and then what? Did a beautiful female ghost take you away? Could this be the real reason why you look so weak to the bone? Suddenly, Huo Wu beside him nodded seriously, and then said with a teasing look. Mu Yang, Sister, I'm talking about business. Mu Yang glared at Huo Wu unhappily. Huo Wu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Okay, you talk, we are listening. I don't want to pay attention to you. I had a dream last night, and I dreamed that someone wanted me to do something. The weird thing is that when I dreamed before, although I would have some impression of the dream after waking up, it was absolutely impossible for me to remember it clearly, and Mu Yang paused. And what? Huo Wushuan said. When I woke up from my dream, this inexplicably appeared next to my pillow. Walking to the bedside table, Mu Yang handed the pages of paper with handwriting on it to the four people. Seeing this, Huo Lai raised his eyebrows and reached out to take the pages handed by Mu Yang. His eyes fell on the page in his hand, and Huo Lai saw the four big words Soul Light Body Protection in his eyes. After a rough look, Huo Lai found that it seemed to record a self-created defense-type unique skill. Wait a minute, why does it seem familiar? Suddenly, Huo Lai's thoughts went back to 2 years ago, the extreme flame meditation method that he accidentally obtained from the Sunset Forest, and the current Soul Light Body Protection. It seems that there is not much difference except for the different contents recorded. Even the handwriting is extremely similar, formal and regular. If there is a written rating, he can directly give full marks. Well, this has absolutely nothing to do with the extreme flame meditation method giving him hope of becoming a 9-ring titled Douluo in the future. Immediately, Huo Lai looked at Mu Yang with a strange look in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Crazy Brain Filling. Xiao Yang, can you tell me what your dream is about? After thinking for a moment, Huo Lai asked Mu Yang. It was a figure sitting on a majestic throne, wearing gorgeous armor, but whose face could not be seen clearly. I can feel that his strength is terrifying, definitely much stronger than the biphosphorus Douluo I have seen before. He just sat there and gave me the feeling that he was the master of the whole world. Then he said that he would give me a secret method and asked me to find Yang Wudi of the Po Yi clan to exchange the knowledge of immortal herbs from him. Mu Yang said nonsense seriously. You asked me who he was? Even I don't know who I am talking about. But if I say yes, then he must have it. No matter whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. After a pause, Mu Yang asked Huo Lai, Uncle, who is this Yang Wudi? Also, what is the immortal medicinal herb? Is this herb divided into grades? Hearing this, Huo Lai's eyelids jumped. An unknown person whose strength is countless times stronger than Dugo? You know, Dugo is a 9-ring titled Douluo. Even if his strength is not strong among titled Douluos, he is still a titled Douluo. To be countless times stronger than a titled Douluo, he must be at least the strongest person on the continent at the level of Jiande Oliu, the invincible in the sky of the Spirit Hall, and Tang Chen, the invincible on the land of the former Haoshan sect, right? And this is still an understatement. It is not ruled out that it is the possibility of the legendary god. It's not Huo Lai's fault that he thinks so, but the extreme flame meditation method that he accidentally obtained in the Sunset Forest is really too high-end and classy. In the past, Huo Lai had doubted more than once, how could 2 little Karami who died under the claws of a 1,000-year-old wolf pack have such a mysterious meditation method? If this extreme flame meditation method came from the hands of an unknown god, then everything would make sense. This must be his eldest nephew Mu Yang, who is smart and talented, and caught the eye of this god, so he taught Mu Yang the extreme flame meditation method through the 2 dead little Karami in his hands. And the current ghost thing must be this god seeking benefits for Mu Yang. What is the fairy grade medicinal herb? He doesn't know, but he knows it is extraordinary as soon as he hears it, otherwise how can it be worthy of the word fairy grade? At this moment, Huo Lai began to imagine crazily, and the more he imagined, the more he felt that his guess was close to the truth. Mu Yang, Xiu'er. After a long time, Huo Lai came back to his senses from his crazy imagination. A smile appeared on his face and he said, Xiao Yang, I will help you with this matter. As far as I know, the Po Yi clan was one of the affiliated clans of Hao Tianzong in the past, and it is also well known in the Soul Master world. Although I don't know where they have moved to now, it is not difficult to find out. And with the secret method in exchange, I think the Po Yi clan will not be reluctant to give up the knowledge of immortal herbs. If it was the heyday of Hao Tianzong, Huo Lai might not have this confidence, but now is different from the past. Without the support of Hao Tianzong, the strength of the Po Yi clan is probably not even comparable to their own Chi Huo Academy. Let alone coming to the door with sincerity to exchange for the secret method, even if he has to use force, Huo Lai must make this happen. Uncle, don't you think my dream is a little too absurd? Mu Yang was stunned, looking at Huo Lai in surprise. He had prepared for several arguments. Unexpectedly, he just opened his mouth and dealt with his uncle. Huo Lai patted Mu Yang on the shoulder, Xiao Yang, you don't need to say much about this matter, and don't mention it to others. Just practice with peace of mind in the future. Your uncle and aunt are here for everything. As he said, Huo Lai turned his head to look at Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, and said seriously, you two, leave the room and forget about it. In Huo Lai's view, there are many smart people in the world. Even if only a few words are leaked, someone may think of the facts behind it. Even if this possibility is very small, Huo Lai doesn't want to have any related signs. As long as Mu Yang, who is favored by the great god, can grow up safely, perhaps the future invincibility is not the end. Rather, can you get a glimpse of the legendary great divine realm in the Soul Master world? Tisk, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Huo Lai's efficiency was very high. After copying the secret scroll of Soul Light Body Protection, he arranged the affairs of the academy and took a carriage to Arad City, the main city of Hutanmar province where Shiwo City is located. Looking at the mainland Soul Master world, although the Po Yi clan is not a big force, it is not a small karami. It is still famous. The intelligence organizations under the command of various forces will pay more or less attention to it. Perhaps they can't explore the secrets of the Po Yi clan, but there is still some information on the surface. In terms of intelligence capabilities, in the Tiandu Empire, the Tiandu Empire official, the Wuhan Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect are the best. Shiwo Academy has no friendship with the Wuhan Hall, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is far away in Tiandu City. Huo Lai is naturally looking for the official of the empire. The status and importance of the provincial capital city among the major cities in the empire is second only to the imperial capital Tiandu City. For example, some information that is not too secret is often stored in the city lord's mansion of the provincial capital city. That night, the moon was high in the sky. On the balcony attached to the bedroom, facing the moonlight shining from the night sky, Mu Yang quietly practiced Taiyin refining God. Time passed quietly, and suddenly, the faint mental power fluctuations that Mu Yang originally had on his body appeared a violent ripple, and then the mental power intensity radiated suddenly increased by a large margin. Second realm half a month, done. Looking inward at the sea of consciousness, looking at the illusory full moon in his sea of consciousness that showed some signs of materialization and began to transform into a waning moon, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. As he continued to cultivate, the illusory full moon in his sea of consciousness became more and more solid as it turned into a waning moon. When it finally turned into a materialized half moon, it meant that the realm of Taiyin refining the spirit had reached the perfection of the second realm half moon, and his spiritual power was comparable to that of an ordinary 60-level soul master. Before he advanced to the second ring great soul master, Mu Yang had cultivated Taiyin refining the spirit to the perfection of the first realm illusory moon. Originally, he thought that he could break into the second realm half-moon level by advancing his soul power level, but he didn't expect that, perhaps because his spiritual power level was high and his soul power level was low, the spiritual power that appeared after the soul power level was advanced did not allow him to break through smoothly, and he was still a little short. Fortunately, the gap was not large, and he broke through in just a few days after the advancement. Afterwards, Mu Yang began to deduce the body-refining exercises that he had been forced to interrupt before. The deduction efficiency has indeed improved a lot. As soon as he activated his deduction talent, Mu Yang realized that after half a month of his mental power entering the second realm, his deduction efficiency had improved qualitatively. In addition to the improvement in deduction efficiency, his mental power also became more durable, which in turn improved his deduction endurance. With the all-round improvement after the breakthrough, it won't be long before his body refining technique will be available. Thanks to my friend Library Elf for his monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Kyunyo Shura, 20210301106582630634, 202206061636325572, Hongmeng Lord, 202010010706514110, 201706170839522243 for their recommendation tickets. Also, please collect, recommend, and vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Oops. Half a month later, Huo Lai returned to Blazing Academy. Xiao Yang, I got what you wanted. Huo Lai took out a thick pharmacopoeia from the storage soul guide and handed it to Mu Yang. Uncle, what kind of immortal herbs need such a thick book to record them? Mu Yang asked in surprise after weighing the pharmacopoeia, which was as thick as the Xinhua dictionary in his previous life. That's not the case. Chief Yang said that this book records most of the herbal information in the Soul Master world, and only a small part at the end is about immortal herbs. Huo Lai explained. On the way back, when Huo Lai had nothing to do, he had also read this book. It should be said that the information and effects of immortal herbs recorded in this book really scared Huo Lai. Not only can eating them improve the soul power level without side effects, but they can also improve the Soul Master's cultivation talent. Moreover, if the immortal herbs taken are highly compatible with one's own martial soul, there is a great probability that the martial soul will undergo transformation and evolution. Even if the user's martial soul is of very high quality and cannot evolve again, it can still improve the strength of the martial soul to a certain extent. Half a month ago, if someone told Huo Lai how awesome the immortal herbs were, he would definitely not believe it without any evidence. But now Huo Lai believes it, even if he has not seen it with his own eyes or taken it personally, because others may deceive him, but the great God will definitely not make fun of them, such a small Karami. Even the great God has personally dreamed of Mu Yang and bestowed a secret method to exchange knowledge, so the efficacy of these immortal herbs must be true. That Yang clan leader is so generous. Mu Yang couldn't help asking after opening the pharmacopoeia and taking a look at it. Although the book only records the information of herbs and there is no special method of refining medicine, this does not affect the value of this pharmacopoeia. You know, if an individual collects such a thick book of herbal information, it may not be enough even if he spends his whole life. Huo Lai nodded, and then said, it's quite generous. But the chips we give are not too young, Master. In addition to the Soul Light Body Protection secret method, I also told Chief Yang about the whale glue. In addition, Xiao Yang, you should know that in this world, except for strength, everything is false, and this pharmacopoeia is not as precious as you think. Hearing this, Mu Yang was thoughtful. Indeed, he was wrong. In the Douluo continent where strength is respected, professions like pharmacists are far less noble than soul masters. Unless pharmacists become professional alchemists and can refine elixirs that are beneficial to soul masters' cultivation, otherwise in the eyes of soul masters, pharmacists are just lowly professions. In this regard, the blacksmith profession in the later continent can be said to have undergone a gorgeous transformation. After the development of soul guide technology in the soul master world, especially the birth of battle armor, a necessary weapon for soul masters to challenge higher levels, soul masters can look down on ordinary blacksmiths, but the advanced profession of blacksmiths, forgers, especially forgers at a high forging level, are definitely the existence that most soul masters kneel down to lick. With the knowledge of fairy grass in hand, Mu Yang returned the bedroom, began to look through it carefully. There are many kinds of immortal herbs recorded in the pharmacopoeia, and many of them are not in the original book. But Mu Yang didn't care. Apart from the yinyang eyes of ice and fire, the possibility of encountering immortal herbs in other places is very small, which is definitely lower than the probability of winning the first prize by buying a lottery ticket in the previous life. He is not too greedy. It will be enough to get the immortal herbs in the yinyang eyes of ice and fire in the future. Anyway, immortal herbs cannot be taken too much because of their different medicinal properties, unless they are immortal herbs that complement each other. Recalling the many immortal herbs that appeared in the original book, combined with his own ginseng and Naruto martial arts spirit, Mu Yang quickly thought of what immortal herbs he should take. In terms of the strength of the efficacy of a single immortal herb, it is known as the best among flowers. The King of Love Heartbroken Red is undoubtedly the strongest. However, this fairy herb is a little special. It needs to recognize its master before it can be taken. And the master recognition condition is NMMP, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. What a true love! Due to insufficient conditions, love heartbroken red was first excluded. Then among the remaining fairy herbs, the most suitable one for him is undoubtedly the combination of fiery apricot and star anise mysterious ice grass. The pure yang tonic coxcomb phoenix sunflower is also suitable. After all, his Hokage martial spirit is a fire attribute martial spirit, but how can a coxcomb phoenix sunflower compare to two fairy herbs, one ice and one fire? Since you want to eat it, you must arrange the best for yourself. Of course, the auxiliary fairy herb that enhances mental power, longing for the autumn water dew is also a must. Is it too early for a second ring great spirit master to go and have a hot pot? Mu Yang couldn't help thinking to himself. If he jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang ice to take a bath after eating the star anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricots like Tang San in the original novel, it seems that there is a certain risk no matter how you look at it. After all, his soul power level is only a second ring great spirit master at this moment, which is more than one level lower than Tang San in the original novel. What if his small body is not able to refine the power of the fairy herbs in time and is blown up? Wait a little longer, wait until the body refining technique is deduced, and with the help of the power of the two fairy herbs, the improvement in physical strength will definitely be more significant. After thinking for a long time, Mu Yang made up his mind. Half a month after entering the second realm of Taiyin refining God, the efficiency of innate ability, deduction has improved a lot. Moreover, the spirit is the surface and the soul is the inside. When the strength of the spirit is improved, the soul power will also be improved accordingly. Now the upper limit of his deduction time every morning and evening is much longer than when he was in the first realm of Huanyu. In addition to the previous accumulation, Mu Yang can feel that the body refining technique that is being deduced will be available in 2 months at most. He can still wait for such a short time. 10 days later. Near noon, after finishing the morning knowledge class with the private tutor, Mu Yang went to the college cafeteria to eat. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the college cafeteria, Mu Yang saw his uncle Huo Lai and his aunt Mu Ziu, accompanied by a beautiful woman in blue clothes and blue hair, walking towards the cafeteria. Behind the three people, in addition to Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, there were two blue-dressed and blue-haired girls with similar faces. Skipping the sweet blue-haired girl who looked younger, Mu Yang's eyes fell on the older blue-haired girl. She had long blue hair draped behind her back, her fair face adorned with delicate features, and she was wearing a blue princess dress, as if she was a princess from the world of ice and snow. Mu Yang, oops. I don't want to be a copper smelter. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Shui Binger. Xiao Yang, come here. When Mu Yang saw the group, Mu Zihu also saw Mu Yang and waved and called out. Uncle, Aunt. Hearing the call, Mu Yang came back to his senses, stepped forward quickly to say hello, and then focused his attention on the blue-haired beautiful woman in blue. Just from the blue, Mu Yang knew that this blue-haired beautiful woman probably had a water or ice spirit. And the identity and strength of someone who could be accompanied and entertained by his uncle and aunt must not be bad. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be from Tian Shui College. After all, Mu Yang had heard from his cousin Huo Wu a few days ago that Blazing Fire Academy had invited the other 4 elemental academies to meet, and the time was just these few days. Din Yunyu, let me introduce you to this is my nephew Mu Yang, who is also the youngest and most talented student in our Shuo Academy. Xiao Yang, this is Din Shui Yunyu of Tian Shui Academy, you have to call her Aunt Yunyu. Mu Zihu introduced them to the two with a smile. When she mentioned Mu Yang, Mu Zihu couldn't help but straighten her back, and there was a hint of pride in her words. There was no way, her eldest nephew was too good, with the natural talent of full soul power, and also with twin martial spirits. Of course, even if Mu Zihu wanted to show off her nephew, she would only say that he was born with full soul power at most. As for the twin martial spirits? That's a secret. Aunt Yunyu. Mu Yang greeted. Seeing through Mu Yang's second ring soul power level at a glance, Shui Yunyu raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Little friend Mu Yang, how old are you this year? 8 years old. Mu Yang said directly. Shui Yunyu's face suddenly showed surprise. A second ring great soul master of 8 years old, if he had just turned 8 years old, must have innate full soul power. Even if he was at the end of 8 years old, he would be qualified for the title of innate 9th level soul power. Little friend has great talent. But why does he look a little bad? Is he sick? Seeing Mu Yang's slightly pale face, Shui Yunyu asked curiously. Shui Yunyu hasn't seen such a sickly look on a soul master for a long time, except for injuries. As soon as Shui Yunyu finished speaking, the two blue-haired girls behind her also looked at Mu Yang. This little brother is quite handsome, but he looks very weak, what a pity. But it is precisely because he looks bad that people can't help but feel an urge to protect him well. Seeing this, Mu Yang's face turned pale. Damn it! Why is everyone so superficial and only curious about, my appearance? It's strange, Xiao Yang has been like this since he was a child, and he has never gotten better. We are not sure what's going on. But Xiao Yang's body is good. If there is a problem, it should be on the spiritual level. Seeing Mu Yang's embarrassment, Huo Lai explained. Of course, Huo Lai would worry about Mu Yang's condition in the past, but now he won't worry about it. Just kidding, my nephew is favored by the great gods and has performed miracles more than once. It's just a few minor problems, so there's no need to worry. Ahem, hello, my name is Mu Yang. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang said to the two blue-haired girls. Hello, little brother, my name is Shui Yuer, and this is my sister Shui Binger. Seeing that Mu Yang looked 3 or 4 years younger than them, the sweet-looking Shui Yuer pulled her sister Shui Binger and said. Hello. Shui Binger nodded. It's you. Mu Yang thought to himself, automatically skipping Shui Yuer's little brother. She was born in Tian Shui College, with long blue hair, and a younger sister who looked a bit similar to her. She was indeed the Ice Phoenix girl who appeared in the original Soul Master competition. Speaking of which, Shui Binger's cultivation talent is still very good, and she will definitely not be worse than before taking the immortal medicine. Dai Mubai and Ma Hung Jun, who were being fucked, were worse. It's a pity that this girl didn't get the protagonist's script. Although she made a stunning appearance, she ended up being a passerby. Of course, this can't be blamed on Shui Binger's incompetence. The main reason is that Tang San and others who got the protagonist's script grew too fast, making all the soul masters of the same generation on the mainland pale in comparison, except for Qian Rongxiu who got the villain's big boss script. Pa! Seeing that her cousin was staring at Shui Binger, Huo Wu showed a look of disdain on her face. She couldn't help but slap Mu Yang and said unhappily, Brother, why are you looking at Binger like that? Haha, Ziu, it seems that your little genius is fascinated by my Binger. Shui Yunyu covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and said to Mu Ziu with a teasing look. Mu Yang, I didn't. Hearing this, Shui Binger blushed and lowered her head shyly. If she is fascinated, then she will be fascinated. Anyway, Xiao Yang is a boy, and my Shuo Academy will definitely not lose money. Mu Ziu said nonchalantly. It's not her own cabbage that is being eaten, but her own pigs that are going to eat other people's cabbage. What is she worried about? Just wishful thinking. Shui Yunyu rolled her eyes at Mu Ziu, and then said to Mu Yang, Little friend Mu Yang, if you are willing to join, I can make an exception and allow you to enter our Tian Shui Academy. As both are elemental academies, the admission threshold of Tian Shui Academy is quite different from that of Shuo Academy. Talent is the first prerequisite. In addition to the talent requirements, Tian Shui Academy only recruits female students with water or ice martial spirits, and they must have good looks, otherwise they will be rejected directly. But geniuses, they must not be regarded as ordinary soul masters. With the talent shown by Mu Yang, even if it is a fire martial spirit, even if it is a boy, she is qualified to make an exception once. As for breaking the rules? Rules are made by people. If he can bring back a title, and he is poaching from Shuo Academy, other senior executives of the academy must agree 100%. Thank you, Aunt Yunyu, but I still can't do it. Shaking his head, Mu Yang rejected Shui Yunyu's kindness. Tian Shui Academy is as strong as Shuo, and there are girls inside. If he goes there, it will be like being the only man in a country of girls, and his life will be difficult. It was so beautiful. But Mu Yang would not go. Apart from other things, the simulated training grounds of Tian Shui College are all water and ice. If he went to Tian Shui, where would the simulated training grounds of the fire system be for him to practice? Dean Shui, we will talk later. Let's have dinner first. At this time, Huo Lai said. Okay. Little friend Mu Yang, the door of our Tian Shui College will always be open to you in the future. Said, Shui Yunyu stretched out her hands and touched the heads of her two nieces, and pointed at the head of her eldest niece Shui Bing'er without leaving any trace. In Shui Yunyu's opinion, no matter what happens in the future, she will first pry the corner and lure the person into her own Tian Shui college, even if it means sacrificing her eldest niece. The qualifications for the title are definitely enough to become the son-in-law of the Shui family in Tian Shui City. Mu Yang. Does my Mu Yang look like someone who can be tempted by beauty? The original book did not explain Shui Bing'er's age and innate soul power, only saying that her soul power level when she appeared was level 43, and she looked less than 20 years old. This book sets Shui Bing'er's innate soul power at level 8, and she was 18 years old when she participated in the Soul Master competition, 4 years older than the protagonist Mu Yang. It is also set that Shui Yu'er is a younger sister, 1 year younger than Shui Bing'er, and the character image is based on the animation. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Then, the group entered the college cafeteria and asked for a private room on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Not long after, the food was served. Huo Lai, Ziu, thank you very much for this time. I, Shui Yunyu, on behalf of Tian Shui College, toast you a glass. After pouring a glass of wine, Shui Yunyu raised the glass to the two of them. Shui Yunyu was naturally thanking Shiwo College for telling Tian Shui College the true effect of whale glue for free. Dean Shui is too polite. We are both from the same elemental academy, so it is only natural for us to help each other. Huo Lai said politely. Unfortunately, the news came too late. Bing'er has already become a second-ring Great Spirit Master. After toasting, Shui Yunyu thought to herself with regret as she looked at Shui Bing'er who was sitting beside her and eating obediently. The inherited martial spirit of the Shui family in Tian Shui City is the ice-type bird martial spirit, the ice bird. However, when Shui Bing'er awakened her martial spirit, she mutated and evolved into the top-level ice attribute strong attack beast martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix. With the top-quality martial spirit and an innate 8th-level spirit power, it is possible for her to become a 9-ring titled Douluo in the future. If she adds a spirit ring with an excessive age limit from the 2nd spirit ring, this will undoubtedly give Shui Bing'er a better chance of becoming a titled Douluo in the future. Fortunately, it is not too late to add a super limit soul ring from the 3rd soul ring. After all, even if the physical fitness is improved a lot after taking whale glue, it is always limited. And if the mental strength is not strong enough, the age of the 4th soul ring can only be limited to less than 10,000 years. Well, set a small goal, and add a 3rd soul ring of 5,000 years and a 4th soul ring of more than 9,000 years to my niece in the future. At this time, Shui Yu'er glanced at Mu Yang, who was sitting on her left, separated from her by her sister Shui Bing'er. Her beautiful ice blue eyes turned, and she put a piece of braised beef in his bowl and asked, "Little brother Mu Yang, can you tell me what your martial soul is?" Seeing Shui Yu'er picking food for him, Mu Yang was a little caught off guard. In his life, except for his mother who died early, only his aunt Mu Ziu and cousin Huo Wu had picked food for him. Now Shui Yu'er has become the 4th one. Don't want to tell me? Shui Yu'er pouted and asked. No, I'm just not used to it. Mu Yang shook his head and said, my martial soul is the ginseng of the food system. Besides, just call me Mu Yang. Mu Yang is Mu Yang, don't add little brother. He would accept being called a kid, but not little brother. Food system martial soul. Hearing this, not only Shui Yu'er, but also Shui Bing'er and Shui Yunyu were surprised. You know, compared with other martial souls, food system martial souls are relatively difficult to cultivate, but Mu Yang can cultivate so fast, it seems that he is probably full of innate soul power. And the innate full soul power will become a titled Douluo in the future. This has been verified by all soul masters of other systems. I think food system soul masters will be no exception. Maybe the mainland soul master world will usher in the first food system titled Douluo in history? Shui Yunyu couldn't help thinking secretly. When Shui Yu'er heard that Mu Yang was a food-type soul master, and that he looked sickly, she couldn't help but feel like an aunt. A handsome little brother, coupled with a weak appearance, and an auxiliary-type soul master with little combat ability, this really satisfied Shui Yu'er's desire to protect him. Well, if Mu Yang was a girl, it would be even better. Shui Yu'er would definitely dress him up as a pretty little princess every day. Well, I really want to take this little brother back to the academy. Looking at Mu Yang, Shui Yu'er thought to herself. Although food-type soul masters have little combat ability, Any combat soul master would not refuse an excellent food type soul master as his teammate and partner. If other conditions are not much different, a combat soul master with a food type soul master may not be able to beat the combination of two combat soul masters. But when the number of people increases, such as in a 7-person team battle, with the blessing of various soul power foods, 6 soul masters will definitely be able to easily defeat the opponent. 7 Fighting spirit masters in hand. What a coincidence, Shui Yunyu's thoughts at this time are similar to Shui Yuer's. When she saw Mu Yang's red hair earlier, she thought that Mu Yang had awakened the same Naruto spirit as his aunt Mu Ziu. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a food spirit. It is indeed difficult for Tian Shui College to dig out the future fighting spirit titled Douluo from Shiwo College. Otherwise, if they really want to lose the child to catch the wolf, they may have to sacrifice their own talented niece, which is a typical case of losing the rice while stealing the chicken. But if it is a food type titled Douluo who is powerless, it is not certain. The mainland respects strength, which applies to any situation. If there are 2 spirit masters, a man and a woman, and they are in a relationship, the person who makes the decision is not necessarily the man, but often the stronger one of the 2. As long as they are willing to sacrifice their own niece, it is not impossible for Tian Shui College to catch the future food type titled Douluo. At this moment, Shui Yunyu's mind was full of calculations. Binger, Yuer, let's have a bath together. The little sister took the initiative to pick up food for him, and Mu Yang also picked up a chopstick for the 2 sisters. Thank you. Shui Binger thanked her softly. Shui Yuer looked gloomy. Little Mu Yang, my sister and I are older than you. It's okay that you don't let us call you little brother, but when you call us, don't you also use the word sister? After a pause, Shui Yuer said eccentrically, could it be that you, little Mu Yang, have been a brother for too long and want to be a brother? Mu Yang, no, I want you to call me brother-in-law and your sister to call me dad. Of course, Mu Yang would not say this. Just as Mu Yang was about to speak, Huo Wu on the side hugged his neck, pointed at the 2 sisters' bowls, then pointed at her own, and said viciously, good Mu Yang, your sister is still sitting here. Binger and Yuer have already had some, but there's no share for me. How can that be? I'll get it for you right now. Mu Yang satisfied Huo Wu without hesitation and immediately put a chopstick into her bowl. The next second, looking at the bowl in front of him, Huo Wuxuan muttered, so, as a brother, I am completely redundant. That's enough, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Mu Yang rolled his eyes at his cousin in anger. You are a man, why should I pick it for you? The cousin is a girl, so he has to give in, and the sisters are guests. As half a landlord, he has to show some courtesy. But you are Huo Wuxuan, well, just be there when you are needed. As for the rest of the time? Go wherever you want. Huo Wuxuan, ... My little cousin is getting less and less cute. Thanks to my friend Takesado for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Kyunyo Shura, 202206061636325572, Shangbing, Takesado, Demnet, Hongmeng Lord, 202308031701507323 for the recommendation ticket. Also, please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 A Role Model for Our Generation. After lunch, the group left the college cafeteria. Wuxuan, Xiaowu, Xiao Yang, we have something to discuss with Dean Shui, you can take Binger and Yuer to visit the college. Mu Zihu said to Mu Yang and the other 2. After saying that, Mu Zihu gave Mu Yang a come-on look. Well, encouragement from my aunt. Mu Yang? Then, Huo Lai and Mu Zihu left with Shui Yunyu. At this time, Huo Wuxuan pulled Huo Wuxuan's sleeve and said to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, ahem, well, Binger, Yuer, my brother and I have something to do, or let Xiao Yang take you around. Ah, yes, Huo Wu and I have something to do, let Xiao Yang take your sister around. Obviously, Huo Wuxuan was also a perceptive person. He immediately understood the hidden meaning of Huo Wu's words and hurriedly said. Then, the 2 patted Mu Yang on the shoulder and left without looking back, leaving the matter of entertaining the 2 sisters to Mu Yang. Mu Yang, it's confirmed. Huo Wu is a good cousin, and Huo Wuxuan is also a good cousin. Although your innate soul power is only level 7, you are definitely qualified for the title. You will become a titled Douluo in the future. Mu Yang, said so. After Huo Wu and the other 2 left, Shui Yu'er looked at Mu Yang, then looked at her sister, and covered her mouth with a smile. Sister, do you think I should also be busy? Shui Yu'er asked Shui Bing'er with a teasing look on her face. Yu'er, are you itching for trouble? After being told this by her sister, Shui Bing'er, who was already a little embarrassed, immediately glared at her unhappily. No, sister, I just thought of something funny. The smile on her face immediately faded. Shui Yu'er waved her hand, and then turned to look at Mu Yang. Little Mu Yang, please take us around, this is our first time to Shuo Academy. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang took the two sisters to appreciate the scenery of Shuo Academy. As for the meditation practice in the afternoon? Well, practice is not a matter of one day or one night, so it's okay to skip a day. While walking with the two sisters, Mu Yang changed the topic. Bing'er, Yu'er, what kind of soul masters are you? Mu Yang asked the two sisters. Ahem, formally introduce, Shui Yu'er, 11 years old this year, martial soul, Yinyang Dolphin, 23rd level agility attack system Great Soul Master. Hearing this, Shui Yu'er stopped and cleared her throat. As the water spirit power surged, a water blue dolphin phantom appeared behind her, and 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings bloomed around her body. Clang! Then, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix, an ice blue phoenix phantom condensed, and a chill emanated from Shui Bing'er's body. Shui Bing'er, 12 years old, martial soul, ice phoenix, 28th level control type Great Spirit Master. 11-year-old 23rd level Great Spirit Master, 12-year-old 28th level Great Spirit Master. There is no doubt that the two sisters have good talents, and are definitely rare geniuses on the continent. However, the difference in their spirit power levels is 5 levels, and their ages are only 1 year apart. It can be seen that the elder sister Shui Bing'er's cultivation talent is much stronger than that of her younger sister Shui Yu'er. Of course, Mu Yang can also see this from the elite competition of the All-Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy in the original book. After all, Shui Bing'er was already a 4-ring Spirit Master at that time, while Shui Yu'er, who was 1 year older, was still a 3-ring Spirit Master. Aren't you two sisters? Why are your martial souls different? After taking a look at their martial souls, Mu Yang asked curiously. Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix is a top-level flying beast martial soul, while Shui Yu'er's martial soul is a jade dolphin. Although Mu Yang doesn't know much about this martial soul, it is undoubtedly much worse than the Ice Phoenix. They are half-sisters, so the martial soul of their father must not be the Ice Phoenix. Otherwise, according to the law of martial soul inheritance, Shui Yu'er's martial soul cannot be a jade dolphin that is much worse than the Ice Phoenix. And if Shui Bing'er's mother's martial soul is the Ice Phoenix, how can the father of the sisters be qualified to marry a second wife? After all, the soul masters who can awaken the top beast martial souls are either from big families or blessed by heaven. When awakening their martial souls, they have mutated and evolved from low-quality martial souls of the same genus. The former comes from a big family, and most likely will not allow her husband to marry a second wife. The latter must be a rare genius soul master on the continent, and will not allow this to happen either, unless the sister's father gets the protagonist's script. In other words, Shui Bing'er's situation is similar to Ma Hongzhen's. She mutated and evolved when she awakened her martial soul? And because Shui Bing'er's family background is decent, the starting point of her martial soul is much higher than that of Ma Hongzhen's chicken. After mutating and evolving into an Ice Phoenix, it is a perfect mutation without any side effects. The two sisters looked at each other, and then Shui Bing'er said, Yu'er and I are half-sisters, but my mother and Yu'er's mother are also sisters, and they both married my father. My mother and my aunt's martial souls are Yinyang Dolphin, and my father's martial soul is Hanbing Bird. The quality of these two martial souls is almost the same. Yu'er inherited Yinyang Dolphin martial soul from my aunt, and I inherited my father's martial soul. However, when I awakened my martial soul, a benign mutation occurred. The Hanbing Bird martial soul that I should have inherited mutated and evolved into an Ice Phoenix. After the voice fell, Mu Yang was shocked. It was not that he was shocked by Shui Bing'er's Hanbing Bird mutated and evolved into an Ice Phoenix. He had expected this before, but he was shocked by the ability of Shui's father to take down his sister-in-law. Well, he, Mu Yang, must pay tribute to Shui's father. Mu Yang, a role model for our generation. The next morning, in the center of the simulated practice field of the Botanical Garden of Shuo Academy, Mu Yang was sitting cross-legged in meditation under the treasure of the academy, the fire trees and silver flowers. Practice is not a matter of one day or one night. It's okay to skip work occasionally, but it's not appropriate to skip work every day. But as a half-landlord, Mu Yang was embarrassed to abandon the two guests. So, Mu Yang slightly adjusted his recent plan. During the meeting at the Five Elements Academy, he would temporarily not take private lessons. The deduction plan after waking up in the morning and before going to bed at night remained unchanged, but the meditation practice time in the afternoon was moved up to the morning, entertaining guests in the afternoon, and practicing Tei and refining God in the evening. Suddenly, Mu Yang, who was meditating and practicing, noticed a hurried sound of footsteps. Then, the voice of his cousin Huo Wu came into his ears. "Xiao Yang, don't practice, there will be excitement in the academy today." "What excitement?" Mu Yang asked curiously after exiting the practice and opening his eyes. "Last night, people from Shenfeng, Leiting, and Xiangjia academies also arrived. Together with Tian Shui Academy which arrived earlier, the Five Element Academies have gathered. Except for Tian Shui Academy, each academy brought outstanding students. There are always those who are dissatisfied with each other. At this moment, a fight has already started at the central training ground." As she spoke, Huo Wu's beautiful eyes showed excitement. "Fighting? As long as she is not the one being beaten, it is her favorite thing to watch." End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Wolf Warrior Feng Xiaotian. A fight. Mu Yang was stunned for a moment, then asked again, "Is it a real fight, or a soul fight?" The meanings of the two are different. Soul fight is just a communication of learning from each other, and if it is just a fight, it will show that they have no quality. What are you thinking? They are also outstanding students of the Element Academies after all. Fighting is so embarrassing. It's just a soul fight. Huo Wu rolled her eyes at Mu Yang unhappily. If students from other elemental academies fight in Blazing Fire Academy, it will be a disgrace to the grandmother's house. No matter how big the conflict is, it will be carried out in the name of fighting spirit competition in the training ground or fighting spirit arena. In this way, no matter how serious the fight is, they can use the excuse of not being able to stop fighting during the fighting spirit competition to make the fight go smoothly. It's okay for face. Let's go, and watch the fun." Without waiting for Mu Yang to continue asking, Huo Wu hurriedly pulled Mu Yang towards the central training ground. Soon, they arrived at the central training ground of Blazing Academy. 18 consecutive slashes of the Wind Wolf. As soon as he entered the training ground, Mu Yang heard a loud shout. Looking around, he saw a silver-haired young man in green clothes with a pair of green light wings behind him flying in the air in the center of the circular training ground with a diameter of hundreds of meters. His arms merged with the light wings behind him and turned into sharp green wing blades, which then landed on the head of a burly young man with a defensive soul skill. The whole person was like a spinning top with a blade inserted, flying up and down and spinning at high speed. Dang dang dang. Instantly, a series of collisions sounded. Under the attack of the silver-haired young man, the soul shield condensed by the defensive soul skill on the burly young man's body trembled violently. Bang! Just after the number of slashes exceeded 10, the soul shield condensed on the burly young man's body was shattered. Taking advantage of the gap when the burly young man's defensive soul skill was forcibly blown up, the silver-haired young man adjusted his body in midair and kicked the burly young man fiercely. With a bang, the burly young man firmly received the silver-haired young man's kick with his face, a touch of red splashed out, and the burly young man flew backwards with blood flowing from his nose, and fell on the floor tiles of the training ground like a gourd. That's all for Xiangjia Academy? Who else? Once again, he easily defeated an opponent with the same soul level as himself. The silver-haired young man fell to the ground, his hands behind his back, and a pair of wolf-like eyes swept across the crowd, and said a little arrogantly. 18 consecutive slashes of the Wind Demon Wolf. Is this licking? War Wolf Feng Xiaotian? Looking at the domineering young man in green clothes and silver hair wearing a mask in the middle of the training ground, Mu Yang couldn't help but think secretly. The reason why he is a wolf warrior instead of a dog licker is mainly because Mu Yang knows that Feng Xiaotian in the original book finally licked his cousin Huo Wu. A dog licks a dog until he has nothing. Those who fail to lick the goddess are naturally dog's lickers. But if he can get the beauty, he is not a dog licker, but a wolf warrior transformed from a dog licker. Of course, this will happen in the future. Feng Xiaotian doesn't know his cousin Huo Wu yet. The next second, looking at the 3 yellow, and purple soul rings blooming on Feng Xiaoshan's body, Mu Yang secretly complained again. You know, When Feng Xiaotian in the original book participated in the Soul Master competition, he was 24 years old. Now there are nearly 6 years before the Soul Master competition in the original book, which means that Feng Xiaotian is already an 18-year-old young man. At the age of 18, Feng Xiaotian's soul power level is not even at the 4th ring, and it is very likely that he is still far from the 40th level. This makes Mu Yang a little confused. How did Feng Xiaotian practice? Even if he wants to tinker with the Windwolf XX combo, he won't abandon his soul power training, right? As a rare soul master in the mainland, in Mu Yang's opinion, if he fails to advance to the 4th ring soul master before the age of 16, even if he just practices step by step, he will be a complete waste. For example, Daimyo Bai, the playboy, practiced to the 37th level soul master at the age of 15. But Daimyo Bai does not have the talent to practice the innate full soul power, and it is impossible for him to even have the innate 9th level. Otherwise, with the qualifications for the title, the competition for the next generation of Xingluo throne would have ended automatically when Daimyo Bai awakened the 9th level or above innate soul power. If Shui Binger, Huo Wu and others got the normal supporting role script, then in Mu Yang's view, Feng Xiaotian, who was born with full soul power, got the idiot supporting role script. At the golden age of cultivation, he didn't cultivate soul power, but instead wanted to tinker with some self-created soul skills. This wave of operations was very confusing, and I didn't know what he was thinking. And the key is that Feng Xiaotian paid such a huge price to tinker with his own soul skills. Although it is good, it is not that strong. It seems that it is not even as good as the iron forging chaotic cloak hammer method. Sister, this person is so arrogant, no one controls it. Pointing to the center of the training ground, Feng Xiaotian, who seemed to look down on everyone and didn't take the world seriously, Mu Yang asked Huo Wu. This young man is so arrogant, I'm afraid he has never been beaten? Huo Wu curled her lips slightly and said, before I went to find you, there was a senior in our academy who had reached level 39 in soul power and thought the same thing, but he knelt down within a minute of going on the field. It's not to mention that although Feng Xiaotian's soul power level is not very high, his strength is not bad. The 3rd soul skill gives him the advantage of flying, plus his own soul skills with decent power, he is definitely the best in the same level, and few 3-ring soul masters can beat him. Similarly, it is precisely because Feng Xiaotian's soul power level is not high, not yet the 4th ring, that the older students who have advanced to the 4th ring soul master in various academies are not easy to go on the field. After all, it's just a battle of fighting spirits. If you use your realm to suppress others, even if you win, you will lose face. And if you kneel down, it won't be just one person's face, but the face of the entire academy. Suddenly, Mu Yang saw 2 blue-haired figures coming over from the corner of his eye. They were Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Binger, Yuer, good morning. Mu Yang greeted the 2 sisters. Little Mu Yang, why do you look worse than yesterday? Just as he was about to greet her, he saw that Mu Yang's complexion seemed to have become worse than yesterday. Mu Yang shook his head. In fact, it was true, because when we met yesterday, it was already noon, and several hours had passed since he finished practicing the exercises in the morning, and his soul power had recovered to a certain extent. Now, at most an hour has passed, and his condition naturally looks a little worse, but it is not too obvious. If there is a time period every day when Mu Yang's spirit is the best, it must be before he starts to use his innate ability to deduce the exercises in the evening. End of this chapter, Chapter 32. I spoke loudly before. Binger, Yuer, don't you have other people from Tian Shui Academy? Mu Yang couldn't help asking when he didn't see other students from Tian Shui Academy in the training ground. No, isn't it less than a year before the Soul Master competition? Long before we set out to Blazing Fire Academy, this year's Tian Shui team had already gone out for training. Shui Binger shook her head. It is not a unique practice of Tiandu Royal Academy to let the teams participating in the Soul Master competition go out for training. Most high-level Soul Master Academy will organize it. First, it is to find different opponents and accumulate practical experience. Second, it is naturally to make money by playing soul fighting competition in the big soul fighting arena in various big cities to relieve the financial pressure of the academy. If the team is strong enough, through betting, gambling and other methods, it can change places after a few shots. Not to mention making the academy rich, it is definitely no problem to make some extra money. In addition, students also need to eat. Except for those who are very rich, who would dislike earning some golden cuteness while accumulating practical experience? Anyway, with the background of the high-level Soul Master Academy, as long as they follow the rules honestly, the big soul fighting arena will never dare to refuse to pay, or be forced to play a fake game. Otherwise, even if the academy itself is not strong enough, the Tiandu Empire official will not sit idly by. This year's Tian Shui team went out for training. The remaining students in the academy, except for Shui Binger who was very talented but still young, were only the oddball. Shui Yunyu naturally did not plan to bring him along. After all, the 5 elemental academies were gathered together, so the students from each academy had to exchange and learn from each other. Since the oddball was not good enough, she might as well not bring him along. Just then, there was another disturbance in the training ground. On the field, seeing that no one accepted the challenge, Feng Xiaotian, who had won consecutive battles, once again boasted, "There are so many people present, but not a single 3-ring soul master dares to fight me." Sure enough, below the 4th ring, I, Feng Xiaotian, am invincible. After a pause, Feng Xiaotian continued to fire, "Tisk, in my opinion, the leader of this elemental academy is still my Shenfeng Academy. By the way, what about the people from Blazing Fire Academy? You are the landlord, is this your way of entertaining guests? Of course, if you are not so kind as to just shout directly, I won't take it to heart." At this moment, Feng Xiaotian showed the word magnanimous, arrogant, to the fullest. "White-haired monster, what are you talking about? I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Is it great to be a 3-ring soul master? When I advance to the 3-ring soul master, I will definitely hang you up and beat you." Seeing Feng Xiaotian on the field firing, and also aiming at her own Blazing Fire Academy, Huo Wu couldn't help it immediately, put her hands on her hips, and directly fought back without any hesitation. No matter whether she can beat Feng Xiaotian after advancing to the 3-ring soul master, she must not be timid with this momentum. "Really? We'll wait." Just about to respond in an arrogant tone, but when Feng Xiaotian turned his eyes to Huo Wu beside Mu Yang, he was stunned. Slender figure, fair face, delicate facial features, a pair of big eyes flashing with a faint silver light, a red dress with gold patterns, and fiery red short hair, but it burned his heart like a ball of fire. Although she looks a bit fierce, in Feng Xiaoshan's eyes, Huo Wu's charm is not diminished at all, and he thinks she is a girl with a true temperament. Feng Xiaotian, oops, I feel like my heart is beating. Humph. Seeing this white-haired monster staring at her with a lecherous look, Huo Wu frowned and snorted coldly, and her already low first impression of Feng Xiaotian immediately dropped to the freezing point. After coming back to his senses, Feng Xiaotian looked embarrassed, and then left the stage and walked towards Mu Yang. "Hello, beautiful girl, my name is Feng Xiaotian, from the Kamikaze Academy, haven't you asked for my name? I spoke too loudly before, please don't take it to heart." Feng Xiaotian pretended to be a gentleman and bowed to Huo Wu. Hearing this, Mu Yang couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. "Good guy, he just fired a shot at the Shiwo Academy and annoyed my cousin Huo Wu, and now he is tempted by the beauty and actually wants to pick up girls. If there is any chance, he, Mu Yang, will directly do a handstand and shit. Xiao Yang, let's remember this for now. Practice hard and teach me a lesson in the future." Huo Wu ignored Feng Xiaoshan's words, turned around and patted Mu Yang's shoulder. Although Feng Xiaotian was very arrogant, Huo Wu had to admit that with his self-created soul skills and flying advantage, Feng Xiaoshan's strength was at the dominant level in the 3rd ring stage. But that was all. Feng Xiaotian looked older than her. He is several years older, but his soul power level is not even at the 4th ring, which shows that his cultivation talent is not that strong. Perhaps she herself may not be able to beat him, but Huo Wu believes that her little cousin will definitely be able to easily control Feng Xiaotian in the future. Seeing this, Mu Yang nodded slightly, and looked at Feng Xiaotian with a hint of pity. When chasing a girl, you are not afraid of being rejected by her. The most fearful thing is that no matter what you do, she will ignore you and treat you as air. Perhaps in the original book, Feng Xiaotian had such a hard time chasing his cousin, in addition to his low emotional intelligence, it also left a very bad first impression on Huo Wu. Otherwise, if it was just low emotional intelligence, with Feng Xiaoshan's own conditions, it should not be difficult for him to chase his cousin, right? Just when Mu Yang was mourning for Feng Xiaotian in his heart, Shui Binger and Shui Yu beside him looked at him in confusion. Little Mu Yang is a food-type soul master. Even if he succeeds in cultivation in the future, he can't teach Feng Xiaotian a lesson, right? Why does Huo Wu look so confident? I don't understand. Hey, do you want to pursue my sister? Mu Yang asked Feng Xiaotian. Hearing this, Feng Xiaotian, who was in an awkward situation, looked at Mu Yang gratefully, nodded, and said, "A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. But kid, I'm not Hey, I'm Feng Xiaotian, what's your name?" Hat. With a light laugh, Mu Yang curled his lips, "I can call you Hey instead of White Hair Monster because of the face of the Divine Wind Academy. Otherwise, for what you said just now, my Blazing Fire Academy can directly drive you out. You know, the reason why the 5 element academies gathered today is all because of whale glue. The relationship between Shuo Academy and Shenfeng Academy is similar to that between Shuo Academy and Tianshui Academy." Huo Lai had told him before that the academy shared the secret of whale glue with Tianshui Academy for free. Since it was shared with Tianshui Academy, it should be the same with Shenfeng Academy. In other words, Shenfeng Academy got something for free this time. As a vested interest, Feng Xiaotian made wild remarks to Shuo Academy. Fortunately, the senior executives of Shenfeng Academy were not present, otherwise he would be so ashamed that he would find a hole to hide in. "What's the matter? I let you Shenfeng get something for free, and after getting the benefits, this is how you repay Shuo Academy?" End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Can you do it? Zigu. Hehe. Feng Xiaotian laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. "How old are you? Have you ever dated a girl? What's your soul power level? Is there anyone at home? Oh, take off your mask. You are so young, why are you playing mysterious?" Mu Yang asked a series of soul-searching questions. Feng Xiaotian. "Ahem, well, I'm 18 years old, I've never dated a girl, I'm a level 36 strong attack system battle soul master, and I'm an orphan." "Take off the mask," Feng Xiaotian glanced at Huo Wu, and said a little awkwardly. It's not to mention that Feng Xiaotian wears a mask not because he is ugly. Although he can't be called a handsome guy, he is also a little handsome. Tisk, 18 years old, level 36 soul master, can you do it? Zigu. Mu Yang sighed and shook his head and teased. If it were someone else, Mu Yang would definitely not say that. After all, cultivation talent is not something that soul masters can decide on their own. Most soul masters in the soul master world cannot cultivate to level 36 soul master at the age of 18. Even the upper limit of most soul masters' achievements is lower than level 36. It is inevitable that this hurts people's self-esteem. But Feng Xiaotian is different. Mu Yang knows that he is a genius with innate full soul power. Even if Feng Xiaotian has nothing to do with his cousin Huo Wu now, Mu Yang can't help but feel sorry for him. The starting point of innate full soul power, the first soul ring close to the best ratio limit will increase the soul power by 2 levels after being attached, and the second and third soul rings will increase the soul power by 1 level respectively, which is 14 levels of soul power. In other words, Feng Xiaotian awakened his martial soul for about 12 years, and increased his soul power by 22 levels through his own efforts, with an average of less than 2 levels per year. NMMP, this is also called innate full soul power? Who said I can't do it? I have innate full soul power. Feng Xiaotian said with a stiff neck. Also, he is a wolf, not a dog. Tisk, you just want to lose your soul power? Come on, tell me, how come a person with full soul power is only level 36 at the age of 18? Mu Yang said with disdain. Feng Xiaotian was a little unconvinced, that's mainly because I put my energy into creating my own soul skills. Tisk. Hearing this, Mu Yang shook his head and smacked his lips, saying, if you practice well, you can basically advance to the 5th ring before you are 20 years old, and you must be 45 or above at the age of 18. Although I don't know what kind of boys my sister likes, I can be sure that she will never like nonsense. If you have full soul power, then show your ability to prove yourself. Not to mention the Soul Master competition next year, if you can advance to the 5-ring Soul King in the next Soul Master competition, then I believe you have full soul power. It took nearly 6 years, from level 36 to level 50, which is no pressure at all for full soul power. In addition, I advise you that you are in the golden period of practice, don't waste your energy on creating your own soul skills, practice well is the right way. Even if you want to create your own soul skills, you can wait until your soul power level is high in the future and the upgrade speed slows down before trying. After saying so much, Mu Yang didn't have any other intentions, but just hoped that Feng Xiaotian could turn over a new leaf. From the original novel, Feng Xiaotian is a good man, and from his licking strength, Mu Yang estimated that his cousin really couldn't resist, and might still become his cousin's husband. And even if this factor is excluded, Mu Yang also thinks highly of Feng Xiaotian. After reading the original novel, Mu Yang knew that the continent would be in chaos in the future, and the Xiangjia Academy backed by the Xiangjia sect and the Lighting Academy backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would be excluded. The remaining Shiwo, Tian Shui, and Shenfeng in the Element Academy would be merged and reorganized, which was the general trend. After the merger of the Element Academy, he and Feng Xiaotian would be considered a family, and Mu Yang naturally didn't want Feng Xiaotian to delay the golden age of cultivation. Xiao Yang, why are you talking to this white-haired monster? Bing let's go. Seeing that Mu Yang was still chatting with Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, who was still angry, pushed Mu Yang, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to leave. Hey, Xiao Yang's sister, Feng Xiaotian will definitely prove it to you. Looking at Huo Wu's departing back, Feng Xiaotian shouted loudly. Since he didn't know Huo Wu's name yet, Feng Xiaotian could only call her Xiao Yang's sister. Hearing Feng Xiaoshan's words behind him, Huo Wu's pace suddenly quickened a bit. What are you talking about, white-haired monster? Do you really think that I will like someone as arrogant and rude as you? On the other side, in a conference room, the Dean of Shiwo College Huo Lai, Mu Ziu and other 4 vice-deans of the college, the Dean of Tian Shui College Shui Yanyu, the Dean of Shenfeng College Feng Zhen, the Dean of Leiting College Lei Basian, and the Dean of Xiangjia College Hu Yanhong gathered together. In addition, behind Huo Lai stood a slightly embarrassed young man with short reddish-brown hair. Huo Lai, if you have anything to say, just tell me, don't hide it. Hu Yanhong, who has dark skin, a body much taller than ordinary people, and is estimated to be more than 2 meters and 4 meters tall, like a black little King Kong, asked Huo Lai in a muffled voice. After receiving the invitation from Shiwo Academy, Hu Yanhong was not planning to come. After all, their Xiangjia Academy and Shiwo Academy are not on the same page, so there is no need to waste time on feelings. But after seeing the letter saying that Shiwo Academy has made a major discovery and wants to share it with all the elemental academies, Hu Yanhong had the idea of participating in the meeting. As for bringing a wallet, that's nothing. If Shiwo Academy really has some remarkable discovery and can benefit itself, then Xiangjia Academy is willing to pay the price. After Hu Yanhong finished speaking, the burly Lei Basian nodded, yes, Huo Lai, just say it. If the major discovery you said is indeed of great use, then my Thunder Academy is willing to pay for it. Hearing this, Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen raised their eyebrows slightly, and then looked at each other tacitly. It seems that the Blazing Fire Academy is ready to make a killing from the Elephant Armor Academy and the Thunder Academy. But this is normal. These 2 academies are different from the other 3. They are supported by one of the 7 major sects on the continent, and the position of the academy itself will follow the sect behind them. Especially the Elephant Armor Academy, it is better to say that it is the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Wuhan Hall than the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Tiandu Empire. With different positions, the relationship between them is naturally a little worse, and it is reasonable to pay the tuition. Well, I won't hide it, Huoyun, release your soul ring. Nodding, Huo Lai gestured to Huoyun standing behind him. Yes, Dean. Fire Crane, possess. With a light shout, the fire spirit power surged around Huoyun, a red crane shadow flashed, the fire crane martial spirit possessed him, the index fingers of both hands turned into crane claws, and 3 yellow, and purple spirit rings bloomed and moved around him. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 On the correct way to get something for free. Isn't it just a 3-ring spirit master? What's so good about it? After looking at Huoyun, Hu Yanhong, who was a rough man, asked in confusion without being able to see what he was talking about. At this moment, Lei Basian, who observed more carefully than Hu Yanhong, suddenly froze, turned his head to look at Hu Li, and asked in a deep voice, the 3rd spirit ring of about 2,000 years? Is this the major discovery you mentioned? Although they are all 1,000-year spirit rings, as long as you observe carefully, you can still see that the color of the spirit ring of 1,400 or 500 years is actually different from that of the spirit ring of more than 2,000 years. Although both are purple, the latter is undoubtedly much darker than the former. It is not impossible for a soul master to add a super-limit soul ring when refining soul bones to improve physical fitness, but in the current situation, it is definitely not the soul bone, otherwise Huo Lai would not have mentioned it specifically. Brother Lei has good eyesight, it is indeed the third soul ring of more than 2,000 years. And Huoyun has not refined any soul bones. Huo Lai said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, both Lei Baxian and Hu Yanhong's pupils shrank immediately. Perhaps the two of them are not good at learning, but they have seen a lot, and naturally understand what benefits soul masters can bring by adding super-limit soul rings. And unlike refining precious soul bones, this method discovered by Shiwo Academy is mostly applicable to most soul masters, not just individual cases. In fact, Huoyun is not the only one who has added a super-limit soul ring in Shiwo Academy, Mu Yang is also one, and the second soul ring of 1,000 years can undoubtedly better reflect the effect of whale glue than the third soul ring of more than 2,000 years. But if possible, Huo Lai doesn't want Mu Yang to enter the site of a certain force too early. Yes, it's the ambitious spirit hall that I'm talking about. Hu Yanhong is a direct descendant of the Elephant Armor sect, and the Elephant Armor sect is a lackey of the spirit hall. If there is a genius in the Blazing Fire Academy, Hu Yanhong will definitely report it to the spirit hall. Because the genius is the future strongman, and for the spirit hall, the strongman who is not under their command is an unknown variable. Even if Mu Yang is just a food-type soul master on the surface, there is no guarantee that the spirit will do something shameful in secret. Killing the genius soul masters of non-self forces, especially the hostile forces, in advance is what the various forces on the continent love to do the most. Of course, pure Academy-type forces are not included. Because the Academy-type forces themselves are just a platform for cultivating soul masters, under normal circumstances, they will not have conflicts of interest with other forces. Without conflicts of interest, plus their own strength is not bad, ordinary forces dare not provoke them, so naturally there are no enemies. As long as no one comes to cause trouble, even if other forces have super geniuses, it will not have much impact on the Academy itself. You fight your own battles, I am only responsible for training students. As for which force the students will join after graduation, it depends on whether the conditions offered by the sister are attractive enough. It is precisely because of this that all the famous high-level Soul Master Academies on the continent have very wide connections, and the graduates of the Academy are spread across various forces. Even the best graduates have become the top leaders of their forces. Then, Lei Baxian came to his senses and stood up and walked quickly to Huoyun, grabbing his arm and carefully examining him. After a while, Lei Baxian let go of Huoyun's arm and turned to look at Huoli. Sure enough, no signs of soul bone refining were found. Brother Huo, this method of adding a super-limit soul ring, you name a price, my Thunder Academy will buy it. The Thunder Academy is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the 3 sects on the continent. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is not as arrogant as the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, it is not short of gold soul coins and other external things. Moreover, if the Thunder Academy buys it, it means that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has also bought it. After reporting this method, the Thunder Academy will most likely get it for free and let the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family pay for it directly. My Xiangjia Academy is the same. Hu Yanhong also said. Lei Baxian thought so, and Hu Yanhong was even more so. And compared to the Thunder Academy, Xiangjia Academy not only has the Xiangjia sect as a backer, but also has a big backer above the Xiangjia sect as a backer. If the Xiangjia Academy and Xiangjia sect share the method, Xiangjia sect can pay for it. If Xiangjia sect gets the method and reports it to the Spirit Hall, Xiangjia sect can ask the Spirit Hall to pay for it, and most likely get the reward from His Holiness the Pope. At this moment, Hu Yanhong's calculations were crackling. However, Hu Yanhong didn't know that the messenger sent by the Spirit Hall was already on the way to Blazing Fire Academy with the gold soul coins. The Xiangjia sect can pay for Xiangjia Academy in the future, but whether the Spirit Hall will pay for the Xiangjia sect, or after the Spirit Hall pays for the Xiangjia sect, it finds that due to the inconvenience of communication, the message could not be delivered in time, and it spent an extra amount of money in vain. What will happen then? That is an unknown. Haha, thank you Brother Lei and Brother Huian for your generosity. Speaking of which, it cost a huge amount of money for my Blazing Fire Academy to make this discovery. Ruhuo, come and tell the 2 deans in detail. Huo Lai laughed, then turned to Yan Ruhuo beside him and said. Buying and selling, then it must be bargaining, he is not good at this, so let Yan Ruhuo, who is more eloquent and better at talking than him, do it. Afterwards, after half an hour of arguing, the selling price of 5 million gold soul coins for each family was finally finalized. Lei Baxian took out 3 gold coin cards with a face value of 1 million gold soul coins and handed them to Huo Lai, saying, "Brother Huo, this trip was in a hurry, and the funds brought were insufficient. My Thunder Academy will temporarily pay 3 million, and the remaining 2 million will be sent later." As he said, Lei Baxian couldn't help but glance at Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen who were sitting at ease beside him. Needless to say, the two had probably discussed this with Huo Lai a long time ago. Even if it was not free, it must be the internal price. However, Lei Baxian was not too envious. After all, compared with his own Leiting Academy, Tian Shui Academy and Shenfeng Academy were indeed closer to Shiwo Academy. What's more, 5 million gold soul coins were not a huge sum of money. In addition, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would pay for it later, so Leiting Academy would not lose money this time. Like Lei Baxian, since Huo Lai did not say too much in advance, Hu Yanhong did not bring enough funds, and he had 1 million less than Lei Baxian. He was also prepared to pay part of it first and pay the rest later. Without much hesitation, Huo Lai agreed. Everyone was a person of status. Since it had been negotiated, they would not deny it for a mere 2 or 3 million gold soul coins. Of course, rather than saying that Huo Lai believed in the character of the two, it would be better to say that he believed that Leiting Academy and Xiangjia Academy could not afford to lose face. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Departure. This time, Blazing Fire Academy got 10 million gold soul coins from Thunder Academy and Elephant Armor Academy. And this is a good start. Representatives of forces like Spirit Hall and Star Luo Empire have not arrived yet. Even if not every family can get a sum, it is bound to be very considerable. The transaction was completed and the matter came to an end for the time being. Huo Lai said to Feng Zhen and others, "It's not far from the Soul Master competition. There are several outstanding students from each academy. Why don't we have a single-player competition as a rehearsal for the Soul Master competition? I was in a hurry. I only brought my 2 children to Shiwo Academy this time. The Tian Shui team has already gone out for training. You guys come." Shui Yanyu said. "I think it's okay, but my Shenfeng Academy is definitely the strongest among the elemental academies." Feng Zhen nodded and said confidently. "Humph, you are not afraid of the strong wind and your tongue flicking. Your Shenfeng Academy is the strongest, so where does my Leiting Academy stand? Don't forget, in the last Soul Master competition, your Shenfeng Academy was defeated by our Leiting Academy." Seeing that Feng Zhen pretended to be serious, Lei Baxian curled his lips in disdain. "That's ridiculous. In the last session, and even the session before that, my Shenfeng Academy's competition results were the best among the elemental academies. Besides, I remember that in the last Soul Master competition, the Thunder team fell before they even met our Godwind team." Faced with Lei Baxian's disdain, Feng Zhen immediately retorted. Hearing this, Hu Yanhong also wanted to speak up to boost the momentum of his own Elephant Armor Academy. However, when he thought of the performance of the Elephant Armor team in previous Soul Master competitions, Hu Yanhong had to hold back the words that were about to come out. Among the 5 elemental academies, the Godwind Academy and the Thunder Academy are the strongest contenders for the top spot, the Blazing Fire Academy and the Tian Shui Academy are in the middle, and their Elephant Armor Academy is at the bottom. And like the Blazing Fire Academy and the Tian Shui Academy, they have performed exceptionally well in the past, and won the first place in the Elemental Academy in the Soul Master competition. But for their own Elephant Armor sect, it has never happened once. There is no way, this is a congenital shortcoming. If there is no real genius, this situation it cannot be changed. Because Xiangjia Academy is backed by Xiangjia sect, and Xiangjia sect is attached to Wuhan Hall, if students do not intend to join Wuhan Hall, they will basically not go to Xiangjia Academy. Just for this reason, Xiangjia Academy has dissuaded many young Soul Masters with excellent talents. Although more than half of the Soul Masters in the mainland Soul Master world belong to Wuhan Hall, such a high proportion is due to the large number of Soul Masters who are born as civilians and have very limited achievements in the future. The profession of Soul Master emphasizes inheritance. Except for a few lucky ones, the truly talented Soul Masters come from major Soul Master families. Fortunately, there are many Soul Master families headed by the Angel family in Wuhan Hall, plus some civilian talents recruited, which makes Wuhan Hall have a large number of high-end and middle-level combat forces have been added, otherwise the spirit hall will definitely be bloated. If you plan to join the spirit hall, then those with good talent will go directly to the Spirit Academy in the Spirit City. After all, the Spirit Academy is the strongest high-level Spirit Master Academy in the mainland Spirit Master world, without a doubt. Those with poor talent cannot become members of the Elephant Armor Academy team even if they enter the Elephant Armor Academy. All these have led to the fact that although the Elephant Armor Academy is not without outstanding students, these outstanding students are all from the Elephant Armor sect. The inherited spirit of the Elephant Armor sect is the defensive Diamond Mammoth. Although this is not a pure defensive spirit, it also has strong offensive capabilities, but it is a defensive spirit master after all. The Elephant Armor Academy team is composed of all defensive spirit masters, lacking flexibility and versatility. The obvious shortcomings gave other college teams the opportunity to seize the weakness and attack. Fortunately, there are 5 qualifying places in the preliminaries of the Tiandu division, and the main team of the Tiandu Royal College was directly promoted to the finals. This made it possible for most of the Xiangjia colleges, which had very serious shortcomings, to win one of the qualifying places in the preliminaries and enter the promotion and finals. 3 days later in the morning. Binger, Yuer, come to Shuo College often when you have time. Mu Yang said goodbye to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. They are at the golden age of cultivation, and there is no simulated training field suitable for ice and water martial spirit cultivation in Shuo College. The 2 sisters cannot stay in Shuo College for a long time, otherwise it will delay their cultivation. Now it is time to leave. As for the small competition of the 5 major and 4 elemental colleges, all the participants are outstanding students who will participate in the Soul Master competition next year and whose soul power level has reached the 4th ring Soul Sect. As expected, Thunder Academy took first place, followed by Divine Wind, Blazing Fire, and Elephant Armor. Little Muiyang, I think you want your sister to come often, and I'm just here for the occasion, right? Shui Yuer said teasingly. Yuer, don't talk nonsense. Shui Binger nodded unhappily at Shui Yuer's head. How could that be possible? I welcome everyone. Muiyang waved his hand to deny. Little friend Muiyang, are you really not coming to our Tian Shui Academy? If you feel that it's far from home and a little inconvenient, then you don't have to worry about it. Ziyu and I have known each other for many years. You are Ziyu's nephew, which means you are Shui Yunyu's nephew. Auntie will definitely take good care of you. Another thing is that Binger also hopes that you can go to Tian Shui Academy. Before leaving, Shui Yunyu, who did not give up, once again induced Muiyang to change his school and join Tian Shui Academy. Through the observations of the past few days, Shui Yunyu can see that Muiyang seems to be a little precocious. Although it is not very obvious, he is probably attracted to his niece. And, don't talk nonsense. Shui Binger she blushed a little and said hurriedly. She was only a 12-year-old girl, but she didn't plan to fall in love early. What's more, Xiao Muiyang was only 8 years old. Even if she wanted to fall in love early, she couldn't find a child. Hey? Binger, don't you want Xiao Muiyang to come to our Tian Shui College? Shui Yunyu teased. Shui Binger, Really, aunt, you want Xiao Muiyang to come to our Tian Shui College, why do you have to involve me? No matter how you answer this question, it seems that it is not the best answer. If you deny it, it means that the boat representing friendship has capsized. But if you admit it, it seems that it is not good either. She will not have any ideas about children. Okay Yunyu, just give up this idea. Xiao Yang is not suitable for your Tian Shui College. Mu Ziyu said to Shui Yunyu speechlessly. Mu Yang's second martial soul, Naruto, is a fire attribute martial soul, and he practices the fire-based extreme flame meditation method. However, Tian Shui College does not have a simulated training field suitable for fire-based soul masters, so Mu Yang will never go to Tian Shui College. Tisk, what a pity. Shui Yunyu smacked her lips with a look of pity, and then took the 2 sisters to the carriage. Soon, 2 heads popped out of the carriage window and waved, Little Mu Yang, goodbye. Goodbye. Mu Yang waved his hand. Thanks to my friend 202001230952574116 for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends 20210301106528215928, 2023-081-1826, 20210301106582630634, Xiao Xiang Feng, 202206061636325772, CAOG, Xianjiu, Library Elf, Xi, Leles Golden Gunner, 2019021301500475, People Who Don't Eat Dinner, Wei Wei Parrot Zi Long Lan Yun Yao Xiao Nai Ping. In addition, please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Sun Body Refining. Time flies, 1.5 months later. In the afternoon, the sun is in the sky. In the Blazing Academy, in the simulated training field of the Fire Plant Garden, facing the scorching sun, Mu Yang sat cross-legged on a thick branch of the fire tree and silver flower, practicing the body refining technique that he had just deduced. After more than half a year, early this morning, Mu Yang finally deduced the body refining technique, sun body refining. Thanks to the increasingly powerful mental power and the frequent drinking of the silver flower that has the effect of nourishing the spirit produced by the fire tree and silver flower, the deduction speed of sun body refining is much faster than that of Taiyin spirit refining. The body refining technique sun body refining is divided into two parts. The first is the training method, in which the soul power in the body runs according to a specific route, and the blood, flesh, bones and organs of the whole body are tempered in all directions. The second is the nourishing method, which transforms the sunlight shining on the body into a special blood and chi energy to warm the body tempered by the soul power. The two are combined with each other, in the way of training first and then nourishing, to achieve the effect of strengthening the body and improving physical quality. Otherwise, if you only practice without training, it will be similar to overtraining of ordinary people. You won't see any problems in the short term, but sooner or later you will damage your body and develop various diseases. Perhaps because of the participation of the soul power in the body, the realm division of sun body refining is directly the same as the soul power level. Compared with Taiyin spirit refining, which is not restricted by the soul power level and is almost independent of the soul master system, this body refining method is somewhat peculiar. There is a cultivation domain threshold linked to the soul power level. When the soul power level is high and the physical strength is lower than the domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level, the cultivation benefits of sun body refining are very high. For example, he has just started to practice. Because the physical strength is lower than the corresponding domain threshold, every minute of practice, Mu Yang can clearly perceive the subtle changes in his body. But when the physical strength is improved and reaches the corresponding domain threshold, the cultivation benefits of sun body refining will drop significantly. Even when the physical strength exceeds the domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level, the benefits of practicing sun body refining will be negligible or even ineffective. The reason why sun body refining has a domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level is that the physical strength of the practitioner is improved by tempering the flesh, blood, bones and organs of the whole body through the soul power in the practitioner's body, just like a big horse can easily pull a small cart, but a small horse can hardly pull a big cart. However, strictly speaking, in fact, this domain threshold of sun body refining is not linked to the soul power level, but to the soul power quality of the soul master. It's just that for most soul masters, the higher the soul power level, the higher the soul power quality. It is precisely because the domain threshold of sun body refining is linked to the soul power quality that another problem arises. That is because soul masters are different, their martial souls are different, and the soul power quality in their bodies is also different. Even if the practitioners have the same soul power level, the domain threshold of sun body refining will be different. The stronger the soul power in the body, the higher the threshold of this domain, and vice versa. There is no doubt that the one who can see the fastest effect of the sun body refining technique is not a low-level soul master like Mu Yang, but a 9-ring titled Douluo. After obtaining the technique, it won't take long for the physique to be improved to a terrifying level. Time passed unknowingly, and it was sunset in the blink of an eye. So fast. Looking up at the red sun in the western sky, Mu Yang couldn't help but smacked his lips. This technique is poisonous. It can make practitioners whose physical strength has not yet reached the corresponding domain threshold can't help but indulge in the pleasure of their physical fitness being steadily improved every moment. And when using the special blood energy converted from the sun's rays to warm the body, the feeling is even more comfortable than enjoying a full body massage from the highly skilled technician number 88. The whole body is warm, making him forget the meditation practice this afternoon. Fortunately, the extreme flame meditation method can also be practiced at night. At most the benefits of practice are not as good as at noon, otherwise he would have to skip work today. Pinching his hands and feet, Mu Yang realized that his physical fitness has obviously improved a lot, and he nodded with satisfaction. This time, his physical fitness was indeed brought up by the soul power of the 22nd level Great Soul Master. Of course, considering that his soul power level of the 22nd level Great Soul Master is not high, and he has taken whale glue in the past, his physical fitness is not bad. According to the progress of this afternoon's practice, Mu Yang estimated that he would reach the domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level in less than a week, and the benefits of practicing sun body refining would drop significantly. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Mu Yang hurriedly took out a mirror from the soul guide storage bracelet. The next second, looking at the ruddy face in the mirror, he knew that he was in very good health and there was no trace of emptiness on his face. Mu Yang was overjoyed and grinned. Sure enough, with the warmth of the special blood energy transformed from the sun's light, his pale face caused by the frequent consumption of soul power disappeared without a trace. Well, with sun body refining in hand, from now on, whoever dares to say that he, Mu Yang, is empty will have his head smashed. Compared with the extreme flame meditation method and the Taiyin spirit refining method, perhaps the sun body refining method is the most heaven-defying practice method? After admiring his own beauty in the mirror, Mu Yang took back the mirror and couldn't help thinking secretly. There is something that all creatures in all worlds are pursuing. It is not power, not money, nor strength, but lifespan. The more powerful one is, the more he desires immortality. Some strong people in some worlds even do dark things such as slaughtering all living beings and plundering vitality in pursuit of immortality. As for the profession of soul master alone, all soul masters who have reached the end of their lives died because of aging of body functions, not because of decay of souls. If you can change to a young and healthy body, even if it is still a soul that has experienced vicissitudes of life, you can still live again. The nourishing method part of sun body refining can transform the sun's light into special blood energy to nourish the body. The aging of various functions of the body will be slow, and the lifespan will be correspondingly extended. In other words, sun body refining is not only a body refining method, but also a life-extending magic skill? Wow, it's a good thing that others don't know the effect of this technique, and no one else even knows the existence of this technique, otherwise, with the strength of Blazing Fire Academy, it would definitely not be able to protect sun body refining, let alone protect Mu Yang who deduced sun body refining. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Oracle. 6 days later, afternoon. Tisk, I really don't want to stop. Quitting the practice, recalling the previous ecstatic comfort, Mu Yang secretly smacked his lips with regret. After 7 days of practice, his physical fitness has reached the domain threshold corresponding to the 22nd level of soul power in sun body refining. If the soul power level does not increase, continuing to practice will be a waste of time. In this way, even as a qualified scroll king, Mu Yang has temporarily lost the motivation to practice. And if nothing unexpected happens, he will not need to practice this body refining technique for a period of time. Because if the next Immortal Grass plan goes well, his physical fitness will soar again, far exceeding the domain threshold corresponding to the soul power level. Only after the soul power level is improved, it is suitable to continue to practice sun body refining. Early the next morning, Mu Yang found Huo Lai and said that he encountered the haunted incident again. When Huo Lai heard that Mu Yang was dreaming again, he was immediately excited and asked hurriedly, "Xiao Yang, is the adult in the dream telling you about the immortal grass this time?" Huo Lai was not surprised at all that Mu Yang encountered the haunted incident again. Even a few days ago, he was still wondering why the Great Existence did not send down the oracle after sending down the miracle. After practicing sun body refining, Mu Yang swept away his previous weak appearance. Such a huge change was naturally discovered by Huo Lai and the other four at the first time. Needless to say, in Huo Lai's opinion, this was the great god who used his great magical power to perform miracles and heal Mu Yang's martial soul disease. This time's miracle, combined with the oracle of the last time he exchanged knowledge of immortal herbs with Yang Wudi of the Po Yi clan, Huo Lai had a hunch in his heart that perhaps he would soon be able to see the immortal herbs with extraordinary effects recorded in the pharmacopoeia. Hearing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but look surprised. He only said that he was dreaming, and he hadn't even started to talk nonsense yet. You know what I'm going to talk about? Great, you can answer quickly. It is indeed about immortal herbs. That majestic figure told me that there is a treasure land in the central area of the Sunset Forest. In the treasure land there is a strange spring, around which grow a large number of exotic flowers and plants, including a large number of immortal herbs. In addition, he also told me that the leader of the Min clan, Bai He, also has an immortal herb called Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Mu Yang said to Huo Lai. If the fairy grass in Baihe's hand was not the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, but the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product or the Snow Swan Kiss, either it would not improve strength after taking it, or it could not be taken at all, then Mu Yang really didn't need to plot again. After all, the many fairy herbs in the yinyang eyes of ice and fire were not only enough for him to eat, but also enough to benefit the people he cherished. But the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng was not possible. If possible, this fairy herb could not be missed. First, the martial spirits of Huo Lai and Huo Wushuan were both the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus. Although the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus was a top-quality beast martial spirit, it was undoubtedly much worse than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, and could only be regarded as the goalkeeper among the top beast martial spirits. And in Mu and Yang's impression, there are many immortal herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but the only one that has a high probability of causing the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus spirit to undergo transformation and evolution after taking it is the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd has the attribute of earth, and the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus spirit has the attribute of fire. The two attributes seem to be different, but the combination of fire and earth can turn into lava. If nothing unexpected happens, if the two take the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus spirit is very likely to transform into a dragon spirit with lava attributes. The lava attribute and the fire attribute of the extreme flame meditation method are not compatible. Simple, just come up with a lava meditation method later. Based on the extreme flame meditation method, the lava attribute meditation method is re-derived, and the efficiency is much higher than when the extreme flame meditation method was deduced at the beginning. But there is only one Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, not enough for two people. Mu Yang set his sights on Baihe. There is no doubt that the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, a fairy herb, is very suitable for the Dragon Clan martial spirit. Huo Lai and Huo Wushuan, one of them took the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, and the other took the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. It is very likely that their one-horned fire dragon martial spirits will undergo transformation and evolution, becoming one of the most powerful beast martial spirits in the mainland Soul Master world. Well, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng seems to be quite suitable for his Ginseng martial spirit. But a Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng is definitely not as good as the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot, which complement each other, and if he chooses the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, it should not be of any help to his Hokage martial spirit, so Mu Yang does not consider it. As for the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd and the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, they are not mature fairy herbs with 100,000 years of medicinal effect. If it can make the martial spirit undergo transformation evolution, this is more suitable than taking other mature immortal herbs with low compatibility, and it doesn't matter if the medicinal effect is slightly worse. Secondly, Mu Yang naturally doesn't want Tang San to have the opportunity to obtain immortal herbs in the future. You know, Baihe is Tang San's uncle. With Tang San's innate full soul power and twin martial spirits, if they meet in the future, Baihe will most likely invest in him like in the original book and give him the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Without Mu Yang, all the good things on the mainland can be Tang San's. But with Mu Yang, how can Tang Fozu still take immortal herbs? No, this is absolutely not possible. Work hard to practice, plan opportunities, improve yourself, and attack potential opponents. All these are Mu Yang's soul path. Tang San, you already have a way to die. Baihe, Sunset Forest? Touching his chin, Huo Lai muttered to himself. Well, Xiao Yang, let's go to Sunset Forest first. As for the Baihe of the Min clan you mentioned, this person has a close relationship with Yang Wudi of the Po clan. I will think of a way later. After thinking for a while, Huo Lai said. Mu Yang shook his head and said, that adult also said that the treasure land of Sunset Forest is not an ownerless land. It is now occupied by Biphosphorus Douluo. Dugo. Hearing this, Huo Lai couldn't help but frown. Dugo was born as a wanderer, but he was able to become a 9-ring titled Douluo. Could it be that he also took immortal herbs at the beginning? If so, then the matter is a bit tricky. The effect of immortal herbs is amazing. Even if Dugo owes him a favor, I'm afraid he may not give it to him. Don't worry, this Biphosphorus Douluo is not proficient in the physiology of immortal herbs. Well, he just doesn't know the goods. Seeing Huo Lai's entanglement, Mu Yang added a sentence. That's easy. A smile appeared on Huo Lai's face when he heard this. Don't know the goods? That's good. Otherwise, if Dugo knows the goods, then this matter will be really difficult to handle, and we can only do some small actions that are not presentable. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Dugubo's enthusiasm. By the way, uncle, what is your current soul power level? Mu Yang asked Huo Lai. He only knew that Huo Lai was an 8-ring soul Douluo, but he didn't know the specific soul power level. 88 level, almost 89 level, what's wrong? Huo Lai didn't mean to hide it and said directly. Nothing, just asking. Mu Yang waved his hand. After taking the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, the soul level is close to the 89th level soul Douluo, most of them can directly reach the 90th level quasi-titled Douluo. Add the 9th soul ring later, Tisk, the title of His Majesty. Then he went to Baihe with the strength of a 9-ring titled Douluo to ask for the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. If Baihe gave him face, he would exchange it with the Yuxiang Kiluo Immortal product, which had no effect of improving strength after taking it. The even more useless Snow Swan Kiss? This thing can't be given to Baihe, otherwise if someone gets it and then throws it into the blood river of the Hell Road in the Slaughter City, it will be a big deal. In Mu Yang's opinion, the reason why the evil soul masters in the soul master world of the future continent are so rampant is that in addition to the lack of the Wuhan Hall that severely cracks down on evil soul masters in the future continent, the biggest factor is the absence of the Slaughter City, which can be said to be a scum treatment center with no exit. That is, this matter is not known to the world, and in the original work, Tang San ascended to the throne of God, and the Sea God Oracle was issued, and all living beings dared not disobey, otherwise they would be infamous for thousands of years. As for Baihe not giving face? In the case that he is not a titled Douluo, the face of the titled crown must not be given, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Although Baihe's brain is a bit stubborn, I don't think he will be so unwise. Of course, it is also okay not to trade with the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product. Isn't the Min family poor? It's okay to buy it with gold soul coins. That morning, Huo Lai arranged the affairs of the academy and took Mu Yang on a carriage to Tiandu City. Since Dugo didn't know what he was talking about, there was no need to do anything shameful. After all, Huo Lai was a man of status, and it was not appropriate for him to be a thief. He could just use the favor Dugo owed him to pay off his debt. Shuo City was not too far from Tiandu City. On the evening of the third day, the two arrived in Tiandu City. After checking in at Tiandu Hotel, Huo Lai wrote a visiting card and asked the hotel waiter to send it to Dugo Mansion. Xiao Yang, Bailan Douluo is at the mansion. We will visit him tomorrow morning. That night, after receiving Dugo's reply, Huo Lai said to Mu Yang. Yes. Mu Yang nodded. The next morning, outside Dugo Mansion. When Mu Yang and Huo Lai got off the carriage, they saw Dugo standing at the door of the mansion, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Dugo's figure, Mu Yang couldn't help showing surprise in his eyes. If his uncle Huo Lai was a 9-ring titled Douluo, then Mu Yang could understand why Dugo would go out to greet him. After all, as both of them were titled Douluo, it was a courtesy for the host to go out to greet a powerful person who came to visit. But the problem was that Huo Lai was not a titled Douluo. In terms of status, even if Huo Lai was the dean of Blazing Fire Academy and his soul power level was an 8-ringed soul Douluo, he was still far behind Dugo. Could it be that there were other guests of unusual status in Dugo Mansion today? At this time, seeing Huo Lai and Mu Yang get off the carriage, Dugo greeted them with a smile and a warm face. Huo Lai bowed and said, "I'm sorry for coming here." Mu Yang bowed and said, "Hello, senior. Haha, I missed you so much since we met in Sunset Forest. Brother Huo, welcome, welcome, let's go and chat in the mansion." Dugo smiled and waved his hand, inviting the two into the mansion. Seeing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel even more confused. What's going on? This Dugo is probably fake, right? Even if Dugoyan attached a super limit soul ring and confirmed the effect of whale glue, it wouldn't make Dugo behave like this, right? Soon, in the living room of Dugo Mansion. After asking the maid to serve tea, Dugo chatted with Huo Lai. While chatting, Dugo glanced at Mu Yang from time to time. Mu Yang, What's going on? I always feel that this old man is plotting against me. After a long time, when Mu Yang was a little restless, Dugo's face became serious, dismissed the maids waiting in the hall, and turned to look at Mu Yang. "Little friend, what's your name?" Dugo asked Mu Yang. "Senior, my name is Mu Yang." Mu Yang replied. "Little friend Mu Yang, I remember your martial soul is a food-related martial soul, right?" As he said that, Dugo looked at Mu Yang with shining eyes. The last time he met Mu Yang in the Sunset Forest, he forgot a key point. By the time he realized it, he had already left the Sunset Forest with his granddaughter. Originally, Dugo was planning to go to Blazing Academy in a while, but he didn't expect that Mu Yang would come to him by himself. It's a food-related martial soul. Mu Yang nodded, secretly relieved. After seeing Dugo's concern for his martial soul, Mu Yang roughly guessed why Dugo was so enthusiastic. The key point lies in his ginseng martial soul and his innate full soul power talent. Dugo has a fatal weakness, that is, he was bitten by snake venom. This snake venom was not given to him by others, but came from his own Jade Phosphorus Snake King martial soul. The Jade Phosphorus Snake King martial soul is a beast martial soul. Beast martial souls are different from weapon martial souls and need to be attached to the body for use. Dugo's control of his own soul power has not reached an absolutely perfect level, which makes him more or less contaminated with some Jade Phosphorus Snake King poison every time he uses his martial soul. If Dugo is just a low-level soul master, there are many soul masters on the continent who can detoxify him. Just find an auxiliary soul master with detoxification soul skills, or a food soul master who can make soul food with detoxification effect. Unfortunately, when low-level spirit masters use spirit skills against high-level spirit masters, except for a few special spirits, the actual effect of the spirit skills will be greatly reduced, or even completely ineffective. Dugo is a 9-ring titled Douluo, and he is unlucky. There are currently no food type titled Douluos on the continent, nor are there any auxiliary type titled Douluos with detoxification spirit skills. That is, it is said that Dugo cannot solve the problem of his own snake venom backbiting through detoxification soul skills. But now it is different. Dugo has met me and knows that I am a food type soul master with innate full soul power. The innate full soul power must become a titled Douluo. Although there is no food type titled Douluo born in the mainland soul master world, if even a food type soul master with innate full soul power cannot become a food type titled Douluo, then the food type titled Douluo will become an impossible term. So, Dugo is so enthusiastic today, mostly because he is the future food type titled Douluo, and as long as he chooses the right soul skill effect, he can detoxify him and Dugoyan in the future. Thanks to my friends 202212031441389117 for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Kyunyo Shura, 2021030106582630630634, and Wu Xiao Xiang Feng 2022060616363257 Memory Bookworm Hung Men Lord's recommendation votes. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Just pick it. Sure enough, the next second, Dugo talked about this. Friend Mu Yang, do you have any plans for your soul skills? Resisting the emotions in his heart, Dugo asked. Can you please give me some advice? After a moment of hesitation, Mu Yang said. Mu Yang must have soul food that can remove abnormal states, and he planned it as his third soul skill. Although this kind of soul food cannot work in most cases, it can save lives when it is really needed. And abnormal states are not limited to poisoning. Sickness, curse, alien energy invasion, etc. are all abnormal states. What is alien energy invasion? Bibi Dong Soul Devouring Spider Emperor's sixth soul skill, Eternal Creation, is undoubtedly a very powerful soul skill. This soul skill ignores physical defense effects, and reduces energy defense by 50%. Once hit, the wound will spread endlessly, and can only rely on soul power to resist until the soul power is exhausted and the oil is exhausted and the lamp is exhausted. However, this soul skill looks very scary, but if there is a soul skill that can remove the abnormal state, then this soul skill is nothing big, at most it is a strong attack soul skill with armor-breaking effect. Because the wound left by Eternal Creation is a manifestation of alien energy invasion. Of course, it is true that he has plans in this regard, but Mu Yang does not intend to take the initiative to say it. There is a saying that goes, things that are easily obtained are often not cherished. He and Dugo are not related, so there is no need to rush to go. Dugo asked him for something, and he agreed. When he asked about the purpose of the two of them, he asked for some exotic flowers and herbs, and the matter of the fairy grass was done. I believe Dugo would know this. I see that you are now a second-ring Great Soul Master. I wonder what effect the soul food made by the first and second soul skills have. Dugo asked. Senior, my first soul skill restores soul and mental power, and my second soul skill heals injuries and restores physical strength." Mu Yang did not mean to hide anything and said directly. Hearing this, Dugo leaned slightly and stretched his neck. "Have you ever considered detoxification soul skills?" "Detoxification soul skills? Senior, do you have anything to tell me?" "Hey, you are playing dumb, right? Okay, I'll leave it here. If you can make soul food with detoxification effect in the future, come to me, Dugo, if you have any problems in the future." Dugo laughed and scolded, then patted his chest and promised. The reason why this time it was not a specific number of favors, but "come and find me," was because Dugo knew that the problem of snake venom backlash in his and his granddaughter Dugoyan's body could only be treated temporarily, but not fundamentally, unless he stopped using his martial soul in the future. However, as a soul master, how could he not use his martial soul? Once the martial soul was used, even if all the toxins accumulated in the body had been removed, it would be reinfected, and then he would still have to find Mu Yang. Because of this, Dugo made the promise of "come and find me. Then it's up to you, senior." Without hesitation, Mu Yang responded directly. "Why are you so curious?" Dugo asked. "I am a little curious, but it has nothing to do with me. In the future, as long as you ask, I will definitely give it to you." He had known Dugo's problem for a long time, so he naturally wouldn't ask out of curiosity. Another thing is that it is not appropriate to poke someone's scar. Anyway, it's enough for you to know it yourself. There is no need to ask more. Hearing this, Dugo raised his eyebrows slightly, then skipped this topic and asked again, "Boy, are you interested in going to Tiandu Royal College?" Mu Yang, "Why do everyone want me, Mu Yang, to change my school?" Before, Shui Yunyu asked him to go to Tian Shui College, and now Dugo wants him to go to Tiandu Royal College. Shui Yunyu wants to be his aunt, and Dugo, could it be that Dugo wants to be his grandfather? Don't say it, it's not impossible. There is a saying that goes, it's better to ask yourself than to ask others. Snake venom can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If Mu Yang is an outsider, it would be a bit troublesome to detoxify. After all, most soul power foods have a certain time limit and cannot be stored permanently, and Mu Yang can't be available at any time. But if it belongs to one of us, it will undoubtedly be very convenient, and just based on talent, if we consider it from the perspective of the innate full soul power, it is enough to meet the requirements of any female parent for choosing a son-in-law. Senior, Shuo Academy is good. I have no intention of changing academies. Mu Yang declined Dugo's suggestion. What a pity. Seeing this, Dugo shook his head with regret. Suddenly, Dugo recalled that Huo Lai and Mu Yang took the initiative to visit him today. This means that not only he has something to ask Mu Yang, but Huo Lai and Mu Yang also have something to ask him. Dugo hurriedly asked Huo Lai, "Brother Huo, what difficulties did you encounter this time? Just tell me." "It's like this. It is said that medicine and poison are inseparable. Your Majesty's poison skills are the best in the world. I think you must have come into contact with exotic flowers and herbs on weekdays. I want to ask your Majesty if there is any channel to obtain exotic flowers and herbs." Huo Lai said the words he had prepared before. As for the matter of the immortal grass, it must not be said openly, because this thing is too precious, he can't afford it, so he can only pick it up and get it in a roundabout way. Rare flowers and herbs. Suddenly, Dugo showed a strange look on his face. Maybe he, Dugo, doesn't have many other things, but when it comes to rare flowers and herbs, Dugo is confident that he is the second in the continent, and no one can claim to be the first. Brother Huo, you have found the right person for this matter. To be honest, I have a medicine garden in the Sunset Forest, which contains countless rare flowers and herbs. After lunch later, I will take you there. If you like anything, just pick it. Dugo said generously. After all, he is a person of status, so Huo Lai will not be so extreme as to extort money from his medicine garden. As long as it is not extortion, he can accept it. Anyway, he has a lot of these things, so it doesn't matter if he gives some to Huo Lai. As for Huo Lai's purpose in finding rare flowers and herbs, this has nothing to do with Dugo. Huo Lai and Mu Yang did not ask him what he would use the detoxification soul food for in the future, and he would not ask Huo Lai what he would do with the exotic flowers and herbs, because this was personal privacy, and he was past the age of curiosity, so he just had to choose to give or not. Hearing this, Huo Lai was overjoyed, but on the surface he did not reveal any flaws, just smiled and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Your Majesty." "Haha, why are you being polite to me?" Dugo waved his hand indifferently. "Mu Yang, the fairy grass is about to be obtained. Woohoo, take off." End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Part 1. Under Dugo's warm hospitality, Huo Lai and Mu Yang had a sumptuous lunch at Dugo's house. In the afternoon, the three of them set off for the Sunset Forest together. Dugo, needless to say, when a soul master's soul power level enters the 9-ring titled Douluo, no matter what type of martial soul, he can have the ability to fly in the air, while Mu Yang was carried by Huo Lai, who was possessed by the unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus martial soul. The Sunset Forest is not far from Tiandu City. In less than 3 hours, the three of them arrived at the central area of the Sunset Forest. While flying in the air with Huo Lai, Mu Yang couldn't help but get excited when he saw a small hill surrounded by lavender poisonous fog in the distance below. With the immortal herbs in hand, his soul power training speed, which was not slow to begin with, will be further improved. Even if his two martial souls that barely reached the top quality did not undergo transformation and evolution, their essence would be greatly enhanced, and they would definitely no longer be at the bottom level among the top martial souls. In addition, there are many immortal herbs in the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, and he is not the only one who benefits. It is enough to stage a wave of what is called one person's success brings success to all the chickens and dogs. If nothing unexpected happens, Blazing Fire Academy will soon become one of the few forces on the continent with a 9-ring titled Douluo in charge. Although Dugo did not know much about the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, he also knew that his own medicine garden was a rare treasure in the world. In order to prevent the many exotic flowers and plants in it from being harmed by the soul beasts in the forest or the soul masters who came to hunt souls, Dugo planted a large number of biphosphorus 7 wonders flowers around the hill where the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire were located, forming a circle of dense poisonous fog. Anyone who entered would be contaminated by the toxin. Although the toxicity of biphosphorus 7 wonders flowers is not as toxic as Dugo's own biphosphorus snake king poison, it is also very poisonous. Once contaminated, unless the soul power level is above 80, or the toxin can be removed in time, it will only take an hour for the poisoned person to twitch all over the body and die of meridian atrophy. Of course, in Mu Yang's view, Dugo's poisonous fog circle actually has a huge loophole. In just a few seconds, Mu Yang, who had changed his perspective, thought of 2 ways to bypass the poisonous fog circle. The poisonous fog circle only protected the surrounding areas. The concentration in the sky was relatively thin, and there was basically no sign of poisonous fog in the central area. For soul beasts and soul masters with flying ability, it was completely defenseless. In addition, the poisonous fog could not penetrate into the earth, and digging a tunnel could bypass it. Just as Mu Yang was thinking, Dugo said to Huo Lai, "Brother Huo, this purple fog is a poison barrier I set up. It is very toxic. Don't let this kid come into contact with it." Then, Dugo flew towards the top of the small hill surrounded by the poisonous fog circle in the center, and Huo Lai followed closely with Mu Yang. Soon, the three of them landed on the top of the hill. What caught Mu Yang's eyes was a small inverted cone-shaped valley. The thick hot air was very humid, rising from the valley, as if it was like a mist, covering the top of the hill. In the center of the valley, there was a strange oval spring. The color of the spring water in the spring was different from that of ordinary spring water, showing milky white and vermilion. What was even more peculiar was that although the milky white and vermilion springs were in the same spring, they were clearly separated, did not invade each other, and always stayed on their own side. The thick steam rolling up was produced by the contact point of the 2 springs, rising continuously until it slowly dissipated at the mountain pass. What a magical spring! Looking at the strange Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire in the valley below, Huo Lai couldn't help but sigh. In his perception, the milky white spring water in the spring was colder than the 10,000 years of black ice, and the vermilion spring water was definitely hotter than the flames released by him, the 8-ring soul fighter of the fire system. Even if the ice and fire springs appeared alone, it could be considered extraordinary, not to mention the wonderful sight of the 2 coexisting in front of him. Is this strange ice and fire spring a miracle? After sighing, Huo Lai couldn't help but think to himself. It's no wonder Huo Lai thought so, mainly because the springs were cold and hot, which was definitely not formed naturally, and he had seen miracles before. Not to mention, Huo Lai was right. The Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire was indeed a miracle. In ancient times, the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, whose strength was comparable to that of a first-level god, died in the battle of the Dragon God. After their death, they fell into the Sunset Forest. The bodies of the two Dragon Kings were thousands of feet underground in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. And the power of the dragon is extraordinary, even if it is just the body of the dragon. The powerful water and fire power emanating from the two dragon bodies, after countless years of evolution, gradually formed the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, a treasure land that breeds many immortal herbs and countless exotic flowers and plants. How is it? Isn't my medicine garden spectacular? Dugo said to Huolai and the others with a little pride. It is indeed spectacular. Looking at the countless exotic flowers and plants growing around the ice and fire spring below, Huolai nodded in amazement. Although Huolai did not know much about herbs, he could tell from the extraordinary appearance of these exotic flowers and plants that the herbs grown here were by no means ordinary goods. By the way, my medicine garden is filled with the power of water and fire because of the ice and fire spring. Brother Huo, you are quite strong, so you can ignore it, but this kid is only a second-ring great soul master. You must watch him after you go down, and don't let anything go wrong. Recalling the power of water and fire that permeated his own medicine garden, Dugo warned Huolai. Of course. Huolai nodded. Even if Dugo didn't say it, he was keenly aware of the extraordinary nature of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The pervasive power of water and fire alone is not something that a low-level soul master can withstand for a long time. If it weren't for the oracle conveyed by Mu Yang, which had already explained that there were fairy herbs that were very suitable for him here, and they had to be taken immediately after picking, Huolai would not have planned to take Mu Yang down. Then, Huolai picked up Mu Yang beside him and flew down the mountain with Dugo. There were still dozens of meters between the ice and fire spring eye, and Mu Yang could sense the water and fire power that permeated around him, which began to erode him constantly. The ice and fire yin-yang eye was blessed by nature, and there were countless exotic flowers and plants growing around the spring eye, but no ordinary herbs grew. There was a reason for that. For these exotic flowers and plants, the water and fire power that permeated the ice and fire yin-yang eye could nourish their growth, but for ordinary herbs, the water and fire power that permeated the ice and fire yin-yang eye was no different from herbicides, and they could not adapt to it at all. This is true for plants, and it is also true for people. Once you get close to the ice and fire spring eye, you have to constantly withstand the energy impact of two extreme attributes. If you are not strong enough, stay for a long time, and fail to leave in time, you are very likely to explode and die under the impact of the water and fire energy. However, for Mu Yang, whose physical fitness far exceeds that of soul masters of the same level, although this degree of water and fire erosion cannot be ignored, he can withstand it for a short period of time. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, Part 2. Suddenly, Dugo felt a dull pain in his chest and frowned. Oh no, the snake venom is about to bite back. Dugo thought to himself that it was not good, and then he said to Huolai in a hurry, Brother Huo, you can pick any herbs in my medicine garden, but some herbs are very poisonous, so be careful. And don't touch the extremely cold and hot springs. I once caught a soul beast that was more than 50,000 years old and threw it in. As a result, it was only a short moment, and not even the bones were left. I have something to do now, sister, come and play. After that, Dugo hurriedly flew into the air and went to the cliff cave on the other side of the hill where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was located to suppress the toxins in his body. This was just a sign that the snake venom was about to backfire, and he could still control it and not lose his composure. But if the snake venom backfired and his whole body twitched, it would be a loss of face. It was better not to let others see such a face-losing thing. Seeing this, the two were a little confused. Xiao Yang, this spring is so dangerous, do you really want to jump in? After Dugo left, Huolai frowned and looked at Mu Yang. Long before, Mu Yang told Huolai what he was going to do at the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in the name of the tall figure in the dream. Huolai didn't know the situation of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire before, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But now he found that it seemed that this matter was full of dangers. Of course, Huolai believed in that great existence, but he couldn't help but have some concerns in his heart. Don't worry. The two ice and fire fairy herbs are bred by this ice and fire spring. After taking them, you can be immune to the extremely cold and hot spring water. There will be no danger. Mu Yang waved his hand. Jumping into the ice and fire yin-yang eye without taking the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot jiaishu is naturally no different from suicide. Even if the world's strongest person of Jiandaoliu came, he would probably have to shed a layer of skin. But if you take these two complementary fairy herbs and then jump in, it's not courting death, but ice and fire alchemy body. Although his spirit power level is lower than Tang San in the original novel, his physical fitness is definitely better than Tang San at that time. Since Tang San can do it, he can naturally bear it. Okay, you can estimate it yourself. After thinking for a moment, Huo Lai nodded. The matter of taking immortal herbs and taking a bath was arranged by the great god. His Majesty is as good as God, so Mu Yang should not be in any danger. Recalling the knowledge of immortal herbs that he had memorized in his mind, Mu Yang strolled in the medicine garden, carefully searching for traces of immortal herbs. After a while, a faint fragrance different from the fragrance of other flowers and plants came into Mu Yang's nose. Following the direction of the fragrance, I saw a large light pink flower growing on the bank where the red and white springs intersect. The flower has no leaves, the stem is 3 feet long, the flower is very large, and the diameter is more than a foot. The stamens are light purple, and each petal looks as crystal clear as crystal. Even though Mu Yang was more than 10 meters away from the big flower, he could still smell the faint fragrance. Fragrant Kilo immortal product. Mu Yang recognized what this light pink flower was at the first time and walked over immediately. Just after taking a few steps, Mu Yang saw a light pink light shield with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which he had not seen before, with the fragrant Kilo immortal product as the center. Fragrant Kilo immortal product, the nemesis of all poisons, has the effect of neutralizing all toxins, and this light pink light shield is exactly the effective range of its ability to restrain toxins. After finding the fragrant and beautiful fairy product, Mu Yang did not pick it immediately, but continued to walk around. After more than an hour, Mu Yang finally walked around the entire ice and fire yin-yang eye and found all the fairy herbs bred by the ice and fire spring. An orchid with 8 petals, snow white and crystal, giving people a sense of nobleness and transcendence, this is the 8-petal fairy orchid. The stems and leaves are like vines, finely combed, the top is golden, exudes a strong fragrance, and gives people a sense of magnificence. This is the Chiluo tulip. A huge and gorgeous purple chrysanthemum, with furry petals, half a foot higher than the petals, and the top is shining with light golden stamens, this is the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. The style is simple, the top is like a coxcomb, exudes a fiery breath, and the whole body is red. Fairy herb, this is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It looks like a peony, with red stems and leaves, and a black stone connected to the rhizome below. There is only a palm-sized white flower. This is the acacia heartbroken, which is known as the king of fairy herbs. The whole body is emerald green, with a few drops of transparent water on the leaves. It doesn't look too conspicuous, but after taking it, it can greatly improve the mental power of the longing autumn water dew. The plant is crystal white, just like the spotless narcissus jade muscle and bone like a green lotus and white lotus root. The whole body is snow white with slender and curved stems and leaves, which looks like the neck of a snow white swan. It is beautiful, but it is actually a very dangerous snow-colored swan kiss. There are also the targets that Mu Yang is going to take, which are extremely cold and hot poisonous fairy herbs, the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot. Including the Yuxiang Kilo fairy product, these 11 fairy herbs have all been obtained by Tang San in the original work. In addition to these 11 plants, there are other immortal herbs in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, such as earth dragon golden gourd, mixed origin immortal grass, black jade divine bamboo, Xingluo spiritual pearl, etc. However, just as Mu Yang had expected, only the 11 immortal herbs that Tang San had obtained in the original work were mature, and the other immortal herbs, including the earth dragon golden gourd, were all in the immature stage. Then, Mu Yang took out the gold and jade objects that had been prepared long ago from the soul guide storage bracelet and began to pick them. After a busy day, in addition to the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, which needed to be picked and taken immediately, including the earth dragon golden gourd that was not yet fully mature, Mu Yang got a full 10 immortal herbs. Of course, he did not do it to the extreme. Except for the special acacia heartbroken red, the other 9 immortal herbs all left their rhizomes or seeds. As for the remaining immature immortal herbs, Mu Yang did not move them. First, the immortal herbs he had obtained were enough, and second, he wanted to leave some for the owner Dugo. Taking advantage of Dugo's ignorance of the value of immortal herbs and cheating him of so many immortal herbs, it would be bad to let him have nothing. Moreover, Mu Yang remembered that although Dugoyan's cultivation talent was decent, it was not much better. If there was no opportunity in the future, he would probably not become a 9-ring titled Douluo. If he left some for his granddaughter, she would at least become a titled crowned one in the future. Of course, Mu Yang was not going to tell Dugo the effects of the immortal herbs now. He had to wait until he was stronger in the future. Otherwise, in order to recover the loss if lost, Dugo might turn his face against me. Thanks to my friend Sanchin Xiaolofang for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Destroyed King, Guyu, 202206061636325572, Shushu I want to send it, when will I be gentle, 201706170839522243, Hunzi in the Wind, Hongmeng Lord, to Do Tianzun for the recommendation ticket. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire, Part 2. Afterwards, beside the ice and fire spring, except for the last pair of pants on his body, Mu Yang took off all his clothes and put them on the shore, and even took off the soul guide storage bracelet on his wrist. He was about to take the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, and then jump into the ice and fire spring to take a bath. The extremely cold and hot water in the spring was not something that ordinary clothes and soul guides could withstand, so he couldn't take them with him. Otherwise, the small treasury in the soul guide storage bracelet and the many fairy herbs he had just acquired would have to say goodbye to him. Are you ready? Huo Lai, holding an iron dagger and a jade piece, asked in a deep voice beside Mu Yang. Come on. Mu Yang nodded after glancing at the 8-angled mysterious ice grass on the other side and the fiery apricot more than 10 meters away from him. Seeing this, Huo Lai's expression condensed, aiming at the stem of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass on the other side, turning his wrist and throwing the iron dagger in his hand. Swoosh puff, a subtle sound of breaking through the air sounded, accompanied by a flash of cold light, and the 8-angled mysterious ice grass fell beside the shore. Instantly, a chill spread out, and all the herbs growing near the 8-angled mysterious ice grass were covered with a layer of light white frost. Swoosh! Huo Lai threw out the jade piece in his hand again, cutting down the fiery apricot beauty. The next second, a burning breath spread, and the herbs growing near the fiery apricot beauty immediately withered under this burning breath. After taking a deep breath, Huo Lai looked at the 8-angled mysterious ice grass that had been cut down earlier, and the soul power in his hand rose. He raised his hand and saw the 8-angled mysterious ice grass that had fallen to the ground on the other side rise out of thin air. Under the control of Huo Lai's soul power, it passed over the ice and fire spring and fell to the fiery apricot beauty. As soon as the two immortal herbs came into contact, a layer of light red light appeared on the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, and a layer of light white air was also shrouded on the fiery apricot beauty. The 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot are different from other immortal herbs. Both contain strong ice poison and fire poison and cannot be taken normally. However, although the two immortal herbs have different properties and contain strong poisons, they complement each other. After being picked with iron and jade tools and intersecting with each other, the two immortal herbs will be restrained by each other's aura and will no longer be pure poisonous immortal herbs. But in the same way, after intersecting with each other for 10 breaths, their effects will completely disappear. Once this time is missed, the medicinal effects of the two immortal herbs will be lost at a very fast speed, and they will become useless goods. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Yang immediately stepped forward to pick up the two immortal herbs and stuffed them into his mouth like swallowing a whole fruit. The two immortal herbs, one ice and one fire, have opposite properties, but after restraining each other, they are no longer as domineering as before. The moment they enter the mouth, they turn into saliva and flow down the throat, leaving a fragrance in the mouth. The powerful medicinal effect of the immortal herbs soon began to take effect. Before Mu Yang could savor the taste of the two immortal herbs, his body could not help but tremble violently. Then, a layer of ice blue light rose from under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, the whole person had completely turned blue. Then, another layer of red light appeared, and Mu Yang at this time looked like a freshly cooked prawn. The alternation of blue and red light looked extremely strange, but it was such a simple alternation process that almost made Mu Yang unable to bear it. In Mu Yang's impression, the two worlds of ice and fire belonged to the synonym of comfort, and most male compatriots liked it. But at this moment, Mu Yang didn't think so. This was not comfort, but was clearly enduring extreme torture. Fortunately, Mu Yang's soul power was strong, and the spiritual power method of Taiyin refining God was not cultivated in vain. While his spiritual power was good, his willpower was also significantly improved, so he could still bear it for the time being. While he still had some control over his body, Mu Yang operated the sun body refining to guide the energy of the immortal grass in his body to temper his body, while controlling his body to stagger forward and walk to the edge of the spring. The yin-yang eye of ice and fire was in front of him. As long as he took another half step, he would fall into the spring. Soon, he realized that the effect of the ice and fire immortal grass began to fully play out, and the impact of the ice and fire energy in his body became more violent and fierce. Without hesitation, Mu Yang leaned forward and fell to the intersection of the extremely cold yin spring and the extremely hot yang spring. Plop! Red and white water splashed, and Mu Yang fell headfirst into the ice and fire spring. Taking the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot, and then jumping into the ice and fire yin-yang eye to take a bath, that also requires timing. If you jump into the spring before the effect of the immortal grass is fully exerted, it is not ice and fire refining body, but suicide. The extremely cold and hot spring water, which even a titled Douluo could not bear, could kill a second-ring great spirit master like him in a moment, and not even a bone residue could be found. But if the effect of the ice and fire immortal grass was fully exerted, he could not withstand the first wave of impact formed by the majestic medicinal power and fainted directly on the shore, unable to jump into the ice in time. Fire spring eye, that would also be GG. After all, without the suppression of the ice and fire spring eye, he would definitely not be able to withstand the violent ice and fire energy of the two immortal herbs by himself. Before coming to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Mu Yang had expected that he would have to suffer, but now it seems that he still underestimated it. Although the ice and fire energy attached to the two immortal herbs had been neutralized before, they were stirred wildly after entering his body. Compared with the soul power in Mu Yang's body, the medicinal power contained in the immortal herbs was so magnificent, not to mention that under the restraint of ice and fire, the energy impact that erupted was not something Mu Yang could resist at all. Soon after falling into the ice and fire spring eye, Mu Yang fell into a coma, and the whole person gradually sank under the water. However, what Mu Yang didn't know was that for some reason, after he fell into a coma, sun body refining did not stop running, and still guided the magnificent ice and fire energy in his body to temper his body. Moreover, this ice and fire energy is different from pure soul power. It can not only temper the body, but also contains rich vitality. While tempering and strengthening the whole body, it is also warming and nourishing, so that Mu Yang will not be in danger of only tempering without nourishing. At this time, Mu Yang's figure was swallowed by the ice and fire spring water, but Huo Lai on the shore was relieved. There was nothing else. Although Mu Yang sank under the water, Huo Lai could see clearly that this extremely cold and hot spring water, which even the titled Douluo could not bear, did not cause any harm to Mu Yang. Sure enough, the arrangement of the great god must be foolproof. It is me, a mortal, who has no vision. Huo Lai couldn't help thinking secretly. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. You are electricity, you are light. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, the moon was in the middle of the sky. The thick water mist blocked the star and moon light in the night sky, but the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were not dim. The red and white light emitted by the blazing yang chuan and the extremely cold yinquan, although not as bright as the sun in the daytime sky, also illuminated the area around the springs. Suddenly, Huo Lai, who had been paying attention to the movement of the springs on the shore, suddenly found that the originally calm water surface had a wave. Then, a little bird, naked, floated up from the water. Seeing Mu Yang surfacing, Huo Lai's face was immediately happy. But the next second, Huo Lai's face showed a strange look, and he saw that Mu Yang's originally fiery red short hair turned into ice blue. Could it be that the martial soul has transformed? Huo Lai couldn't help but think to himself. The martial soul has a great influence on the soul master, and can bring a certain influence on the soul master's personality. Of course, it is only a certain influence, not absolute, otherwise Kyung Sunji, who has the sacred and bright six-winged angel martial soul, would not have done the secret room incident. In addition to the influence of personality, the martial soul will also have a certain impact on the appearance of the soul master, and hair color is one of the more obvious manifestations. The Blazing Fire Academy has studied and demonstrated that if one of the parents has red hair and also has a fire-type martial soul, then when the children do not have red hair, it does not rule out the possibility of awakening the fire-type martial soul, but if the hair color is red, then they will definitely be able to awaken the fire-type martial soul. Mu Yang's hair color was red before, which was closely related to his Naruto martial soul. But now it has turned blue, which is obvious. This must be after taking the fairy herbs, his Naruto martial soul has mutated and evolved, and most likely it has become an ice-attributed martial soul. Well, it may not only be the Naruto martial soul that has mutated and evolved, the ginseng martial soul that originally had no attributes may also have mutated and evolved. But Huo Lai is a little confused. The fire-attributed Naruto martial soul took the 1 fire 1 ice fairy herbs. Fire plus ice, how come there is only ice left? Where did the original fire go? Xiao Yang, wake up! Unable to figure out what was going on, Huo Lai shook his head slightly and shouted at Mu Yang, who had not yet officially woken up. Mu Yang had a dream, and it was a nightmare. In the dream, he was in an unknown world. A dense number of flaming meteorites fell from the sky, and a violent roar was heard. The earth cracked, and countless hot lava gushed out. Everywhere he looked was red. The burning waves came, and the moisture on his body evaporated quickly. Mu Yang seemed to smell the burnt smell emanating from his body. As the gushing lava continued to erode the earth, it didn't take long for Mu Yang, who had lost his last place to stand, to be submerged in the hot lava. The next second, time and space changed, the flaming meteorites and the hot lava disappeared, and instead, there was a snowstorm in front of the site, mixed with biting cold and countless snowflakes. As the snowstorm approached, countless palm-sized snowflakes were carried up, like sharp ice blades, flying at high speed, cutting Mu Yang, who was frozen into a block of ice, into pieces. Then, the line of sight changed, the fierce snowstorm disappeared, and countless flaming meteorites fell from the sky, the earth cracked, and hot lava gushed out. The ice and fire kept rotating, and it was unknown how long it had been. Just when Mu Yang had been played by the ice and fire world and felt that he had no desire to live, a sound of nature that seemed to be the only ray of light in the darkness came into his ears. Xiao Yang, wake up! In a trance, Mu Yang opened his eyes, and saw that what he saw was no longer the earth engulfed by lava, nor the snowstorm that swept over, but the yin-yang eye of ice and fire under the night sky, and Huo Lai standing by the shore. It turns out that I'm still alive. Looking at the scenery that came into view, Mu Yang murmured, and then looked at Huo Lai with burning eyes. At this moment, Mu Yang felt that his uncle who brought him out of the ice and fire world was taller and more majestic than ever before. Mu Yang, you are electricity, you are light, you are the only one. Xiao Yang, do you feel any changes? After Mu Yang got ashore and dressed neatly, Huo Lai glanced at his ice blue hair and asked. Very good, very powerful. Stroke his hair, Mu Yang said without hesitation. Although taking the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot did not bring about an improvement in soul power, his soul power level was still a 22nd level Great Soul Master, but Mu Yang could clearly feel that his physical fitness had been greatly improved again. If he continued to practice like this, the age of the subsequent third soul ring might be close to 10,000 years, and at the very least it could reach 7 or 8,000 years. In addition to physical fitness, he also gained the ability to be immune to ice and fire. Pure ice and fire energy attacks will no longer cause him any harm in the future. Of course, since he is 100% immune to ice and fire attributes, there must be a certain upper limit of immunity. Ordinary ice and fire energy attacks, even those of titled Douluo, cannot cause him harm, but if the power of ice and fire energy attacks reaches the god level, he will definitely not be immune. However, the improvement of physical fitness and immunity to ice and fire energy are not what Mu Yang cares about most. After all, he has sun body refining, and his physical fitness will definitely not be bad in the future. As for immunity to ice and fire energy, it can only play a role when the opponent is an ice or fire soul master. What he cares about most is the improvement of talent and the bonus of the hidden fairy grass power in his body to the future soul training. The energy contained in the 2 immortal herbs is very huge, which is not something that Mu Yang, a small 2-ring Great Soul Master, can completely refine. After improving his physical fitness and granting him immunity to ice and fire, most of the medicinal power is hidden in his body. This part of the medicinal power will be released as he continues to practice, playing a role in accelerating the practice of soul power. It is precisely because of this that Tang San and others who have taken immortal herbs in the original work, even if the later sea god assessment is excluded, the speed of improving their soul power level is still more than a street ahead of the genius soul masters of the same generation on the mainland. Hey! Suddenly, Mu Yang saw a few strands of ice blue hair falling from the top of his head. He squeezed his eyeballs upwards and pulled the short hair in front of his forehead down. It's still blue? The next second, Mu Yang took out a mirror from the soul guide storage bracelet. Looking at the handsome boy with short ice blue hair in the mirror, Mu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Red hair turns blue. Where did my flaming red hair go? End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Ice Attributed Fire? At this moment, Mu Yang was a little confused. Although he had long known that taking fairy herbs would have a chance to make his martial soul undergo transformation and evolution, the prerequisite was that the fairy herbs he took had a high degree of compatibility with his martial soul. His hair color was not black like his father's, but red like his mother's. This was all the influence of the Hokage martial soul. Red hair turned blue. There is no doubt that his Hokage martial soul had undergone transformation and evolution. That is to say, the two complementary fairy herbs, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, had a very high degree of compatibility with his Hokage martial soul. But this was not right. The attribute of the Hokage martial soul was fire. Even if there was a mutation and evolution, it should be a more powerful fire-attributed martial soul. How could the hair color be ice blue? Xiao Yang, your martial soul should have evolved. Let it out for me to see. Hu Li said with a smile. Coming back to his senses, Mu Yang nodded slightly and released the Hokage martial soul. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on Mu Yang's body, and as his soul power surged, an ice blue figure condensed behind him. Turning his head and staring for a moment, Mu Yang found that except for the color changing from orange-red to ice blue and the attribute changing from fire to ice, the transformed martial soul seemed to be almost the same as the previous Hokage martial soul. Is it just the simple attribute that is not used? After a careful observation, Hu Li touched his chin and asked. I feel that the martial soul has become much stronger, and. As he said that, Mu Yang paused, stretched out his right hand, and the soul power in his body turned, and an ice blue flame emitting a biting cold air appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing the ice blue flame in Mu Yang's palm, Huo Lai was slightly stunned, and then asked uncertainly, ice attributed fire. The knife cut his butt, and he really opened his eyes. In Huo Lai's cognition, the characteristics of fire are burning, explosion, and high temperature, which have nothing to do with the word cold, but the scene in front of him overturned his cognition. It should be. Mu Yang nodded. Compared to Huo Lai, who has little experience, Mu Yang, who has read novels in the billions of words, is not too surprised. It's not just fire, a fire attribute. Maybe Douluo continent is the first case, but there are many improper fires in the Duki continent next door. However, the change of the Hokage martial soul seems to be more than just a simple change from high temperature flame to cold flame. Xiao Yang, put away your martial soul, let's leave first and then say. Huo Lai thought for a moment and said. Except for himself and his wife, a pair of children, and the 3 vice presidents of Shuo Academy who have had a deep friendship with them for decades, no one else in the world knows Mu Yang's second martial soul. Although Dugo's attitude seems very friendly, Huo Lai dare not really regard Dugo as his own. It is better not to let Dugo know about Mu Yang's second martial soul. In addition, Mu Yang's hair color has changed, and anyone with a little brain can associate it with the evolution of martial soul. Combined with the fact that the two of them came to inquire about the exotic flowers and herbs, it is possible that Dugo will realize the extraordinary nature of the herbs they picked. In order to avoid any problems, it is better to leave while Dugo has left in a hurry for some reason and has not returned yet. Don't tell Bailan Douluo. Mu Yang said, retracting the mutated Naruto martial soul that appeared behind him. Just leave a trace. Huo Lai waved his hand indifferently. Compared to etiquette, it was more important that Mu Yang's twin martial souls were not known to outsiders, and Dugo was not aware of the fairy-grade medicinal herbs. Moreover, Dugo was not here now, so it was not considered rude. A few minutes later, Huo Lai took Mu Yang away, and left a striking wooden sign with words engraved on it on the bank of the ice and fire spring. Of course, before leaving, Mu Yang did not forget to pick the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Although the 9th grade purple Ganoderma is not a fairy-grade medicinal herb, but in the original work, this item can help Yu Xiaogang break the limit of soul power level, and it is obviously not an ordinary item. Maybe it can't make the 89 level soul Douluo break through the 90th level, but it can make the 79 level soul saint who is facing a bottleneck break through the 80th level, which should be no problem. Taking it back, it will probably allow Blazing Fire Academy to have another 8-ring soul Douluo. More than an hour later, away from the yinyang eye of ice and fire, Huo Lai landed in the forest with Mu Yang. Let's try it again now to see what mystery the ice attribute fire has. After sending out mental power to sense it and realizing that there was no soul master nearby, Huo Lai said to Mu Yang. To be honest, Huo Lai was very curious about Mu Yang's ice attribute fire. It had nothing to do with whether it was powerful or not, but he had never seen it before. Well. Mu Yang nodded, but he did not release the mutated and evolved Naruto spirit immediately, but the ginseng spirit. The essence of the 8 wastelands, the ginseng spirit has also evolved? Just as he was about to chant the soul skill spell to fill his stomach with a blood-replenishing ginseng, Mu Yang suddenly found that the spell he chanted was wrong. He looked down and saw that his ginseng martial soul had also mutated and evolved like the Naruto martial soul. After the mutation and evolution, the size of the ginseng martial soul was still more than 4 inches long as before, but there was a huge change in appearance. The 3 green ginseng leaves with some blue and red lines on the top of the ginseng martial soul, which had been attached to the first and second soul rings, turned into 2 palm-shaped compound leaves, one red and one blue, which looked like they were carefully carved from high-quality red jade and blue jade. The brown leaf stems, the cocky ginseng body and a large number of ginseng whiskers of the same color, all turned into white jade at this time, like the best mutton fat jade. In addition, on the full white jade ginseng body, there was also 2 circles of lines, one red and one orange. Even the ginseng spirit has evolved. Looking at Mu Yang's ginseng spirit that had changed drastically, Huo Lai couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Double happiness is a blessing. The Hokage spirit is undoubtedly a top-level beast spirit. If it can be twinned with the Hokage spirit, it means that Mu Yang's ginseng spirit is also of top quality. Otherwise, if one spirit is strong and the other is weak, it can't be twinned. And the ginseng spirit, which is currently ranked as the top quality, has evolved and mutated. Maybe it has become the strongest food spirit on the continent? After all, due to the relatively small number of food spirit masters, and even fewer high-level food spirit masters, the existing food spirit inheritance in the mainland spirit master world is rare, not to mention Mu Yang's mutated ginseng spirit that has evolved again on the basis of top quality. Xiao Yang, are there any changes in the 2 spirit skills of your ginseng spirit? Huo Lai asked hurriedly. When the martial soul evolves, the soul skills will naturally change. Perhaps the soul skill effect is still the same type, but the actual effect is definitely stronger. Thanks to my friend Hao 413 for the monthly ticket. Thanks to my friends Kyunyo Shura, Yinian Chujian Lu Guang Yiduan, 202206061636326572, 20213011065826306334, XI, Hao 413 for the recommendation ticket. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng. The essence of all things in the world, red jade. The essence of all things in the world, orange jade. Reciting the new soul spell after the martial soul mutated and evolved, Mu Yang's first and second soul rings flashed one after another, and as the soul power surged, 2 3-inch long jade soul ginsengs, which were red and orange respectively, suddenly condensed. Looking at the 2 soul ginsengs with changed colors, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. Originally, the soul returning ginseng was blue, and the blood replenishing ginseng was red, but after the martial soul mutated and evolved, the color of the soul returning ginseng turned red, and the color of the blood replenishing ginseng turned orange. Mu Yang could almost conclude that if nothing unexpected happened, the colors of the soul ginsengs created by his 1st to 7th soul skills should be arranged according to the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Then, Mu Yang carefully sensed the 2 ginsengs, turned to look at Huo Lai, and said, the effect type has not changed, but the specific effect has been improved a lot. In addition, the previous soul returning ginseng could be stored for 1 day after manufacturing. If it exceeds 1 day, the effect will begin to decay. Now the red soul returning ginseng can be stored for 3 days after manufacturing. As for the blood replenishing ginseng, it could be stored for 2 days after manufacturing. Now the orange blood replenishing ginseng can be stored for 5 days after manufacturing. After all, it is a 1000-year soul skill. Although the effect type of blood replenishing ginseng is different from that of soul returning ginseng, the 2 cannot be truly compared, but judging from the storage time after manufacturing, it can be seen that the essence of blood replenishing ginseng is to surpass soul returning ginseng. 3 days and 5 days? Not bad. After pondering the storage time of these two soul power foods after manufacturing, Huo Lai nodded and praised. Compared with other types of soul masters, food-based soul masters are rare, but he has seen other food-based soul masters. As far as he knows, the 100-year soul power food that heals injuries or restores soul power is generally stored for only 1 day. But after Mu Yang's ginseng martial soul evolved, the red soul restoring ginseng produced by the first soul skill can be stored for 3 days, which is 3 times that of other 100-year soul power foods of the same type, which is enough to reflect the extraordinary nature of this martial soul. Huo Lai suggested, give your martial soul a name. A powerful martial soul naturally needs a suitable name. For example, the Clear Sky Hammer, which is known as the world's #1 weapon martial soul, if the name of this martial soul is just Iron Hammer or Hammer, it will undoubtedly sound a bit embarrassing. Just call it Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng. After thinking for a moment, Mu Yang said. As the master of the mutant ginseng martial soul, Mu Yang could clearly perceive that his ginseng martial soul, which originally had no attribute division, had the dual attributes of ice and fire after this mutation and evolution. The dual attributes of ice and fire evolved by taking fairy herbs, and it looked like a top-grade jade stone. It was more appropriate to name it as the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng. Very good. The strongest food-type martial soul on the continent, the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng. Huo Lai said with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Yang's face turned pale. The strongest food-type martial soul on the continent, let's wait until he achieves the title of food-type Douluo in the future. It's too early to brag about it now. However, since the martial soul is named Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng, the names of the first and second soul skills must be changed. Well, let's call it Red Jade Soul Returning Ginseng and Orange Jade Blood Replenishing Ginseng. Afterwards, Mu Yang took back the Ice and Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial soul and released the evolved Naruto martial soul, ready to test the ice-attributed flame to see what mystery it has. Although he has twin martial souls, Mu Yang cannot use both martial souls at the same time. And it is not only Mu Yang himself, but also other twin martial soul masters. Throughout the vast history of the mainland soul master world, no twin martial soul master has been able to do this. The first person who can use twin martial souls at the same time seems to be a protagonist named Huo in the future who condensed the yin and yang complementary dual soul core. However, Mu Yang's twin martial souls are a bit special, because one of them is a food-type martial soul. For him, whether he can use 2 martial souls at the same time is actually no difference, as long as he makes soul power food in advance. The icy blue soul power radiates, and an icy blue flame emitting a biting cold air appears in Mu Yang's palm. With a flick of his finger, the icy blue flame in the palm shot out and landed on a bush not far in front of him. Roaring! As soon as it came into contact, the icy blue flame spread rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, the bushes were ablaze. But the strange thing is that the color of the flame is not orange or red, but ice blue, and in the process of burning, the biting cold air is released, and even the temperature of the surrounding air is reduced a lot. After a while, the bushes burned out, the ice blue flames gradually extinguished, and only a little white ash was left on the spot. Only fire, no ice. Looking at the little white ash left on the spot, and the ground without any signs of freezing, Mu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Mu Yang thought that his mutated Hokage martial soul was a pure ice attribute martial soul, but now it seems that it is neither pure ice nor pure fire, but a special ice and fire fusion attribute with ice as the nature and fire as the form? Xiao Yang, it seems that your mutated Hokage martial soul can only take the route of strong attack. Huo Lai said to Mu Yang. For ice-type martial soul masters, taking the control route is undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, if compared separately, when other factors are not much different, control-type soul masters are recognized as the strongest among all types of soul masters. Of course, you can also take the route of both control and strong attack. In the early stage, add soul rings that can form control soul skills. In the later stage, add soul rings that can form strong attack soul skills, which is more comprehensive than simple control. However, Mu Yang's mutated Hokage martial soul with ice attribute seems to be ineffective. Huo Lai saw clearly before that Mu Yang's ice blue flame was powerful, even above the flame condensed by the original Hokage martial soul, but it did not have a freezing effect. And ice-type soul masters without freezing effects are naturally not suitable for the route of control-type soul masters. Strong attack is also good. The mutated Hokage martial soul is not suitable for the control route, but Mu Yang did not care. Although the soul masters in the mainland all boast that they are the strongest in control, in Mu Yang's opinion, the real masters are still strong attackers. For example, the 3 strongest masters in the world who are crowned as invincible, whether it is the sky invincible Qian Daoliu, the land invincible Tang Chen, or the ocean invincible Bo Sixi, they are all strong attackers. On the other hand, as of now, there is no control-type soul master with a name and a soul power level of more than 95 on the mainland, except for Bibi Dong, who is called a control but actually prefers strong attack. Besides, with the food-type Ice Fire Fairy Jade Ginseng martial spirit in hand, Mu Yang also prefers to be a strong attacker compared to control. Mu Yang, a child playing with fire? Times, the romance of the wizard. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Ice Flame Holy Shadow. Not bad. Xiao Yang, the power of your cold fire is definitely not inferior to the flame condensed by an ordinary 3-ring fire soul master. After a test, Huo Lai gave a very fair evaluation of the ice blue flame condensed by Mu Yang. You should know that Mu Yang's current soul power level is only a 2-ring Great Soul Master, and is still far from a 3-ring Soul Master. And the mutated Hokage martial soul has not yet been attached with soul rings. If the first and second soul rings can be attached, the strength of the martial soul will be improved to a certain extent, and the condensed ice blue flame will become stronger. In addition, this ice blue flame is different from most flames. It also has a very strong adhesion. Once it comes into contact, it will be difficult to get rid of it unless the attached combustible is burned out or offset by a higher level of soul power. It can be said that compared with before the mutation and evolution, Mu Yang's Hokage martial soul has been qualitatively improved. The level of a 3-ring fire soul master. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, then closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing carefully. Seeing this, Huo Lai was a little confused. However, just when Huo Lai was about to ask, he saw a burst of ice blue soul power on Mu Yang. Then, with Mu Yang as the center, an ice blue light circle spread rapidly, instantly covering an area of more than 10 meters. Domain power. Looking at the ice blue domain released from Mu Yang and covering himself, Huo Lai widened his eyes with disbelief. Although he did not have the power of the domain, Huo Lai had heard of the domain and was even lucky enough to see it with his own eyes. More than 20 years ago, when he was not yet the dean of the Blazing Fire Academy, he led the Blazing Fire team to Wuhan City to participate in the finals of the Soul Master competition as the leader of the Blazing Fire team, and saw with his own eyes the angel domain released by Qian Sunji, the then Pope of the Wuhan Hall. Compared with Qiang Sunji's angel domain, the power of the ice blue domain released by Mu Yang is indeed very weak, but it is undoubtedly the power of the domain. The effect of the immortal herbs is so amazing. After taking it, it can not only improve the talent of cultivation, but also make the martial soul transform and evolve, and awaken the talent domain of the martial soul? In fact, Huo Lai was wrong. The effect of the immortal herbs is indeed amazing, but the reason why Mu Yang has such a drastic change after taking the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot is mainly because his martial soul is very compatible with the 2 immortal herbs. Like Tang San in the original work, because the compatibility of the blue silver grass and clear sky hammer martial soul with the 2 immortal herbs is not too high, Tang San also took these 2 immortal herbs, but his gains were far less than Mu Yang's. In addition to the improved cultivation talent potential, the martial souls are still the same 2 martial souls, and the power of the domain has not been awakened. However, the 2 characteristics of ice immunity and fire immunity have brought much more help to Tang San than Mu Yang. Xiao Yang, what effect does your domain have? Resisting the excitement in his heart, Huo Lai asked impatiently. An ice blue flame condensed in the palm of his hand again. After a careful experience, Mu Yang said, the power of the ice blue flame has increased a lot, and the control ability has also increased significantly. As he spoke, the ice blue flame in Mu Yang's palm changed and turned into an ice blue little man, and then continued to change into various small animals. Perhaps due to insufficient strength and the fact that the domain has not yet been fully awakened, Mu Yang realized that the effect of his domain is very limited. In addition to improving the control ability of the ice blue flame, it can only play a certain role in increasing the flame. However, the proportion of this increase is not small, reaching as much as 50%. The effect is simple and crude, but for Mu Yang, who planned his own mutated Naruto martial spirit as a turret, this effect is very suitable. The wizard with the attack buff can undoubtedly become more romantic. Attack boost? Attack boost is good, just in time your mutated Hokage spirit is suitable for the strong attack route. And according to the research of scholars in the academy, even if a spirit master with a low spirit power level awakens the power of the domain, it is difficult to exert the true power of the domain. For example, the angel family that inherited the six-winged angel spirit in the spirit hall, the six-winged angel spirit masters in the family can master the angel domain after awakening the spirit. But before advancing to the seven-ring spirit saint, although the six-winged angel spirit master can challenge across levels with the powerful spirit and angel domain, at most the 5-ring fights the 6-ring, and the 6-ring fights the 7-ring. But after the six-winged angel spirit master advances to the 7-ring spirit saint, the angel domain will be truly awakened. Even if the level is just the beginning of the 7th ring, the strength can at least be comparable to that of a high-level soul Douluo. Even a few outstanding ones can fight across 2 major realms, and their strength is comparable to that of a 9-ring titled Douluo. The domain effect is not strong enough? Huo Lai has no worries about this at all. After all, Mu Yang is only a 2nd-ring Great Soul Master now, and his soul power level is still low, so his domain power is naturally not that strong. And as long as the martial soul itself is strong enough, the awakened talent domain effect will definitely not be bad. In addition, there are few titled Douluo on the mainland, but there are even fewer soul masters with domain power. It is good enough to have domain power, so how can you be qualified to dislike its effect is not good enough. Xiao Yang, the ice flame is definitely one of the most powerful beast martial souls on the mainland. You have to think about its name. Huo Lai said with a smile. The ice attribute flame is called Ice Flame. The name of the martial soul is Ice Flame Holy Shadow. After thinking for a long time, Mu Yang named his mutant Hokage martial soul Ice Flame Holy Shadow. As for the domain of the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, needless to say, it is naturally the Ice Flame domain. The domain skill that improves the ability to control ice flames and amplifies the effect of ice flames was also named Ice Flame Amplification by Mu Yang. Ice Flame Holy Shadow? I think it's okay. After pondering for a while, Huo Lai nodded and said, okay, let's go back first. At this moment, Huo Lai couldn't wait to return to Blazing Academy. There was no way. Mu Yang's transformation after taking the immortal herbs was so great, and the number of immortal herbs harvested this time was not small, enough for everyone in the family to arrange one. Perhaps it won't be long before he can become the titled Douluo respected by tens of thousands of people on the continent. Even many years later, it is not a luxury to have 5 Douluos in one academy of Blazing Academy. After all, whether it is Mu Ziu, Huo Wushuan, or Huo Wu, their innate soul power has reached the 7th level. They are rare geniuses on the continent. With the help of immortal herbs and the mysterious extreme flame meditation method, it shouldn't be a problem for them to become the 9-ring titled Douluo, right? Well, Dean Huo thinks that the matter of Shiwo Academy merging Tian Shui and Shenfeng and reorganizing the Element Academy seems to be ready for arrangement. Thanks to my friends Shui178, 3535 and 2022030822273990 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to my friends Zhens Hidi, Shenjian Honglong, 20210301106582630634, 202206061636325572, Blowing Dreams to xijo.ec, Shui178, 3535, CWW, Hongmeng Lord, Sky, Son of Storm, alas. Boring. Shushu, I have to send it, I don't have a mobile phone, 2022030822273990 for their recommendations. Please collect, recommend, and vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Mu Yang, swear to the heavens that I will never lie. In the evening, Mu Yang and his companions, who left the Sunset Forest, returned to Blazing Fire Academy. As soon as they returned to the academy, Huo Lai called Mu Ziu, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan to the underground quiet room. Xiao Yang, why did your hair turn blue? Huo Wu couldn't help asking after curiously looking at Mu Yang's ice blue hair. I got a little chance, and my martial soul has transformed. With a smile on his lips, Mu Yang said with a smile. My martial soul has transformed. After automatically filtering out the first half of Mu Yang's Versailles words, Huo Wu's expression became strange. Like her, Mu Yang's red hair comes from the fire attribute of the Hokage martial soul, but no matter how the Hokage martial soul evolves, it is impossible for it to evolve to the point where even the hair color changes, right? You know, excluding genetic factors, only soul masters with water or ice spirits have blue hair. Could it be that the original fire-attributed Hokage spirit has evolved into a water-attributed or ice-attributed spirit? Water shadow, ice shadow? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This doesn't conform to the law of spirit evolution at all. Xiao Yang, quickly release your Hokage spirit and let's see. Mu Ziyu said. Ice flame holy shadow, possess. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang shouted and released the ice flame holy shadow spirit. Instantly, accompanied by a burst of ice blue soul power light, an ice blue human-shaped phantom suddenly condensed behind Mu Yang. At the moment when the ice flame holy shadow spirit appeared, a biting cold air spread out, and the temperature in the entire spacious underground quiet room suddenly dropped. Oh my god, has it really become an ice attribute martial soul? Feeling the bitter coldness emanating from the ice flame holy shadow martial soul, Huo Wu's eyes widened and she opened her mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. Although the attributes and color of the martial soul have changed, the form and appearance of the ice flame holy shadow are not much different from the Hokage martial soul. Anyone can see that there is an inseparable connection between the ice flame holy shadow martial soul and the Hokage martial soul. Brother, from now on, I, your brother, will rely on flirting. At this time, Huo Wuxuan reached out and hugged Mu Yang's arm, and said with a serious face while making a joke. Yes, yes, yes. Brother, take care of your sister more in the future. Coming back to her senses, Huo Wu unceremoniously put her arm around Mu Yang's neck and stretched out her hand to wrap his head. Don't mess with my hair. Mu Yang slapped Huo Wu's hand away in anger. What's the matter, you are my brother, can't I hug your thigh? Huo Wu pretended to be unfriendly and said. Mu Yang waved his hand and said, you can hug my thigh, but you have to wait for 20 years, but 20 years, of course, is not necessary, and it takes 20 years to become qualified thigh, it's too late. After all, according to the trajectory of the original work, in the Soul Master world 20 years later, the chess master is no longer a titled Douluo, but a god who has escaped the category of mortals and ascended to the throne of God. But what? Huo Wu asked. Our family will soon have a thigh. As he said, Mu Yang frowned at Huo Lai. In this era where gods cannot be found, a 9-ringed titled Douluo can definitely be regarded as a thigh. You kid, stop being weird. Huo Lai rolled his eyes. Hee. With a smile, Mu Yang took out 3 jade boxes with labels from the Soul Guide storage bracelet and handed them to Huo Lai, Mu Ziyu and Huo Wu respectively. Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, an Earth Attribute Fairy Herb, suitable for Earth Attribute and Dragon Attribute Spirit Masters. 8-Petal Fairy Orchid, one of the fairy herbs, has a mild and mellow medicinal property, can strengthen the body and remove impurities in the body, and is suitable for any spirit master. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, a pure yang fairy herb, suitable for fire attribute spirit masters. Mu Yang gave the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd to Huo Lai, the 8-Petal Fairy Orchid to Mu Ziyu, and the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to Huo Wu. Among the 3, the 8-Petal Fairy Orchid is not particularly suitable for Mu Ziyu, but there is no way, he has no fairy herbs suitable for fire attribute spirit masters. And the younger the spirit master is, the stronger the effect of the fairy herbs, so between the aunt Mu Ziyu and the cousin Huo Wu, Mu Yang gave the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to Huo Wu. Of course, the 8-Petal Fairy Orchid is not bad, at least it can make Mu Ziyu qualified for the title. No, Xiao Yang, your brother doesn't have any. Seeing that his father, mother and sister all had some, but he didn't, Huo Wuxuan couldn't help but say with a resentful look on his face. Although he didn't know what this fairy herb was, his whole family had it except himself, which made Huo Wuxuan feel that he seemed a little redundant. Haha, brother, don't worry, I still have some. But the fairy herb in my pocket is not very suitable for you, and I know there is a place that has fairy herb suitable for you. You wait for a while. If your uncle can get it for you later, you can take that one. If not, I will arrange another one for you. Generally, only one fairy herb can be taken, otherwise it will cause the medicinal properties to conflict, which is not only useless but harmful. We are brothers, and I must arrange the best for you. Patting Huo Wuxuan on the shoulder, Mu Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Huo Wuxuan was skeptical. We are all family, so we can't lie to each other. I, Mu Yang, swear to the heavens that I will never lie to Huo Wuxuan, otherwise I will punish my cousin to be single for another 20 years. Mu Yang raised his hand and pointed up, swearing with a serious face. His cousin is 14 this year. In another 20 years, 34 is not too late? Puff. Huo Wu on the side couldn't help laughing. Xiao Yang, your brother is now a 29th level Great Soul Master, and his strength should be stronger than your 22nd level Great Soul Master. I advise you to think before you speak. Huo Wushuan said with a bad face, clenching his fist. He was not good at speaking, and he was nervous when talking to other girls. Now Mu Yang came with such a vicious curse, how could Huo Wushuan find a girlfriend in the future? Ahem, well, brother, you protect us, we are going to take the immortal herbs. Mu Yang, have something to do right now, this is not the time to play, don't come to me. Huo Wushuan. Afterwards, Mu Yang told Huo Lai and the other two how to take the 3 immortal herbs, and then he walked to a corner of the spacious quiet room and sat down, taking out the Wangchuan Kai Shui Du. He held the Wangchuan Kai Shui Du in front of him, tilted it slightly, and a few drops of transparent dew in the center of the leaves dripped into Mu Yang's mouth. When those drops of dew completely left the plant, the whole Wangchuan Kai Shui Du had completely withered, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into dust and floated in his hands. Then, Mu Yang started to practice Tei in refining spirit and began to refine the spiritual energy transformed from the dew. At the same time, except for Huo Wushuan, who was temporarily out of the game and was very depressed, Huo Lai and the other two also began to take the immortal herbs according to the method given by Mu Yang. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Longing for the Autumn Water Dew. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. As the effects of the immortal herbs took effect, except for Mu Yang who took longing for the autumn water dew, Huo Lai and the other two all showed changes to varying degrees. Huo Lai, who had taken the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, was now glowing with a rich earthy yellow light, and the soul power he exuded became extremely heavy, but in this heaviness, there was a faint sense of explosion, like a volcano about to erupt. Compared to Huo Lai, Mu Ziu, who also had a fire attribute martial soul, seemed very calm. She just sat quietly by the side to refine the immortal herb power, but she exuded a special fragrance that belonged to the 8-petal immortal orchid. A faint white mist emerged from the surface of her skin, surrounding her body. Her already beautiful figure and face, at this time, under the background of this white mist, added a bit of nobleness. Not far from Mu Ziu, Huo Wu, who was refining the medicinal power of Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, was glowing with a layer of red light. Although there was no other change on Huo Wu except this layer of red light and the change of her hair color from dark red to golden red, her Hokage martial spirit had already appeared automatically behind her. At this time, Huo Wu's originally orange-red and somewhat illusory the Hokage martial spirit had already ignited a fiery golden-red flame, like a figure bathing in golden-red flames. The golden-red flames burned up to a height of several feet, and the ceiling of the quiet room was almost directly roasted by the flames. Fortunately, the materials used to build the quiet room were not ordinary. Because they were all fire-attributed soul masters, all the buildings in the Blazing Fire Academy were made of heat-resistant materials, especially the Fighting Soul Training Ground and the residences of the high-level academy, which were all made of high-grade heat-resistant materials, so as not to be set on fire by soul masters who play with fire. The heat resistance of the building materials was very strong, and Huo Wu's current soul power level was not high, so the power of the ignited flame was relatively limited, and it did not burn through the ceiling of the quiet room. However, even so, the temperature in the quiet room was very high, as if a big furnace was burning. On the other hand, after 3 hours of refining, Mu Yang's progress in refining the medicinal power of the longing for the autumn water dew also came to an end. In his sea of consciousness, the illusory full moon had solidified for the most part, turning into a waning moon that only appears at the end of the month in the outside world. According to the realm division of Tei in refining spirit, Mu Yang's realm is already in the late half-moon stage of the second realm, and his mental power is no weaker than most 5-ring soul kings. That is, Mu Yang lacks mental power means, otherwise, in terms of the mental level alone, he can almost be regarded as a 5-ring spiritual system soul master. After a long time, the mental energy transformed from the few drops of Wangchuan Kai Shulu was completely refined, and Mu Yang slowly woke up and opened his eyes. And at the moment when Mu Yang opened his eyes, the whole quiet room seemed to flash instantly. Huo Wushuan on the side could see clearly that at this moment, Mu Yang's eyes had turned golden, bursting out dazzling golden light, and the golden light fell into his eyes, making him feel a flash of whiteness in front of his eyes, as if he was looking directly at the bright sun in the sky. Damn, it's blinding. Rubbing his eyes that were almost blinded by the light, Huo Wushuan secretly complained in his heart. What a pity, I couldn't reach the second level. The golden light in his eyes dissipated, and after carefully feeling his own mental power level, Mu Yang secretly felt that it was a pity. Just like soul power cultivation, even with the mysterious technique of Taiyin refining God in hand, his progress in spiritual power cultivation was not too fast, and it could almost be said to be a slow process. The way of cultivation is not a one-day or one-night job, and perseverance is the key. Unless you get a great opportunity, there is no such thing as a sudden surge. This time, after taking Wang Chuan Kia Shui Du, he failed to raise the level of Taiyin refining God to the second level of half a month. If nothing unexpected happens, Mu Yang estimates that he will not be able to reach it in a short time. However, although it is a little pity, Mu Yang is also very satisfied. After all, compared with before taking Wang Chuan Kia Shui Du, if you compare the mental power level with the soul power, his improvement has exceeded 20 levels. Such a significant improvement means that the mental power is not restricted too much. For example, if it is the soul power level, it is absolutely impossible. At least the immortal herbs that are not much stronger than the 100,000-year soul beast cannot do this. In addition to the significant improvement of mental power, the autumn water dew also helped him to practice the fire eyes and golden pupils. Well, his fire eyes and golden pupils are the monkey version of the monkey version, which is not very powerful. To put it bluntly, it is a perspective eye. Of course, Mu Yang, who claims to be a gentleman, would never use this perspective ability to do something despicable. Brother, what did you eat just now? It almost blinded my eyes. At this time, Hua Washuan came over and complained to Mu Yang in a low voice with a resentful look. It is an immortal herb that can improve mental power. Mu Yang explained. Tisk, seeing your movement just now, your mental power must have been greatly improved. So, you can add the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years in the future. Speaking of this, Hua Washuan's breathing became a little faster. The role of the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years is not to show off, but a symbol of the soul master's own strength. The strong physique and mental power far exceeding the soul masters of the same level, perhaps at the beginning, the advantage value is only 1, but with the continuous improvement of subsequent levels, this advantage value will continue to increase, from 1 to 2 to 3 and finally to form a qualitative change. And this change not only allows the soul master to have an invincible combat power at the same level, but also to realize the potential. For example, when other factors are almost the same, the soul Douluo with the best soul ring ratio at the same level of 89 will undoubtedly have a greater chance of advancing to the 9-ring titled Douluo in the future than the soul Douluo whose soul ring ratio is not the best. Looking at all the titled Douluo on the continent, all titled Douluo with a level not lower than level 95 have the best soul ring configuration. Those whose soul ring configurations are not the best, even if they become the 9-ring titled Douluo, can only be regarded as weak among the titled Douluo. Not only are their strengths at the bottom level, but their soul power levels will also be at a certain level. But then again, they can't even achieve the best soul ring configuration, but they can cultivate the 9-ring title. This also reflects the extraordinary talent of this kind of weak title. Shilong, Si Shuet, is this kid implying our brothers? Low-key, low-key. Mu Yang smiled and waved his hand. The fourth soul ring of 10,000 years? Isn't this the basic operation of Douluo traversers? Basic operation, don't be silly. Hua Washuan, Low-key? If there is really a fourth soul ring of 10,000 years, I think how can you be low-key? End of this chapter. 49 Chapter 49 Shadow of Phoenix Fire, Part 1. 49. Mu Yang didn't know what Hua Washuan was thinking. But Mu Yang had also considered whether his third soul ring, which was older than other soul masters' fourth soul rings, and his fourth soul ring, which was 10,000 years old, would be too high profile. Let him give up his advantage and attach the third and fourth soul rings that were mediocre? If there was a cheat, and it was a cheat that could increase the soul ring age, and it could be made up by cheating later, Mu Yang would definitely choose to be low-key. After all, he only had one life, so he had to survive first. But the problem was that he didn't have such an unreasonable cheat. For the sake of his own strength and potential, he was unwilling to give up this advantage. Otherwise, when he became a 9-ring titled Douluo in the future, without the advantages that he had accumulated and expanded in the early stage, where would he get the capital to attach the soul rings of fierce beasts or divine soul rings with ages beyond ordinary people's imagination to the ice flame holy shadow martial soul? Of course, Mu Yang was not willing to give up this advantage because he had a reason. The source of this confidence, in addition to the secret of whale glue leaking out, there will be many genius soul masters with super soul rings on the continent in the future, and he will not be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that he will soon have a backer of considerable weight. By then, the mere fourth soul ring of 10,000 years will not be a big deal. I take whale glue to improve my physical fitness, true, and refine the head soul bone to improve my mental strength, false, so how can I not add the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years? Although the head soul bone is precious, with the backer of the titled Douluo, it is enough to make the weak dare not peak. As for the strong, before it is confirmed that it is a high-year head soul bone, it will not be in the eyes of the strong. In a blink of an eye, more than an hour has passed. At this time, the golden red flames on the Naruto martial spirit that appeared behind Huowu suddenly rose a few points, and then gradually converged. When the golden red flames were completely condensed, the originally orange-red Hokage martial spirit had turned into golden red, and a flying phoenix pattern was left at the center of the golden red human-shaped shadow's eyebrows. What a comfortable feeling. Huowu couldn't help but sigh when she opened her eyes, realizing that her condition was better than ever before. Sister, stop sighing. I think you should take a shower now. Glancing at the dried black stains on Huowu's skin exposed outside her dress, Mu Yang whispered a reminder. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower has a certain degree of rebirth effect. Although Huowu's talent is not bad, she is still within the effective range of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower's rebirth. When Huowu was refining the power of the fairy herb, she was stimulated by the power of the medicine and a lot of black stains seeped out of her body, which is similar to the marrow washing and meridian cutting that often occurs in the protagonist in the novel. Just when Huowu looked confused, she suddenly saw the black stains on her originally white arms and thighs. She screamed and ran out with her face covered. Really, don't keep your voice down. Looking at Huo Lai and Mu Ziu who were still refining the power of the immortal herbs, Mu Yang whispered to Huowu's hurriedly leaving back. High-level soul masters refine energy much faster than low-level soul masters. Logically, Huo Lai and the others should finish refining faster than Huowu, but the fact is not so. It's not that this theory is wrong, but the medicinal power contained in the immortal herbs is huge. Huowu only absorbed a small part of it, and most of the medicinal power is hidden in her body. On the other hand, Huo Lai and Mu Ziu, one is an 8-ring soul Douluo, and the other is a 7-ring soul saint, which is enough to absorb most of the medicinal power of an immortal herb, or even all of it, which makes the refining time longer than Huowu. Brother, it seems that my uncle and aunt will not be able to finish for a while, let's go upstairs and wait. Realizing that the soul power of the two has been steadily increasing, Mu Yang said to Huo Wushuan. Okay. Huo Wushuan nodded. An hour later, Huowu, who had changed her clothes, reappeared in the living room. It's just a shower, but it took an hour. Women are really troublesome. Seeing that Huowu took so long to appear, Huo Wushuan muttered softly. The hearing of soul masters is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Although Huo Wushuan's muttering was small, Huowu still heard it. What are you talking about? Huowu, who was originally smiling and knew that she was in a very beautiful mood, immediately looked at Huo Wushuan with a bad face. Really, a death stare? Seeing this, Huo Wushuan's face became serious, and he hurriedly said, I am praising my sister for becoming more beautiful. Although he may not be able to utter a word in half an hour when facing girls, Huowu is an exception. This is his own sister, who has been spoiled since childhood. He must have said too many good things to Huowu over the years. And this compliment is not rainbow fart. After taking coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Huowu's figure and skin do look better than before. Humph. Let you go for now. Xiao Yang, release your ice flame holy shadow martial soul for me to see. Huowu snorted coldly, then turned to Mu Yang and said. Hearing this, Mu Yang was a little puzzled, but he still released the ice flame holy shadow martial soul. As the soul power surged, an ice blue light flashed, and an ice blue humanoid phantom emitting a biting cold air emerged from behind Mu Yang. At the same time, Huowu also released the martial soul, closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. Haha, I knew my feeling was right, my Naruto spirit has indeed evolved. After a long time, Huowu opened her eyes and said excitedly. Before taking coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Mu Yang showed her the ice flame holy shadow spirit. Although Huowu did not release her spirit at that time, she still felt that her Naruto spirit was suppressed to a certain extent. In Douluo continent, if there is a gap between the spirits of the same species or between which there is a certain relationship, and the gap is relatively large, there will be a phenomenon that the high-quality spirit suppresses the low-quality spirit. The suppressed low-quality spirit will not be able to exert its full strength, and the greater the gap, the stronger the suppression effect. For example, when facing the clear sky hammer spirit master, even if the two have the same soul power level, the former can almost be said to have no resistance when fighting against the latter. Previously, the Naruto spirit was suppressed by the Ice Flame Holy Shadow spirit, which means that the low-quality spirits ranked first. The top-quality Hokage is not as good as the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul in terms of quality, and the gap is not small. But now it is different. After taking the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, although Huowu does not know to what extent her martial soul has evolved, since she did not feel suppressed when facing Mu Yang's Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul, it can be seen that the quality of her martial soul has been greatly improved, and it is even very likely to have reached the point where it can suppress the original Hokage martial soul. Thanks to my friends, alas. Bored. Interpretation of Sadness, 2017004123505455, Guochi, 202206061636322572, Dejin, Blowing Dreams to Zizhu, Xiaoxiang Feng, Want to Talk About Love, 193, I Have Stories and Wine, Lujian, Shui 178-3535, When Will Tenderness Be Given to Me, Hongmeng Master, Sherry Flo, Xiao Bo's Recommendations. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Phoenix Fire Shadow, Part 2. Don't you know this? Mu Yang said speechlessly after putting away the Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul. He thought Huowu was going to do something. Unexpectedly, it was just for this. Tisk, this is your own martial soul, whether it has evolved, don't you have any idea? Hehe, isn't this my martial soul? It doesn't look much different from before. Huowu smiled awkwardly. Except that the color of the evolved martial soul changed from orange-red to golden-red, and there was an additional pattern between the eyebrows of the phantom. It looked the same as the previous Hokage martial soul, which made Huowu unsure. Sure enough, he is a bad student. Mu Yang secretly complained. Whether the martial soul has evolved, you can't just look at whether the appearance of the martial soul has changed significantly. Although in most cases, the appearance of the evolved martial soul will change significantly. But this is not absolute. There have been many cases on the mainland where the appearance of martial souls has not changed significantly after the quality of martial souls has been improved. For example, Zhu Zuqing in the original book, before taking the fairy herb, Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, her martial soul was the Nether Spirit Cat, but after taking it, her martial soul is still the Nether Spirit Cat. From the appearance of the martial soul alone, there is not much difference before and after, and even this subtle change is not as big as after the soul ring is attached. But there is no doubt that thanks to the help of the fairy herb, Zhu Zuqing's Nether Spirit Cat martial soul has evolved into a top-level agile attack beast martial soul. Although the original Nether Spirit Cat martial soul is not too bad, it is still a little short of the top beast martial soul, and can only be regarded as a leader below the top. Another thing is that whether the Hokage martial soul has evolved, his Ice Flame Holy Shadow martial soul cannot be used as a reference. The originally orange-red Hokage martial soul has turned into golden-red, which must have evolved. Xiao Wu, condense the flame and see? I feel that the power of the soul should have increased a lot. At this time, Huo Wushuan said. In Huo Wushuan's perception, after Huo Wu's Naruto martial spirit evolved, the heat it exuded increased significantly, and this heat also faintly exuded a sense of nobility. Nodding slightly, the red soul power in Huo Wu's hand glowed, and a golden-red flame suddenly condensed from the palm of her hand. Sister, why does your fire still give people a noble feeling? Pirated Phoenix Fire? Looking at the flame in Huo Wu's palm, and then at the flying phoenix pattern on the forehead of the golden-red figure that appeared behind her, Mu Yang couldn't help but say. In addition to the most common explosions, there are many flames on the mainland that can give people a special feeling, such as the Sacred Angel Flame, the Domineering Fire Dragon Flame, etc., but the noble flame is only the Phoenix Fire. Combined with the phoenix pattern on the forehead of Huo Wu's evolved Hokage martial spirit, if nothing unexpected happens, this golden-red flame is the Phoenix Fire, which is sublimated by the flame of the Hokage martial spirit combined with the power of Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. It's just that the Phoenix Fire that only appears on the Fire Phoenix actually appeared on Huo Wu's martial spirit. Mu Yang always felt full of disobedience. Phoenix Fire is Phoenix Fire, where is the pirated version? Huo Wu glared at Mu Yang. Don't say it if the child can't speak. Pirated? You are the pirated one. Ahem, listen carefully, the two of you, I'm announcing a big thing now. Then, Huo Wu cleared her throat and spoke loudly. Yes, sister, you speak, we are listening. Mu Yang cooperated very well, nodded, signaling Huo Wu to continue her performance. I've decided. From now on, my martial soul will be called Phoenix Fire Shadow, which means the Huo Shadow martial soul that can release the Phoenix Fire. As she said this, Huo Wu raised her head, looking proud. Mu Yang, hehe, a very nice name. Huo Wushuan, yes, Xiao Yang is right. Hey, can you two stop being so perfunctory? Suddenly, Huo Wu's face became calm, and then she put her left hand on her waist and pointed at the two of them with her right hand. Perfunctory? Sister, you have to understand. I am still young and haven't learned to flatter. Xiao Wu, you know that I am not good at speaking. Please understand. Okay, you two are like this, right? I am not showing off my power. You are treating me like a sick cat. Humph, you two wait for me. I will attach the third soul ring in 2 days. You can come together. I will let you use one hand when the time comes. Facing the bad attitude of the two brothers, Huo Wu said unkindly. Huo Wu, I want to fight too. Sick cat. You also admit that you are a tigress? Mu Yang said secretly in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say this, so as not to affect the harmonious relationship between the brother and sister. Xiao Wu, you just said that you can attach the third soul ring in 2 days? Didn't you just reach the 28th level of the Great Soul Master? Huo Wushuan's face changed when he heard his sister say that she could attach the third soul ring and advance in 2 days, and he asked hurriedly. You know, his brother, who is 1 year older, is only a 29th level Great Soul Master now. Although Huo Wushuan knew that his sister's cultivation talent was slightly better than his, with the same innate level 7 soul power, he only had a 1-year cultivation advantage, and would most likely be caught up by Huo Wu in the future. But he didn't expect that this time was too fast, and it was not catching up, but surpassing, which was outrageous. Huo Wu nodded and said, it was because of that coxcomb sunflower that not only made my martial soul evolve, but also my soul power increased significantly. And I feel that my soul power seems to have increased by more than 2 levels, but it is limited to level 30 because I failed to attach the third soul ring. It is precisely because of the evolution of martial soul and the surge in soul power that Miss Huo Wu's bathing and changing clothes time has become 1 hour. Nothing else, she is just busy with her conceit. Xiao Yang, didn't you also eat the fairy herbs? Why didn't you see a significant increase in your soul power level? Huo Wushuan looked at Mu Yang in confusion. The immortal herbs I take are quite special and do not directly increase soul power. Mu Yang waved his hand, paused, and said to Huo Wu, Sister, when you advance to the third ring Soul Master, your soul power level should not be lower than level 35. Referring to Ma Hongjun in the original book, Huo Wu can at least increase her soul power by 5 levels after taking Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Because of taking Whale Glue, with Huo Wu's current physical fitness, she is definitely enough to withstand the third soul ring for more than 5,000 years. The soul power increase brought by the addition of the third soul ring, plus the soul power increase brought by taking Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, 35 levels of Soul Master is not an exaggeration, and Mu Yang even thinks that he is too conservative, 36 levels or even 37 levels are also possible. Hearing this, Huo Wu's eyes lit up, but she asked with some doubt, is it true or false? False. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. End of this chapter.